USC government
I see.
in 1962.
1962.
Yes.
And your name means teacher.
Longi means teacher.
Yes, I understand. So you came to the United States. Was that for educational purposes?
Yes. So I spent 4 months in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
at Georgetown University
Yes. Georgetown's a wonderful place.
to be trained in English language.
Yes.
After this, I've been sent to Los Angeles
I see.
at USC, University of Southern California,
Yes, USC.
in school administration and teaching methods.
Wow.
After 12 months, I went back into my own country, into the Republic Democratic of Congo.
Yes.
And from this time, I became executive secretary of all Protestant Christian schools
Wow.
in the entire country.
I understand.
So I have been traveling to go to recruit professors in Europe.
Yes.
Then I was the one who initiated the University of Kisangani in Congo.
I see.
But I had a wonderful friend with whom I was working with them, like Dr. Hopgood,
Dr. Hopgood, yes.
American fellows. Then we have been working. I've been traveling in my country, in every corner.
Now, were you establishing schools,
Schools.
in villages and?
Schools in rural areas.
Yes, I understand.
Then from primary level to the university,
Isn't that something?
I developed the whole system of education in my country.
Fantastic. Now, did you start a family then as well? Do you have children and?
Oh, yes, yes. I got married with my wife on, how do you say, 30, December 30,
Yes.
1947.
Wow, that's amazing.
And I still keeping the same wife.
That's very unusual. But now, do you live here in Los Angeles permanently now? Because I imagine travel is a little difficult.
Yes, now we live in Pasadena.
In Pasadena?
Yes. And I've started a church
A church, yes.
to help those African Congolese people who don't speak English,
Yes.
but we have to minister to them.
Outstanding. What a fascinating story. And again, this is another part of Los Angeles.
Yes.
And
So,
I thank you so much for sharing with us. But before we go, there's a big spiritual component to this and your relationship with God and the things you have learned by that relationship. And I noticed up there that you said that if you think that skin color somehow can determine your life, you're standing too far from God.
well, people have to understand that we don't have to contest anything that God has performed,
That's right.
but we have to obey.
Yes.
We have to listen. Because God has never created anything without a purpose. So, man has to understand that he is living once forever on this earth. And God is expecting him to accomplish the purpose for which he put him on earth one time. We will not come back.
You're a wonderful resource, and we're lucky to have you here in our community.
Thank you.
We're going to see a very special videotape, and I hope you pay attention. This is such a pleasure for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
about fears when you look upon the world and you look upon the changes?
Just fears for my children and grandchildren, something might happen to them.
No fears.
No fear.
No, I could die tonight. I have no fear. And that's what everybody fears.
They fear death.
They fear death. Yeah. It's so alien to them.
Yeah.
And nobody came back to tell us what it's like on the other side, so we just have to take it and like we take our faith.
Mm-hmm.
We accept it.
Well, that's a good question. I suppose when you get into your 80s, you have to face the fact that you're not going to live to 160. Mm-hmm. You know you're by the halfway mark already. Mm-hmm. Probably a lot further. And I don't dwell on it, but I don't relish dying. But the day will come, and that will be it. And I don't know how well I'll handle it.
Powerful segment. We'll be right back.
Really like
An emergency can happen at any time.
earthquake!
That's why you need to be prepared. Put together an emergency kit with food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, radio, and some tools.
I can't believe it, it's an earthquake!
You're never too old to prepare.
Ah, get out of there!
Get the message? Be prepared.
Get out of the house!
There are heroes among us. They don't fly or bend steel or ride off into the sunset. They simply volunteer to look after someone else's health by providing comfort, lending a hand, or simply keeping us on track. Everyone's health needs a hero. Who will you look out for?
Find out how you can participate in improving our health. Visit iparticipate.org.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. Permit me to introduce you to Stella Guzman, 98 years old. Here's a few words from Stella. My advice, be good to people, love each other, and have a loving heart. Dance and sing. Live good, be healthy. You had to have such a good time being in the company of these people.
Oh, absolutely. She is.
Show me some of the other ones.
She's just a character. And by the way,
Yes.
well, she represents the Native American of the population here. But yeah,
That's
come on
up-
down
sure.
here.
Okay, here.
This is another
Who- and what-
This is another fine gentleman.
Yes,
who,
Ahmad Aziz.
from Palestine. Entrusted us to come in and ask him difficult questions about, difficult times. But do you mind if I?
No,
just read?
please do read.
These are his words. I have despair and I am tired. Everyone has disappointed me. I have lost hope in any heroes or ideas. Life has proved they all come and talk about the same thing, but the situation never changes. Since I was a young man in Palestine, I hear the same things over and over again, and nothing has changed, nearly a century later. The pain of my hopelessness is too big to describe. But at the end of the interview, he said, I have hope. So,
And you've captured that. These people, the wonder of this is that their lives are captured on their faces, and you've captured that.
it's been a real privilege.
Sure.
Guy Pasquini Coffee Company. Spent his first night in America under the bench in Washington Square.
In New York City?
In New York City.
Columbus
Columbus, well,
Square.
Yes.
Okay.
Came over as a stowaway.
Oh, stowed away.
Stowaway on a
Wow.
And today he's created a family. He's created a great business.
Sure.
He is truly a quiet hero like like I keep saying about
Like
it.
so many of the others. It's like a Robert Louis Stevenson novel, but for real.
Yeah.
That's
And
great.
here's
Yes.
a great gal, you know.
Rachel Lappin.
Rachel Lappin from Israel, migrated to the United States. But upon our interview with her, she said, "I left Israel with my feet, not my heart. It is my heart where my Judaism lives. I love tradition. I remember the songs of the shtetl where my parents sang to me."
Wow. Wow.
So we move across the globe.
Yes, it's like a wander, the wanderers.
This gentleman is an intellectual teacher of literature from Tehran University.
Does he have something here?
He really does.
I love this last line.
Tragedy? Go ahead. Paul.
No, he said, tragedy has made my softer skin hide behind a harder one. Astonishing. Look at that gaze. Oh, my. So now here's another one. I found this portrait quite fascinating. Was this just a sort of spontaneous photo, or did you take the time to light it and do...
All of these images are photographed with natural light. We would walk into their homes, into their YMCA at times, but just a random spot with no preparation.
I want to share her with us. Let me come over this way, and if you could come here, Barbara and Barry.
Let me introduce, this is Dr. Gwen Bishop. She's 88 years old. And one of the things that she said that really touched me is, I have a problem with too much ethnocentricity. And I would like to see people mix groups more than we have in this generation. There has to be a balance between assimilation and maintaining your own culture. It all goes back to a model. I don't know how far away you can get from certain stereotypes.
Amazing. And this is third-generation college graduate. Pretty astonishing. Now, this one truly touched me because there's a story here. If you could introduce us to Faustino from the Philippines, correct?
From the Philippines. He has his military cap on, and I think that a lot of his life is the pride of what he did during the war.
What he survived.
And what he went through.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to read again. He's a survivor of the Bataan Death March during World War II and was incarcerated as a survivor of Japanese concentration camp at Kapaz Tarlac. He was imprisoned in provisional jail of Ilocos sur Vigan, fought a guerrilla war. He's been decorated, and he's been admired by Bill Clinton when Clinton was president of the United States.
It's just amazing. There are so many of these stories. You've got to come down and see this exhibit. Once again, the website, so people can get the information.
What is the website?
It is
Quiet Heroes, over 80.
No, it is over 80.BarrySchaeferPhotography.com.
Okay, we'll make sure that it's on the television screen. Now, we're going to take a little break and see yet another video interview, so please, stay with us.
So have there been moments or experiences in your life that hold more significance than other times?
My folks were very poor people, and so they never gave me the education I wanted. I could have been a registered nurse, but they couldn't afford to leave me go to college. And now look at my granddaughter doing it.
And what brought me to America?
Yes.
I came fairly old, so it wasn't at all money that was after. My American dream was the dream of freedom. And my very Islamic, the core of my Islamic belief, God created all living things programmed. Man, choice. And you bear the responsibility. It is this concept of freedom. To me, a human being is the being that is free. And I came to America to live in a free atmosphere.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. You know, it's always a pleasure when you find a secret gem in the midst of Los Angeles. And I thought we'd talk now with Nicolette Komenos, who is a representative of the gallery here. Can you tell me a little of the history? Because this is a unique place.
Oh, thank you. The gallery was started about 25 years ago by our director, Lydia Takashita, and it's a nonprofit. And Lydia has been the director and curator for all these years. And the mission of the gallery is to show the diversity, not only of, in terms of ethnicity, but in terms of gender, age.
Good.
And we have a wide variety of artists who show here. I mean, many galleries show mid-career artists and artists who are well established, but we also show artists who are just beginning in their career.
I see. And just based on the uniqueness of this Quiet Heroes over 80, you can see that that's a very interesting perspective, and Lydia is to be congratulated for that.
Absolutely.
How long ago did you move into this building? Was it 25 years?
I think we've been here about 10 years.
Wow, outstanding.
But the gallery actually started, the first venue was in Little Tokyo.
I see. So we've moved around a little bit.
It's moved around, and we still have another location.
Okay, so it's LA Art Corps. This is the Brewery Annex. And what's the other location?
The other one is Union Center.
Okay, Union Center. Now we're going to rejoin Barbara and Barry Schaefer to talk some more about these extraordinary pictures of our quiet heroes over 80. Now, I'm sharing with you a picture that really caught my eye of a lovely lady, Lydia Fermansky, and you were telling me about the challenges of her very small apartment.
So often it would be so difficult to find the right setting to be able to take a good image. This one, I was almost falling off her balcony, so I was able to...
I understand. And Barbara, to me, she looks like she's got a lot of living in her life.
You know, Lydia, not only is she a quiet hero, but she also was a hero in her early days.
And recognized for that.
And a recognized hero.
Yes.
She is known as a righteous Gentile and was honored by the state of Israel. And what that means is that she helped the Jews escape persecution.
Nazi Germany.
Germany. And she has, amongst other things, one of her wonderful stories is that she harbored an 8-year-old boy in her home against her parents' wishes. She was 19 years old.
Oh, my.
And then walked him to safety through the forest, trading her jewelry for food for them until she handed him over to the Red Cross.
Remarkable. I understand this, a smaller portion of this exhibition will be at the Bridge Gallery downtown, correct?
Right, at City Hall.
Right, so from 14th of May to June 18th.
That's right.
If you miss it here, you can perhaps will have a chance to see it there. But again, thank you for being here with us today on Aging in LA. And this is worth a trip because it's not just the words and the images. It'll make you think. These are our fellow citizens. Anyway, thank you for joining us. And again, thank you.
It's good to get rid of this mattress.
And the rest of this trash, too.
Dude, what's happening?
Getting rid of this junk.
Who's gonna pick it up?
I don't know.
Dial 311 and the city will haul it for free. That way we keep our neighborhood looking nice and clean. It's a good neighbor thing.
Remember, call 311. It's good, it's green, and it's free.
and whimsical. Mylar balloons can really perk up a party. They look innocent, but can be dangerous. The law requires that helium-filled metallic balloons be sold with weights. This silvery coating is a conductor. The balloons can float into power lines where they can arc, shorting transformers, knocking lines down, causing power outages, or spark a power surge that can destroy home electronics. Oh, no! Last year in the state, Mylar balloons caused more than 600 blackouts. The TV you save could be your own.
Sadie, welcome to the Pacific Palisades, and you're watching Channel 35. It's our city and our channel.
Thank you to Council Members Koretz and Perry and Zine for being here on time. It is now 10:01, and we are awaiting Council Members Alarcon, Cardenas, Huizar, Krikorian, LaBonge. Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the first day of June, Wednesday, June 1st, 2011. We're here in the John Farrell Council Chambers for the meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today, we will have, I think, 14 members in, and I want to thank those members who are here on time. Council members Koretz, LaBonge, Perry, Reyes, Wesson, and Zine. Ms. Hahn is excused, but we are expecting Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Smith. If they will please join us as soon as possible. Council President Eric Garcetti, and we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday in these chambers at 10 a.m. We're available 5 ways you can track the City Council here in person. Welcome to all the members of the public who have joined us here today in chambers. We're also available remotely through our locations in San Pedro and Van Nuys City Halls. If that's closer to where you live, you can not only watch the council meetings live, but testify remotely from there on any items that are agendized for public comment. We also are available throughout the city's cable system on Channel 35 on LA City View. We also can be viewed through the internet through our city's homepage at lacity.org, which is full of information, including our council minutes, our council agenda, which are made available 3 days in advance, 1 day in advance for our special items, and has archived footage of all of our past council meetings and live streaming webcasts of our council meetings as well. Finally, you can check us out through your telephone by calling Council Phone, which is a service of our Information Technology Agency. That number to listen into our council meetings or our committee meetings is 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. We have agendas available in the back and cards if you'd like to fill out any speaker cards for items that are on today's agenda. Items that have already had a public hearing in committee will not automatically have a second one here unless a council member reopens that. But any items that are agendized for a public hearing and have not had one in committee, a card from the public will automatically trigger a public hearing, and we will hear your comments, usually 2 minutes per person from the podium. We also have a section of the meeting for general public comment. That's for items that aren't on today's agenda, but nevertheless are under the jurisdiction of the City Council. And again, you can come to the podium or in Van Nuys and San Pedro and speak for 2 minutes to the council as well. Under Council Rule 12, we ask you to maintain the rules of decorum, address the council as a whole, and be sure to be on point to the item that is before us. With that, we are still awaiting a quorum. We have 9 members. Mr. Alarcon is also here. We're awaiting Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Krikorian, and Mr. Huizar is here. So with that, Mr. Clerk, we have 10 members, or 2/3, which constitutes we also have Mr. Rosendahl, if we can clock him in. And if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Sparks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zion, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Rosendahl moves, and welcome back, Mr. Rosendahl. Good to have you here. Mr. Zion seconds without objection. Those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Labange moves, and Mr. Alarcon seconds without objection. Those will be approved as well. If we can run through today's agenda, colleagues, if we can please bring things to order, and anyone who wishes to call items special, now is the time to direct your attention to today's agenda. First items, please.
Mr. President, items 1 through 4 are items noticed for a public hearing. You do have cards on number 1.
Okay, we'll call number 1 special for cards from the public. Do we have any cards on the other items?
2 through 4, no cards, sir.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call 2, 3, or 4 special? 2, 3, or 4? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on items 2 through 4 and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 5 through 17 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 8 and 10 have been submitted and distributed to Council for consideration. We're still waiting for a report for item number 9. There is a request from member to send item 17 back to the Public Safety. No further?
Sorry, which one?
17.
17 special for Mr. Smith.
And
Ms.
12.
Hahn, did you have one? 17 also. Okay. Ms. Perry?
7, 8, 9 for Parks, and I want to say a few words about 5.
Okay, we'll call 5 special for
we're not there yet.
Ms. Perry,
We're not there.
and 7, 8, and 9 for Mr. Parks,
And 16.
and 16 for Ms. Perry as well. Other specials, colleagues, we have items 6 and 10 through 15 left. 6 and 12 for Mr. Smith.
Oh.
All right.
That's for
There are
Bernard.
no other specials? We'll take-
Yeah, I did. It's up.
Mr. Huizar, number 10. Sorry, Mr. Clerk, were you?
There is a request to continue item 10 to this Friday, June 3rd.
Is that all right, Mr. Huizar? Okay. Continue number 10 till the 3rd of June. That is this Friday. Without objection, so ordered. All right, if we can take up items 6, 11, and 13 through 15. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 18 through 34 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, if there's no objection to consideration, those are now before us. Do we have any cards on these?
Mr. President, we do have cards on items 22, 24, 31, and 33.
Okay. And I will call 33 special with Mr. Wesson, and I'll call 34 special as well. We'll call those additional ones 22, 24, and 31 special for cards from the public. Anybody wishing to call any other of these items special? Are there special items? I don't know. He said there had been a request. When I asked if there's an objection, nobody had an objection. On 18 through 34, are there any other specials? All right. Let's hold on the closed items. So let's take up first items 18 through 21, 23, 30. Let's hold the closed session items. So if we can take up these together for a moment, 18 through 21, 23, 30, and 32. So we have 18 through 21, 23, 30, and 32. If we can please prepare. Yes, Ms. Perry?
I have one question regarding item 10.
Hold on 1 second on 10. Let's take up these ones together. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. I know there's been a couple folks who have asked about item number 10. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to spell out for the record why 10 has been continued? Okay. Okay. We need to place the ordinance for number 10 on Friday's agenda. I would like to direct that. If we'd like to vote on the rest of it, we could today. Ms. Perry, did you want to say anything?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's, for the public's understanding, explain,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. City Attorney, so that people will understand what's going on.
Mr. City Attorney.
The agenda item description did not include council's consideration of the ordinance. However, council could consider the item itself today and then direct the city clerk to place the ordinance on Friday's agenda.
Okay. We have to reconsider, do that, of course. Let's open the roll on reconsideration of 10. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. We'll move that then to everything but the ordinance, which we will direct the city clerk to place on the agenda for this Friday the 3rd. So we can prepare the roll on the rest of the item and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. If we can go through the closed session items. Mr. Parks, do you have any direction? We do have a card on 24, but for items 25 through 29, any direction on those?
On 25 through 29 should be open session consent. If anyone wants to discuss the elements of any of those liens, city attorney's advisors should be in closed session.
Okay. Does anybody wish to discuss those in closed session? If not, let's go through those, each of those then, 25 through 25 through 29. 25 first?
20, is it 24?
There's a card on 24.
Okay. 35, yes.
Let's go through 25 first, please.
That came through your committee.
Yeah.
Let's go through 25 first. If we can consider 25, please. Okay. It's already on the record. So let's take up 25 through 29 together on consent. Those are on the record, what those settlements are for those liens. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. If we can go to the next items, please.
Items 35 through 40 are items noticed for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Mr. Parks, any guidance on these items? I would like to continue item 40 to July 7th, please.
Okay. Item 35 is a environmental committee, so we have to take the lead from Ms. Perry on that.
Okay.
On 36, I recommend that we have open session. Also 37, recommend closed session. 38, open session. And 39, closed session.
Okay, so let's take up 36 and 38 in that order right now and open if there's no objection. Item 36, please, the settlement before us.
Mr. President, item 36, there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement in the case entitled Victor Kamba et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al.
Okay. Without objection, let's go ahead then and take that up. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That rejection is approved.
For item 38, there is a recommendation for settlement in the case entitled Paul Samarian versus City of Los Angeles in the form of a stipulated award for 29% permanent disability in the amount of $28,692.50 at the weekly rate of $230, and a joint stipulated award for 71% permanent disability in the amount of $121,297.50 at the weekly rate of $270. Okay. Based on the award of 71%, the applicant is entitled to a life pension of $85.04 per week based on the injury date of continuous trauma ending August 9, 2007.
All right. Well done, Mr. City Clerk. Anybody wish to be heard on that from the council? Hard to top that. So let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on item 38.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item 41 requires no action today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Nothing's been received yet from the mayor.
Okay. Just as a reminder, that is a standard agendized item that rolls over without any action. That leaves us with the items called special. Ms. Perry, before we went to public comment, did you want to say something on 5, or do you want to wait for till we go through public comment?
I can say a few words right now on 5.
We can hold it if you want. I just want to know. Do you want
Why don't
to
we hold it?
Okay.
Why don't we hold it until everybody's in the room? That'll be easier. Okay.
All righty. We'll go to our general public comment. Yes, Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. President, I was going to ask that we reconsider item 11 so I could thank the planning department and the community, but seeing that we have a packed house, I'll pass on that. Thank you.
And I think you just did thank them, so.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. We'll go to our general public comment. As a reminder, this is for items that are not on today's agenda but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. Those speakers will come forward. We have 2 minutes per speaker. Before that, Mr. Labange, did you want to say something briefly?
Yeah, thank you. I just, what's nothing better if you have an intern come back and they tell you how well they have done in their school year. Misa Chali's right here from John Marshall High. Joseph Kim and Carol Arcos, stand up, please. Please recognized by the City Council. Who's going to Swarthmore? Are you going to Swarthmore, Mr. Kim? Where are you going, Nish? Columbia and USC, a Trojan right there. And their wonderful teacher, Penny Holland, a counselor. Let's give them all a big congratulations. Great job.
Great to have you here. And Mr. Labange started as an intern too, and look at him. He's a council member now. Gilbert Saucedo is our first speaker. Is Mr. Saucedo here? And then after that will be Rafael Peña. I can ask folks to please minimize their conversations for our general public comment. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me speak to you here. I want to bring to your attention today a very serious problem within the LA Housing Department. And possibly, hopefully, avoid a class action lawsuit against the city. Now, yesterday, I read an article in the LA Times about an FBI investigation in corruption in the Building and Safety Department. And I'm afraid that there may be something going on similar in the Housing Department. Specifically, I'm referring to possible collusion between contractors being hired by the inspectors and the inspectors. Over a year now, I have been disputing the amount of a bill that I received from the Urgent Repair Program for over $10,000 for replacing a wall heater in a one-bedroom apartment. This is a $500 heater, which the average contractor, heating and plumbing licensed contractor, charges $1,200 to install, and I was billed $10,000 for doing that. Okay. Now that's the contractor charged. Their explanation was the contractor charged $7,200. And then the 40% administrative fee from the city. Well, my problem is with why, with the $7,200 for charging 5 times as much as the average contractor for doing a simple job like that. And I've been disputing this bill, and I have not received any justification for it. I replaced many of these heaters in the past with licensed contractors, and since then also. And the average cost is somewhere around $1,200. And I've talked to many other property owners, and it seems that this is not an isolated case. I've written a letter to the Apartment Owners Association in April, and a lot of their membership has contacted me with similar accounts of things like that happening. The inspector that I in charge, instead of investigating why the contractor charged 5 times as much as the average cost in the marketplace, has been seriously trying to justify the cost. And I've been saying I've written a letter to each one of you regarding this, and I would welcome the opportunity to meet with one or more of you to see if we can resolve this issue without litigation.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you today.
So we could refer them to the CLA for direction?
Sure. We can try to find the appropriate person for that over there. Rafael Pena is our next speaker. After that will be Arnold Sachs. Good morning.
Morning, City Council. Throughout history, the crazy guy has always been right. Socrates saying slavery is evil, Columbus saying the earth is round, Galileo saying the earth goes around the sun. It is your obligation to implement the solutions to housing, transportation, water, power, and you have the power to do so. Are you going to keep doing the same? You already saw it doesn't solve it, besides being too expensive to taxpayers. Are you going to build freeway on top of freeway on top of freeway? The population will keep growing. Ground travel has run its course. Are you going to neglect your duty, postpone the solutions, perpetuate homelessness, crime, death, injury, pollution, oil spills, destruction of the environment, water waste, because I'm not a big company or a union and cannot make contributions to elections, or because it is not their solutions and they won't like it if you do? Is it politicians, big companies, and unions? What about the rest? Democracy is rule of the people, not rule of a few. You are employees of the people, not of the rich and powerful. I do not have patents, so I cannot get money out of it. I just know it will make it a lot better. If you could see it like I do, you would want it to be a lot. It is a dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs is our next speaker. After that is Dr. Clyde Williams.
Can I at least thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. I know it's going to be like beating a drum, but back to the gold card and some of the things that still left unsaid. And the fact that the LA Times in an editorial basically said they don't have a problem with Wendy Gruhl when she was the head of the Transportation Committee, when she sat on City Council, not recognizing the fact of the unequal treatment that the gold card afforded the public versus those with connections to inside City Hall. So I'd like to ask Mr. Zine, because we found out again from Mr. Alarcon that the contract had been issued in 2007, if he's going to go back and check with his audit to go back to 2007, and B, we also found out that training was offered. Why all the council members didn't get this training? Because it seems like, except for Mr. Alarcon, nobody else knew about it. That being said, I'd like to also talk about the budget. There's a couple of items on today's agenda, one especially that refers to the budget for the year 2010, 2011. So again, I go back and ask about the DWP and the transfer that it's making, the fact that $64.5 million will be transferred, but in the fiscal year 2011-2012. Well, if you do that, then you can't include that in the fiscal year 2011 or 2010-2011. And if you subtract that $64.5 million, then they're actually making a smaller transfer than they made last year. Now, the city wants to consider borrowing money. Why would they consider borrowing money when they have to get $64.5 million paid in the following fiscal year? Thank you for your answers.
Dr. Clyde Williams is our next speaker. After that is Daniel Garcia. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno. Yesterday was monumental for us from Northeast LA. We will hopefully get a full, serious hearing of the issues that are involved with the Autry National Center and its Arroyo Seco campus, which we call the Southwest Museum. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that on Sunday, the 5th of June, Beginning at 12 till 7, we're celebrating the founder of the Southwest Museum, Charles Loomis. And we'd like to invite everybody to come because we think it's going to be a great day, and hopefully after Friday we'll have more announcements. So we'd like to invite everybody to the Loomis Day, and you haven't started the clock yet, so I can go on for another 2 minutes. So since I have a second subject, brush fire, brush clearance. Is the LA Fire Department moving the engines for the brush season? We don't know. We'd like to know more about the new deployment plan and the modified plan and the redeployment plan for the brush season, because we are in the brush season. The notification system may have improved, but I have 2 adjacent lots in the very high fire severity zone. One of them got a notice, one of them didn't. We don't know what's happening. So we're quite concerned about this because this takes scarce resources, even scarcer this year, and redeploys them to Mandeville Canyon, Benedict Canyon, Mount Washington, and a few other places, and takes them from other areas where perhaps the structural needs are higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Daniel Garcia is our next speaker. After that is Candido Mares in Van Nuys. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, City Council, members, and President. I just came from a housing committee, and I want to re-certify my comment. And my comment was that if you have a mission statement the mission statement of any city housing is not say about it's say affordable but not say accessible. Any city housing mission should say affordable and accessible housing, because without that, people with disability do not have any accessible home. And how you can actually build houses claiming that are affordable but not accessible? How can you build houses that are not accessible for people with disability when people with disability at the lowest margin of them all? How can you claim that housing for the city of LA are accessible and affordable? And I want to know if it's possible for the city of LA and city council to make sure that there should be changed the mission statement to affordable and accessible for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Our next speaker is Candido Mares in Van Nuys. Good morning, Mr. Mares.
Good morning, Mr. President. I apologize for my attire. I was under the weather, but I saw an article today. Parks Council should take over civil case duties. I'm not wanting to take anything away from Mr. Chitanis. He's doing an outstanding job. But I think that when a city is in a financial crisis the way we are, and we're laying off people and people are getting furloughs, etc., I think it's time that we look at every way we could possibly save money. And a lot of times when these civil cases go, whether it's furloughs or whether it's contracts, sometimes I feel that there is a conflict with city attorneys. A great example is DWP. When city workers brought corruption with the contracts, had there been a way that the city council would have been able to mediate that, I think we could have eliminated maybe 8 to 9 lawsuits, saving the money. If we took a look at how much money was spent on those cases, millions of dollars were spent trying to defend those cases. When a city worker who has numerous cases against him, why is it that the city attorney should represent him? I think that we should switch out city attorneys. I know that the criminal division is losing a lot of money and they're losing a lot of staff. I think we need to concentrate on that if we're going to keep our city safe. But in the civil case, I think the city council might do a better job or be able to handle a lot of these cases, end them quickly, not having them go to trial, etc., having them settled quickly. But that's not going to happen when we have city attorneys. Mr. Brown over at DWP's have been there for so many times, and sometimes I don't know where his loyalty lies. Does it lie with the ratepayers and the people of this great city, or does it lie with the Department of Water and Power? So again, they should have representation when they need it, but a lot of times these cases could be stopped. We could save a lot of money, and I think that's something that we need to consider. The city is in crisis, and a lot of times now the workers who are doing a great job are being punished, and I think it's time that we really take a look at that, Mr. President, council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you feel better. If we can move 11 forthwith, and we also, I believe, have had 33 amended, and we can take a vote. Oh, no, we have, actually, I think there's a card. Okay, let's take the card real quick on that, because I know Mr. Weston needs to depart. Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item 33.
Mr. President, for clarification, item 33 has a technical adjustment to the motion to adjust the dollar amount in the fifth paragraph from $600,000 to $832,000.
Okay, it is now $832,000. Mr. Sachs.
Thank you for that clarification. That made all the difference. The point I wanted to ask about this item on the agenda was, this is assistance for relocation of this firm, and I'm really not against it at all. My question is as we found out when we listened to the Mr. Buettner, who had a shortcut for getting a firm in here, is this a shortcut that's available to businesses? We hear a lot, or you read a lot in the newspaper about how unfriendly, because of all the regulations in the city, it is to do business here. Is this another one of these situations could be akin to the gold card, where you have access to insiders in City Hall and are able to get extra funding to get business to open up in L.A.? Is this a process that's available to all companies that want to do business in the city of L.A.? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. With that as amended on the amount, we have the Wesson Garcetti motion. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item we have is item number...
Mr. President, the card on item number 1 has been withdrawn and submitted for a different item. I believe it's item 7. So if you'd like to take item number 1, we could do that now.
Please, if no council members wish to be heard on 1, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Number 17 has been requested out of order, and that was called special by Mr. Smith. So we'll recognize for number 17, this time the chair of our Public Safety Committee, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is before you was the discussion regarding the Professional Standards Bureau, a function that the City Council voted on some 2 years ago, a function that we included as a City Council in the budget for this year that was under question by some people whether or not we needed to go forward with that. We have understood for a long time that there are problems within the fire department that need to be addressed, and we've addressed that in the police department with the Professional Standards Bureau. But the operation of the LA Fire Department was assigned to command staff. They reviewed cases. There wasn't a clear-cut distinction on who had that responsibility. It would change from time to time. They were not a Professional Standards Bureau. It was really an internal function of the fire department. And that needed to change. Even our fire union admitted that needed to change because they felt there was an inconsistency in the department, that some officers were treated different than others, that there was a consistency that needed to be held there. But the dollar amount involved in this was questionable at the time of the budget, which we did a few weeks ago. Today, we are going to bring forward a request that we go forward with the project in It will take place in the next budget year after July 1st. But there will be a savings that will be attributed to the fire department from moving forward to the civilian staff and releasing the captains back to the field where they really should do their work, and turning over investigation of complaints against firefighters to a professional staff of people that investigate those kind of human relation issues. That is the function at hand here. There may be savings involved. We believe there will be some savings involved by just moving the captains back. And so with that today, I'm requesting as chairman of the committee that we go forward with the Professional Standards Bureau, and that we ask, and this was brought up in council in the budget last week, I think Ms. Hahn and everybody else said this is something we need to do, if savings can be identified, that according to the Garcetti-Smith motion, that those savings be allocated back to the fire department to restore resources that have been relieved through the new deployment plan. And I would go forward also to say, as I did a week ago, I believe that that fire engine first in line should be number 38, which really has a unique set of circumstances down in the harbor, and that should be the first one to be brought back. But again, that is the chief's decision. That's just my opinion. I know it's Ms. Hahn's opinion. But if we can find savings by going forward with this, then we should take those savings and refer them back to the fire department. This is consistent with the policy we had last year in the budget that said if we could identify savings in the fire department, they go back to restoring MCP resources. This would be consistent with that order and the motion that Mr. Garcetti brought into the budget. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we go forward. We let the Professional Standards Bureau go forward, that the department be instructed to hire the professional civilian employees, remove those captains, put them back in the field, and keep our resources as high as we can. I think this accomplishes that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Mr. Smith, I support what you just said, except I want, like in 6 months or 3 months, some report of any savings to then try to fund unfunded positions that we left on the books for important, whether it's 38s or 69s or 35s or wherever the fire chief determines. So how could I ask the chief just to get a little, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Labange, that actually happens automatically in the FSR, which comes to the Budget Committee on a quarterly basis. So when there are savings identified, they can make those adjustments and bring them back to the council, which they do on a quarterly basis now.
Well, I just want to make sure that's noted for fire staffing. Be come back. Who would be responsible for that?
Ryan Cummings.
Good morning, Council. Assistant Chief Brian Cummings, Chief of Staff. Yes, sir. We will report back, and it would probably see the savings by the second FSR for the next fiscal year.
Explain the FSR, because people watching Channel 35 don't know what FSR is.
Explain that to me. The second financial status report that we report back will show any savings, because by then we'll have started to transition the captains to the field, back to the field. We'll be able to identify if there's any savings there, and any savings that we do get from this and other initiatives through the year, we're going to put back into field
other
resources.
issues. So we'll have that report on that. So I thank you for that, and this is implanted in our action. I don't have to call for it. It's going to happen within 3 months, 6 months. There'll be someone at this table to explain. We may have identified $2 million or whatever that could go to affect better service.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I think we're going in the right direction, and I really appreciate Councilmember Smith particularly calling out 38s, because it is a station that's on an island down there practically, surrounded by potential dangers and risk on a daily basis. I think, Mr. Labange, it's too long to wait for this next status report on the budget to know whether or not we have savings that could go back to 38s. What I'd like to see is a quicker calculation, Chief, on the savings by not using the captains, and what that will amount to. And the amendment I'd like to offer is that when we do identify those savings, those will go back to completely restore equipment and staffing at 38s. So that would be my verbal motion, but we can't wait for this report. You know, I think we're feeling a sense of urgency about these stations throughout the city, so could we have this report back in a couple weeks? You should be able to figure out what these potential savings would be.
Councilwoman Hahn, first we have to publish the spots and hire the civilian staffing and train them and then transition them out. So we won't know how soon those captains will go back into the field until after we make the hires and after we start that transition process. So right now it would just be an estimate, and we can't restaff things based on that estimate. We have to base it on the reality that we have.
Well, I'd still like to see an estimate.
Okay.
I'd still like to see an estimate that gives us something to shoot for, gives us something to work towards, and it would give us something in real numbers that we can push you on the hiring and the training, because we want to see this done as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Chief, I find it hard to understand why this quasi-militaristic organization does not know how long it will take to train people.
We're just entering into we're utilizing more civilian investigators for internal affairs. We're very well versed and very well trained, sir, and thank you very much for acknowledging that when it comes to fire suppression and rescue. As far as handling investigations, I'd like to commend our sworn captains and staff that we have down there to do a fantastic job. But that's not the culture that we grow up in, is that investigative culture.
Could you explain the training process? What does it involve?
I cannot, sir. I know that the current training process for the captains that we bring from the field is about 40 hours of investigative training that they receive. And then they shadow another person for a certain amount of time, and they act as a second on investigations as they move forward.
Who in the department could explain the training process?
Our Professional Standards Division commander could probably explain that, sir.
Are they available?
I do not know, sir.
Could I request that we hold this matter on the table until we get that information? No, I think it's important to get an understanding of how long it takes to train so that we can get those captains out in the field.
Okay, there's a request hold on the table. There seems to be some dissent about that, so if we need to, we'll keep that as a motion, and we can
reasonable request.
And we can vote on it if necessary.
You work in the personnel department. Once you know, they have to wait for them to be cleared to hire a list. That can take months and months. They can only guess, and if you want a guesstimate, I think they can give you a guesstimate. But realistically, you recall we instructed the police department to hire DNA technicians, and it took 9 months for personnel to let them hire them. So I think you're handcuffing them unnecessarily.
I'm not handcuffing anybody, Mr. Smith. Excuse me, on my time.
I pause your time.
On my time, it's a reasonable request. The chief says that he cannot answer the question, but that his commander would be in a better position to answer that question. And all I'm saying is, why don't we hold this matter on the desk until the commander is available so that we can
are you making
get a
a formal
clear
motion
understanding
then?
of that. That's all I'm asking, and we do that all the time.
So is there specifics? How long is the training process? I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Is that a formal motion then?
Sure, I'll move
Okay.
it.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. Okay. So we'll vote on that later. Go ahead and please answer.
I'm sorry. Was it specifically how long the training was, sir, for the investigators? It is a 40-hour training class with approximately 4 weeks for our sworn members, but there have been members of the department for a certain amount of time. These are new civilian employees that we're hiring, so it's going to be a different process that we're going to unroll as it moves forward.
If we're hiring civilian, are we going to hire people with investigatory experience?
Yes.
So they may be more experienced in investigatory practices than some of the
Absolutely,
internal
but
people.
we have to teach them orient them into the department itself.
I don't know. I would think that because we are crafting the job description specifically for this position, that the people we hire would probably be in a better position to transition very quickly. I believe that and yes, Mr. Smith, it's because I come from the personnel department that I believe that to be the case. And I also believe that it's urgent that we get those captains back out in the field, and I don't see why we can't put a timeline on it. So is there a way that we can say, hey, in 90 days, if you can't do it, come back and tell us? But can we just say 90 days those captains will be back?
I'm not sure that we'll be able to hire the civilian staffing in 90 days, sir. That's out of our hands, the actual process of getting those civilians hired. They still have to publish the positions and move forward. But from the time that we get those civilians hired, we'd be able to give you a timeline of how long it would take us to train them and get the captains to the field.
Okay, can we get I would just move that we get a report back in 90 days as to the status of this.
Okay, there's a second from Ms. Han. So do you withdraw the earlier one, Mr. Alarcon? Is your earlier motion withdrawn, or do you want to vote on that still too? Okay. So without objection, we'll get that report back. Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly support that dollar value, if that can go back to restaffing 38. What kind of qualifications are they looking for these investigators? Is there some kind of state standard or fire standard that they get investigators that will be able to handle these type of investigations?
The personnel department and the fire department worked together with our professional standards, and they drew up the job classifications, what they were looking for, the job requirements before they published it and it went out. So yes, they were looking for investigative experience. They were looking for someone that had worked with a public safety entity, but they were very specific in what they were looking for so they could get the right type of investigators.
So that's already out there for the recruitment efforts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many captains are going to go back to the field?
It varies how many captains. All of them will go back, but we vary anywhere from 9 to 12 captains detailed down at any particular time.
And they will go back to the field, so it will all be staffed by the civilian population?
As we transition them out, the detailed captains will go back to the field.
Okay, and just one more, just point of clarification on it. Last time we discussed this, Mr. LaBonge and I were bantering back and forth, and I made a comment about the firefighters were sitting and relaxing while the police officers were out working. What I meant by that, they're firefighters that were here in chambers. The firefighters that were here in chambers, I heard some of them were offended by that comment, and I want to apologize. What I was referring to is the folks that were here observing this council meeting taking place at that particular time while the officers were out on patrol. So I didn't mean any offense to the firefighters, but some of them got upset, thought that I didn't love firefighters. Even though I was a police officer, I still love firefighters. So if you can convey that to them also, I appreciate it.
Very well, sir.
Thanks, Chief.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you today?
I'm very well. How about yourself?
Good. Savings. What kind of savings do you see out of this? And could I kind of put a pitch in to look at my station up there in the Palisades 69, if that came about?
Yes, sir. We're going to look at everything that we do. Again, for all 12 captains, I don't believe the backfill cost is going to be more than, for the entire year, wouldn't be more than $1.8 million. And it'll only be a portion of the year. So it's going to be considerably less than that. And for one rescue ambulance, it costs us about $1.1 million to staff one rescue ambulance. So we're not looking at enough funds to staff a lot of resources, if any, that come back. But we are going to look at savings aggressively.
It's obviously 69 will always stick with me until I'm comfortable that we have the kind of safety my people strongly support and believe in, and I do too. Why do we have such a backlog of complaints? Explain that to me. 1,200? Am I right about that number?
That's not how many are actually investigated, though. That most of those don't rise to the level of having to have an investigation with our internal affairs. But it's an organization of 3,800 individuals, and complaints can come from external and internal. Plus, with that, we respond on over 350 calls for service every year. So all of those public contacts. A third of a million public contacts are going to generate some complaints as well. So I think we do very well to just have the 1,100 to 1,200 that we have every year.
Then also saying that the monies we paid over the years, I'll never forget when I first joined the council over that dog food issue, remember?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was, to me, absurd, ridiculous, and insane that the taxpayers had to come up with millions of dollars over a prank that the guys played with each other. The fact that you have civilians who are professionals at it and they're not part of the Corps itself gives more flexibility for them in terms of looking at an issue and resolving it. Is that correct?
Bringing the civilians will allow us to have a high degree of professionality, but I don't want to to diminish what our captains are doing down there now. We have some very dedicated sworn members that are down there that are doing an outstanding job of investigations, and they're able to separate themselves from the culture and do great investigations. However, bringing civilians who have this as their career path, it will bring a higher degree of professionalism to it.
Okay, and the last question is, when one becomes a firefighter, do they go through enough training to understand what things they can't do and shouldn't do, and do we make that a module within their training so that we have less lawsuits and less dollars spent from the General Treasury on lawsuits?
Yes, sir. My previous assignment was running our recruit training academy, and we start from the orientation of those new recruits all the way through the training academy, through their one-year probation, and then every year, annually, we deliver that message to all of our members.
Okay, I know internally, anecdotally, I've heard that some women feel discriminated against and some gays and lesbians feel discriminated against. And those two issues are obviously very sensitive to me as well. And how do you feel about those issues?
Yes, sir. This is a very inclusive department, and I feel that our diversity is one of the strengths that we have, and our ability to not only mirror the communities that we work in, but then to have that diversity as a strength to be able to respond to them and provide the highest level of service.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that the CLA and the CAO check with the Harbor Department to see if they could fund 38s as well in this time being. Would you, Mr. Jerry Miller, on this issue? This is just a request on this matter here to try to reach out to look for a way to fund Station 38 with the Harbor Department within its proximity to the core of the Port of Los Angeles, and the other options, and do report back. And I think it's the determination of the fire chief to determine where staffing goes in the city. But if we could look to the Harbor Department for any contribution that would be made possible. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Ms. Hahn.
Right, I was just reintroducing my verbal motion, which I don't believe I heard a second last time around, was that to request that the savings from the hiring of civilians and not using the fire captains go towards restoring 38s, and also to get a report back earlier than October, on what those savings were, so that we could actually have a goal, something in mind, where everything from going through personnel to the hiring to the training, we could have a better sense of what it was going to mean to the residents in the harbor area. So if I could have a second. So I said 2 weeks. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Just, Chief, one follow-up. The stations that are going to be out of service, or the personnel are going to be in that 318 pool, when it's the fire season and then we've got Santa Ana's in certain parts of the city, are they going to fully staff those stations and then remove from one and basically jog back and forth?
Yes, sir. We'll fully staff those 18 ready reserve engine companies. We'll staff up the reserve command staffing vehicles, and sometimes those 800 series ambulances that are ready reserve as well. And then we'll move them to the areas of the city where we know we're going to have the hazard, where we have the highest chance of having those fires start. Similar to what we've done in the past.
And the same kind of situation when we've got the rains, where we go for the swift water, redeploy for those?
Yes, sir. We will deploy for those predicted times of high incident level.
So they'll be flexible, and you'll have a 318 capacity to move these folks around?
Yes, sir.
And they'll be on regular time, and that's going to save the money, the $54 million from the overtime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last of our speakers. So we have a report back that's been agreed to, and otherwise the...
I was going to say I'll accept Ms. Hahn's motion, and it's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And then we'll be moving forward both the Personnel and Public Safety Committee reports as amended by Ms. Hahn's.
Okay. And the report back asked for by Mr. Alarcon. Yep.
Motion that you put Fire Station 69 in that as well, as part of the friendly
Was that part of the motion? Was that a secondary amendment? It's not up to me.
I'd like to add that in that friendly motion if we can.
Okay, is that accepted as friendly to the amendment, or? Okay, if we could restate, we have Mr. Koretz and Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker. We'll get before we vote on it, we'll make sure that the motion is clear.
Well, no disrespect to my good friends, Mr. Rosendahl and Ms. Hahn, but we're starting to add all our personal choices for our fire stations. I could add one as well, but I'm not going to do that. I think we should just leave it to our fire department to deploy as they best would see fit.
Is that any sort of formal motion, or is it just a statement?
It's not a motion. It's just my comment on the current motion before us.
Mr. Krikorian, were you just pressing to find out what it was?
Yeah, there was conversation back and forth. I'd just like to understand what the motion specifically says.
Mr. City Clerk, would you could state Ms. Hahn's motion?
Councilmember Hahn has asked for a quick calculation on the savings, and that will go from the hiring of civilians, and request that the savings go back to restore the equipment and staffing at 38.
Okay. At Fire Station 38.
Fire Station 38, correct. Councilmember Rosendahl has subsequently asked that it also his station in the Palisades also be included.
And just for clarity, not for advocacy, I'm just clarifying information. Were you advocating any order if there's only for one station, Mr. Rosendahl? How were you amending Ms. Hahn's?
I've yet to hear a second on Mr. Rosendahl's motion as well, sir.
Obviously, I just want it to be part of the consideration as they decide, the chief decides what his priorities are. But
so it's to consider Station 69 as well?
As well, but I'm not, ironclad. It's the chief who will work those issues out.
And is that your desire as well, Ms. Hahn?
Yes, actually, I was trying to, get this through with a consensus, but clearly when you start talking about it, everybody has a station, everybody has a community, everybody has a neighborhood. So why don't we get the status report on what the savings is, leave it up to the department to make the decision, but take into account the great speech by Councilmember Greg Smith last week on the floor, where he gave a shout out to one station down there who is on a daily risk of fires from refineries and ports and pipelines. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Krikorian has the floor.
That I'm clear, as a point of order then, the motion is that there will be a report back with potential savings and proposals from the department as to how to utilize those savings to enhance deployment under the deployment plan. Correct? And in the process of doing that, the department will take into account geographical isolation as well as other factors that are unique to particular stations in each of our districts.
Okay. All right. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. One thing I was just going to remind everybody that this item, we've kind of gone for Phil. I think we voted on it and approved it about 3 years ago. But one of the things when we start talking about savings, there's a $53 million savings that the fire department has presented. And if you start unraveling it before it starts, the budget for next year will have a hole in it. And so I think we have to be very careful about looking at what may be potential savings and then earmarking it and impacting it, particularly if it's one-time money. What do you do the subsequent years? All that stuff. And I don't want to confuse anybody with fact, but it is a $53 million hole that we are trying to maintain with the proposal from the fire department. And I think before it gets unraveled, we should try to get it implemented. Otherwise, next year's budget will suffer.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I totally agree with what Mr. Park said, but I think my constituents would never hear the end of it if I didn't mention to also consider Eagle Rock and El Sereno. No, I'm just saying that facetiously to point out that it's kind of premature to make those determinations. And obviously, if the station in San Pedro is of urgency, the data which you have analyzed and the proposal you have made in the deployment plan, that would surface up to the top. So I certainly want to remind us that let's hope that we make these decisions based on safety and not on political consideration just because we're shouting here louder than others. So I would hope that we leave it up to the fire department to make those determinations.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl. Okay. Ms. Hahn?
Well, boy, let's just close with you're feeling a lot of love here for the fire department. And I think this brings up the issue that each and every one of us faces as a council member. Public safety is every one of our top priorities. Every one of our communities, every one of our neighborhoods depends on the fire department, whether it be the wonderful paramedics that moments make a difference between someone living and dying, to fires that break out, to having a well-prepared, well-staffed equipment in the stations ready to respond and to roll out at a moment's notice. We love our fire department. Our firefighters are the heroes in this city on a daily basis, as well as our law enforcement officers. And that's what you're hearing today. We want to fight for our fire department. We want to fight for our communities. It's a crying shame. It's a crying shame that these budget decisions are really before us today, when we have to pick and choose where our stations are fully staffed and have all the equipment necessary. It's clear from this discussion today, we want to find savings. We want to get this budget back to where it was, where we don't have to make these decisions. So I hope you're not frustrated by the conversation we're having here on the floor today, but take it as a true reflection of our respect and love for our firefighters in every single station, and knowing we're asking them to do more with less, and hopefully we can get back to a time in this city where we don't have to make these decisions. So do the best you can. Let's find these savings, and let's restore a sense of safety and security to every one of our communities.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is unanimously approved. We'll send that forthwith without objection. Item number 5, and Ms. Perry, I know, has an introduction as well as some comments on number 5, so we'll give you the floor.
Thanks, Mr. President. I wanted to take a moment to recognize some very nice people in the front row here. The American Heart Association, Dr. Sumit S. Chugh, and he is the Associate Director of Cedars-Sinai Heart Institute, and students from Animo Ralph Bunch and Animo South Los Angeles, stand up, who are here with us today, and they've joined us to help kick off CPR Week, which begins today, June 1st, and runs through June 7th. In collaboration with the American Heart Association and Cedars-Sinai Heart Institute, we are hosting a hands-free only CPR demonstration in the Rotunda today, starting at 11 a.m. to noon, to raise awareness and empower people to become lifesavers. Sudden cardiac arrest can strike anyone anywhere, and when it does, a victim's survival depends on the people around them. So training more people to perform CPR can increase survival by enabling bystanders to handle an emergency. Less than 1/3 of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest victims receive CPR from a bystander. So without immediate CPR, the chance of surviving an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest drops up to 10% for each minute that passes without defibrillation. Oh, that's okay. So for more information, visit cprweek.org, and I invite everybody who hears this or is listening today to come to the City Hall Rotunda, 3rd floor, and participate, and let's give them a hand and thank them.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll take up item 5 now and recognize
All right,
Ms. Perry as well.
Thanks, Mr. President, again, and I'm going to make a few quick comments, and then I'd like to just call up 3 individuals to the podium, so I'll give them a minute to get up here. That's Ron Miller for Robbie Hunter, George Milston, and William Luddy. If they could come to the middle podium while I'm making my comments. Bill Luddy, Ron Miller, and George Milston. Now, this item before us today consists primarily of a general plan amendment, a zone change, and a conditional use permit to allow the construction of 919 apartments and 34,000 square feet of retail space.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Perry. I think Mr. Milston didn't hear you. Mr. Milston, if you'd like to come forward, Ms. Perry has asked for you to come forward as well.
Mr.
If somebody could let Mr. Milston know on the right side.
And Mr. Miller.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. 34,000 square feet of retail space at 23rd and Flower in Council District 9. This is an important development site as it is directly adjacent to the Flower Street Exposition Line station. It's a rare opportunity to create a unique transit-oriented development. Mr. Milston, oh yeah, come on over. The proposed project will be the largest private development in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area. I have worked with the developer and his team throughout the entitlement process and appreciate all the changes that they have made to the project. And I also want to thank Faisal Robles, Linda Smith, and Simon Pastucha from the Planning Department because they've spent a considerable amount of time on this project and their input has greatly improved it. Okay, George, come to the middle. Over here.
The middle aisle. Mr.
Middle?
Milston,
Okay, middle.
Mr. Milston, you've been requested in the middle.
Middle.
By Ms. Perry.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd also like to note that the development team has done a good job of responding to community concerns. The development team has executed a significant community benefits agreement with a number of community-based organizations that includes provisions for local hiring and opportunities to locate facilities within the project site. But again, most exciting is the local hiring aspect. So I am also pleased that the developer has agreed to include affordable units and would like to ask, before I ask for your approval, so Mr. Miller and Mr. Milstein and Mr. Luddy, do we have an understanding today?
George Milston, Latham Watkins, representing G.H. Palmer. Two things. One, I'm glad to be able today to represent that G.H. Palmer has reached an agreement with the carpenters and with the Building Trades Council on the inclusion of union labor within the project. In addition, I am very pleased to announce that we've reached an agreement with the community, many of the community groups, as well as public counsel and legal aid with respect to this project. This is a historic opportunity. We have many workers here today that look forward to the opportunity to go back to work. We look forward to working with the carpenters and the building trades and the community on this project. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Miller and Mr. Luddy, you want to say a few words?
Yes, Councilman Bill Luddy, Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. We have reached an agreement with Mr. Palmer for the carpentry work on this project, so you can be relied on the quality of the work.
Good morning. I'm Ron Miller with the LA Orange County Building Trades, and we've been meeting with the Palmer Group right up till this morning, and we feel pretty confident that we have a good deal, and we can go ahead and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further to add at this time, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I can, Ms. Perry, if I can, I'd like to at least, Ms. Serena Lynn from Public Counsel would like to take a minute just to note the support of the community for this and the historic agreement reached.
All right, Ms. Perry still has 2 minutes left on her time. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Serena Lynn with Public Counsel. I want to thank Councilwoman Perry and thank Chair Garcetti. I represent the following community organizations: Coalition for Responsible Community Development, the Community Development Technology Center, Esperanza Community Housing Corporation, Trust South LA, Natural Resources Defense Council, Playa Vista Job Opportunities and Business Services, Strategic Actions for a Just Economy, St. Francis Center, St. John's Well Child and Family Center, United University Church, and Vermont Village Community Development Corporation. On February 9th of this year, we reached agreement with Mr. Palmer, whereby he will provide several community benefits to the South Los Angeles community. And as part of this community benefits agreement, Mr. Palmer has agreed to provide 7,500 square feet in the project for a community-serving medical clinic that will be rent-free for 20 years and to provide certain funding and startup costs for this clinic. In addition, Mr. Palmer has agreed to provide funding for community health promotion, affordable housing creation in South Los Angeles, job training, small business support, and local transit-oriented development. Mr. Palmer has also agreed to implement a local and at-risk jobs hiring program for the project's construction workers and a living wage and local hiring program. We believe that these benefits will improve the quality of life for residents in and around South Los Angeles, providing much-needed benefits during a difficult time for community-serving uses. We appreciate Mr. Palmer's efforts in negotiating this compromise to bring more benefits to this community, and we support this landmark community benefits agreement and withdraw our objections to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there more people in the queue?
Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Okay, great.
Mr. Reyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, when I heard this in committee, there was an amazing amount of work done, which you had a whole array of nonprofit groups, service providers that impact CD 14, 9, and 1. And I want to thank them. They had their own agreements that was not attached to the land, which was fairly unique. And there was a level of cooperation that I had not seen in a long time. And then to get to this point and fold in the interest of all the workers, whether you're a union or not, but to bring in the unions at this stage and to be able to have this level of understanding and cooperation, my hats go off to you, Mr. Milston, and the team that you guys worked with together, the trades, the unions, stepping up, and the community folks, because at the end of this process, it's going to be the workers and the families and the people who are able to have accessible housing with services that we direly need in that part of Los Angeles. So congratulations to you and Councilman Perry to getting to this threshold. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Ms. Perry?
Okay, so this is historic, and I ask for an aye vote. Why don't you stand here, and why don't you guys stay up here?
Honorable council members, we ask your support and approval of this project today, which represents an historic achievement for the council district as well as the city. Thank you.
So why don't we, if the people who have submitted cards no longer feel the need to speak, and we have an agreement, I'd love to just go ahead and open the roll on this.
Okay. Well, I'll go through and see if anybody would still like to speak from the cards that are here. Thank you very much. You can take your seats.
Why don't we just ask them to stand up if they're willing to withdraw their cards?
Okay. Keith Thomas, do you need to speak still? You okay? All right. Ruben Hovsepian. Okay. Kurt Cutler. You okay? All right. Ramiro Sainz. Okay. Thank you. Mike Kirkenbauer. All right. Martin Villatoros. All right. Arturo Hernandez. Okay. Orlando. Sorry, I can't quite read if it's Iparcia or Orlando from the Fire Safe System Incorporated. Raise your hand. Thank you. Everardo Gomez. Okay. Thank you, sir. Greg Missick. Okay. Ann Williams. Okay. George Milston. Serena Lynn. Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, Arnold Sachs. I did have a couple of questions regarding this, although it's going to be passed with no problems. Since this area also is under the overlay of the entertainment district that includes LA Live, the Coliseum, the Sports Center, Sports Arena, and Galen Center, will those items that were included in that, like for the advertising, for the signage, will those also be vetted? We've heard about that, and vetting being that you take the responsibility from building and safety and putting it in planning and land use or another department so that they can okay it, but they don't have the ability to authorize the actual permitting. So my question would be, again, since they also this development falls into that area, do they also get included in the ability that was given to AEG for their signage? And number two, the living wage ordinance that somebody spoke about. Now that living wage, would that be the higher living wage without insurance as mandated by the city's policy? Would that be the airport living wage, which is higher than the city's? You have a two-tiered living wage. So which living wage are they referring to, or would that be the CRA living wage? And what part of where does that stand in the tier as far as living wages go? And again, you allow the employers, not the employees, to decide whether to pay more and eliminate insurance, which everybody seems to think is not the way to go, because everybody wants health insurance, but not the supporters of the living wage ordinance. And if you're a city councilman and you support the living wage ordinance, why don't you stand up so people can know about that? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, that'll close the reopening of the public hearing. And with that, we'll go ahead and open the roll on. Mr. Labange, did you have something?
Are all these people here supportive of this project? Why don't you ask them, Jan, to stand up? And just stand up if you support this project. That's all I just want to see that. So that's good support. Give yourselves a hand for coming to City Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll do that for you. And give Jan Perry a greater hand for her leadership and all her work there, Jan.
Thank you, Mr. Labage.
Let these guys all support it.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll. And please tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you all very much. We'll now go to the next items called special. Mr. Parks, you had items, I believe, 7 and 8 and 9. I don't know if those were linked together, but Ms. Perry.
8 and 9.
Okay, we'll take 7 first. Anybody wishing to speak on 7? It was just 8 and 9, Mr. Parks? Okay, so let's go ahead on item 7. This is the Los Angeles Tourism Marketing District. Public hearing has already been held on this. Anybody? 7? Okay. Let's go ahead and take up number 8, Mr. Parks.
Okay. Yes, we could have 8 and 9 together.
Okay. 8 and 9 together?
Yes. And so we could have the CAO, CLA staff to come to the table.
Mr. President, for clarification on relative to item number 9, a Budget and Finance Committee report has been submitted and distributed to Council for its consideration.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, colleagues. We have the end-of-year financial status report. Went through in depth yesterday at committee. I think from all of the hard work of the CAO, CLA, and the Council, you'll find that the results have been probably better than expected, that we resolved the last $4 million of deficit. We've also moved forward on having a few more dollars in the reserve fund than expected. We're almost reaching the 5%. But this goes through showing where since the last financial status report, all of the funds that have been retrieved from sweeps and moving dollars around now have the ability to close out some of the funding. One thing, and we'll have a motion go forward on this, that subsequent to the mid-year, many of you in this as item 8, our controller put forth a letter that advised that she no longer is going to fill the end-of-year gaps as she's done in the past, that without approval of the council, it's her intent to only approve 1% of the gap or $50,000, whatever is the most appropriate. Carrying through with that, because we've discussed over time departments' inability to fill or stay within budget. So for the first time, this committee report is on filling at least 2 gaps, primarily dealing with the ERIP payments. We have made a recommendation that these be loans so that departments can manage them over the next fiscal year. And so that's the one major change in this committee report, and there'll be a motion that will be circulated regarding that. So Ray, why don't you take us through this report and give everybody the highlights as far as number 9.
Sure. I will give sort of a brief overview, and then I'll let Melissa go through some more of the details. But what you have before you is, as you stated, the year-end financial status report, where basically we provide some recommendations for the Mayor and Council to basically close out the year with all of the changes and adjustments necessary for the budget. As you know, just stepping back, certainly we provided a number of reports over the course of the year, identifying revenue shortfalls and expenditure shortfalls in departments. As when we last came before you, we were able to close the gap to roughly $4 million. But part of that, we were looking at revenue shortfall in the current year of roughly about $85 million. Of that 85, 53 being part of the P3 parking asset restructuring proposal that did not go forward. Given the actions that you adopted over the last several months, we were able to set aside funds in the UB, drawing upon departments' surpluses, and through operational plans, we set aside money in the UB to offset a majority of that revenue, leaving us the $4 million. What you have before you today is basically closing that $4 million gap. We do have some adjustments because of the coalition where departments, for those units that actually ratified, we do need to give some departments a little bit more funds to cover those, offset the reduction in furloughs. Some other departments were able to absorb those additional costs, but through the actions and through some savings, we basically are closing the $4 million to the end of the current fiscal year. It looks like our reserve fund balance should end up at roughly a little over $193 million, which will put us in a good position as we go forward next year. With that, if you'd like to go through any details, I'll have Melissa go through some of those. I don't know if there's departments or...
Why don't we just give a thumbnail on the revenue and some of the highlights, and then the departments that where we made some of the larger changes.
Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. So attachments 1A and 1B are the revenue charts. The first 1A shows you where we are with regards to revenue picture, and then 1B is the changes from budget as well as the changes as reported in the third FSR. In the third FSR, we reported to be down by about $85 million in revenue. We now project to be down about $75 million, and that is consistent with what was reported as part of the mayor's proposed budget. So if you had any additional questions, particularly the larger change from the revenue was the loss of the $53 million, which Ray had mentioned, as well as lost revenue that was included in the adopted budget, which was included the fines on foreclosed property, the documentary transfer tax, and other issues. We did identify some revenue solutions which help improve our revenue picture for this latest report to $75 million.
We're checking on it.
Okay. And then also, colleagues, on the committee report, there's a number of report backs on things that had been assigned during the year so that we can get back as relates to information. We also, although it's not part of this report, we made a commitment on next year's budget to get back on about 3 or 4 items that have an intention of being implemented before the July 1st date. And so when we go through this report, and let me ask if we circulated that, okay, we have an amendment that's going to be circulated, and one of the things that we have discussed at committee and in council is how do we as a council hold departments accountable. And in 2 cases in this report on the amendment, we're basically looking at making loans. If you look at the item number 4 on the original committee report, contemplating funds coming in from consumer protection, we have basically front-loaded a $1.8 million reserve fund loan. This will be tracked to ensure that we get that money back. General Services is another department that you'll see on the amending motion that basically did not fulfill what we thought was the commitment to fine of roughly about $800,000 during their budget year, although we've supplemented their budget with additional funds for petroleum and things of that nature. The one issue and why I'm personally adamant about as we move forward, particularly dealing with the city attorney actually sat at the front table during budget hearings, and when asked were you going to be within budget, said that he was going to be in budget. And so at this point, there's roughly about $6 million, $2 million from issue of dealing with the consumer protection, which we're going to have to get after the first, during the first quarter of next year. Also, roughly $2 million that addresses issues that proprietary departments pay back, but there's still a lingering $1.8 million that deals with their inability to address their ERIP payments. So that's the one area that will be on the motion that will ask that they carry that as a loan. As you recall, this year they have next year they have something in the neighborhood of about a 10% increase in their previous year's budget. And so we're looking so that we can continue growing the reserve fund, also holding departments accountable and general managers so that the budget has a viability and that we do not just at the end of the year fill all the voids and take money from those who have managed well and give it to those who may not have. And so as soon as we get amending motion 9, I believe 9A, then we would certainly move this item. So we will come back once that's circulated.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, we heard this in committee. We had 3 of our members present, and I opposed this when it came forward, and I would ask that the whole body oppose this motion as well. I think starting the year with the city attorney's budget behind the 8 ball and almost $2 million short makes no sense. It's counterproductive for the city. I believe we did this with 1 or 2 other departments. I think we, as the CAO suggested, if we provided this shortfall and funded it without making it a loan, we would still be in perfectly strong financial shape and wouldn't start any of our departments behind the 8 ball. I wonder in particular if we could ask a representative from the city attorney's office to speak to the difficulty for your budget in starting almost $2 million behind from the get-go.
Good morning. William Carter, Chief Deputy, City Attorney's Office. With me is Peter Chevaria and Bill Mangan. As I mentioned yesterday and previously, the City Attorney's Office started out in this fiscal year $11 million in deficit. We had a budget for 2009-10 that was $95 million. We were taken down to $84 million. We've struggled all year to get out of that $11 million hole. We're very close to doing that. We are not asking for charity. In fact, with respect to the $1.8 million consumer environmental protection penalties, we are taking a loan. We will not be able to recover all $1.8 million this fiscal year, but we will be paying that back the first quarter of 2011-12. What I think is important to note, we were in this hole of $84 million, but just 2 weeks ago, this same body recognized that $84 million was not enough to fund our department. You funded our department back up to $95 million. So when you look at that chart, we went from 95 to 84. You put us back up to 95. So you yourself recognize that $84 million was not enough to fund us this fiscal year. So all we're asking for is that we be treated no differently than any other public safety department. We understand that in the third FSR, you gave LAPD $11.4 million, not in the loan, $11.4 million out of the reserve fund. Just yesterday, you gave our other public safety partner $6 million out of the reserve fund. And those are 2 departments that have a $1.2 billion budget and a $500 million budget. Why they even have a deficit, I'm not sure. But when you give $11 million to an entity, not as a loan, but as a transfer that has $1.2 billion, and then you give another entity a $6 million transfer, not a loan, that has a $500 million budget, and you're arguing over whether to give an entity that had $84 million $1.7 million. We don't think that's a debate we should be having, but rather recognizing the good work that the city attorney's office has done over the last year, struggling with a budget that you even 2 weeks ago knew was too low for this office. So all we're asking for is that we be treated no differently than our other public safety departments. Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. And I just saw the agenda today and realized that this, or just heard about this right now, and I thought we voted in Budget and Finance. I thought we voted, when we voted for the full budget, that we were going to fund the city attorney's office at a certain level. This comes as a surprise, and I also question what's motivating this, and why would we treat this department differently and general services differently from other departments. If we were to want to
if there's a belief that somehow there's got to be better controls on the department's budget, there's got to be other ways of doing it. Each department goes through a process, presents their case to the Budget and Finance Committee, presents their case to the full council, and says, this is the budget I need to do my job. But to come this late in the game, after all the departments have gone through and they've gotten their budgets, they've gotten their adjustments, some have gotten cuts, others have gotten additional funds, to come this late in the game and say, oh, but by the way, yours is going to be a loan. It doesn't make sense to me, or why we would be doing it this way. Procedurally, to the CAO and CLA, I know we give loans to departments, but after we passed a budget and we affirmed our budget, have we done this in the past?
We have taken action similar to this in the past. Our original recommendation for both GSD and the city attorney was to basically fund those shortfalls, and for a number of reasons. As I sort of explained earlier, we went through a process this year, identified some revenue shortfalls. Through operational plans, we were able to glean some savings to offset the majority of that revenue. But part of the reason why we were able to achieve some savings is originally we had set aside EREP payments that basically were in the UB, and the budget was going to transfer those money to the departments. But through the operational plans, we asked departments to try to absorb those costs, which would generate some savings. And what we have here with GSD and also the city attorney, what's remaining is these departments were not able to absorb those ERIP payments as some others were able to through the course of the year, but they were not originally planning on doing that when the budget was originally adopted.
Okay, now stop right there. During the budget process, I asked, why are we treating libraries and rec and parks differently from other departments and asking them to pay for their own ERIP funds? And you said because there's a charter that guarantees them certain, well, somebody said, a guaranteed certain stream of funds through a formula. But now we're saying that these departments as well weren't able to provide that.
This was the discussion a year ago when we actually put the current year budget, the 10-11 budget together. Money was set aside for EREP. Through the course of the year, because of the $53 million in asset restructuring, we asked departments whether they could absorb some of those costs.
Okay. Look, I sit on budget and finance, and when I get different stories about why we're doing something to one department and not others, we're not being consistent. And I don't agree with taking the money from rec and parks and libraries and saying, well, you're guaranteed money through the charter, therefore we're going to charge you for these fees, when I think that's wrong. There's a reason why they are in the charter to do that. And not to hear that here, oh, well, we're going to do it to other departments. You're not being consistent as to why we're doing this.
Councilman, just to clarify, the ERIP payments were spread over 2 years. So this is really addressing the first year of ERIP payments. The budget that you've just adopted would address the second year. So what this addresses is what departments were expected to cover through their operational plans for the current fiscal year, not for the next.
Okay. Look, we went through a process. We adopted a budget and Finance Committee, came to full council, we adopted that budget to change. I know we make changes all the time. That's what the FSRs are for. But this is like changing the rules of what we agreed to just a few weeks ago. And I can't find a valid reason why we should give a loan here and single out GSD and the city attorney's office and not the other departments. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. Dennis Pizine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eric Garcetti. Furloughs. How many furloughs the city attorney's office engaged in?
26.
26 furloughs.
This fiscal year, yes.
For all personnel?
Yes. Trial attorneys, criminal prosecutors.
And what's that doing to the caseload, the civil and the criminal caseload?
We cannot handle the caseload with 26 furlough days.
And the situation that we're faced with today on this loan, where would the money come from if it was to be paid back?
Don't know. We would have to take it out either out of salaries or litigation costs. We've done everything we can to reduce outside counsel costs. We've cut outside counsel costs since We came in July of 2009 over 60%. So we've been using some of that money to give back. We used $1 million of that to give back to P3. We got cut $1 million in outside counsel next fiscal year. So we're cutting down to the bone. That $1.7 million loan would have to come out of litigation costs or potential layoffs. That would include potentially losing 17 people, on top of the 36 days of furlough that our people will be experiencing next fiscal year.
Yet we expect you to keep on winning the civil cases. As the record has reflected, you've been winning civil cases when the city is getting sued, and I think the winning record outpaces the years of the past. And in the criminal prosecutions, as people continue to get arrested, there's a civil aspect and the criminal aspect. We have to staff the courts with attorneys to manage that. So I think I don't think it's unreasonable. I think it's preposterous that we would ask your department to do that when we talk about public safety in the city of Los Angeles, and we keep on talking public safety, #1 priority. That's what the mayor says everywhere he goes. You are part of public safety. And if we don't have that aspect to follow through with public safety, then it falls off. Someone gets arrested, there's no prosecution, they come back, it does no good for society. The same thing with the civil aspect. If we don't win the civil cases, more money coming out of the funds. So I support keeping it whole as we should. The department's been cut. It's been cut year after year. And it gets to the point that it gets absurd is how far we cut it and still do the job and still have furloughs. It just doesn't seem to make a mix that works. So I strongly support, along with my colleagues that have spoken, to not take this away and not make this happen. So that's my vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I wanted to support what Mr. Zine said. And as we stand here in this building, there's foundations that hold up this building. In the foundations there are pillars. In those pillars there are the steel that helps the structure. And I think the city attorney's office has to be the steel that helps the structure stay up. And when we challenge the steel and the steel gets weak, it collapses. With the diminished services that we have now, and I don't know how many claims, and the city clerk is here, I think, I saw her. How many claims have we gotten this year due to the high rainfall and the deterioration of roadways and potholes? I don't know, but I would imagine because of diminished services, we have more calls to this office to try to balance the question. Was the city liable? Was the city at fault? What could be done to lower the cost of the overhead? So I think it's incumbent on us, if we step back and look at ourselves as what we would be, the City Council of Los Angeles, how to best have part of the equation for success would be to have a fully, properly funded city attorney's office, and also try to work on that issue of 36 missing days that other units have found a way to come to the table and do whatever they have to do there. I know it's very difficult. So I would ask us to seriously look, because every tree limb that I see hanging on the street, I pull down. Because I know if it falls down and falls on somebody, they're going to come knocking on the city attorney's door. And the city attorney's going to say, well, were we liable? Yeah, we don't have anybody to fix the trees. There's a giant ficus just west of Hope Street, sitting on First Street. How long is it going to sit there? It's out of the way. Its cones are around it. But if someone knocks down the cones and someone walks into it, are we liable? So, members, I would say it is not right for us to weaken an office that has to be very strong, like the steel that is in the rebar that comes up to hold this building together. I call for support of the city attorney's office, with all due respect to the chairman of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Reyes just bumped up for the first time. Sorry, Mr. Parks will be next.
When we look at how our opportunities for collecting ordinances that can create environments for enforcement of laws that allows us to generate revenue, the issues that right now, there's several of them that we are trying to address but are struggling because of the casework that's there. Will we still have to wait for to hire more folks to address it? How does this change the operation and the capacity to respond. Can you give me some insight to that?
As you know, our office is broken into two pieces. We have the civil branch and the criminal branch. Obviously, you understand that 70% of those people that are arrested by LAPD come to our office. Tens of thousands, 100,000 cases we refer a year. So when you are funding the LAPD and not funding us sufficiently, there's a disconnect, because when the police arrest someone, they've got to take it somewhere. They take it to us. And so when LAPD got $11.4 million transfer from the reserve fund, not alone, in the last FSR, they were funded, fully funded, but we're not being fully funded. That's on the civil side. That's the disconnect I see here on the criminal side. On the civil side, we're broken into basically two pieces. Civil liability, when those lawsuits, when LAPD injures or shoots or something happens, we get sued, we have to defend it. We have no choice, we have to defend. But the people you primarily see are on the municipal side. And Councilman Labange talked about the steel that holds up this building. I think the ore from which that steel was forged is right here. Pete Echeverria. He is the person that holds up our office. He is the one from which they forged the ordinances. He is the one who reviews everything that comes through the municipal branch. He is the chief of our civil division, but he is the core and the ore of our office. And so when you see those people that come in here on ordinances or resolutions or the charter issues, it's Pete. And so, Councilman, I know how important planning and land use are to you. They're important to us. But when we get cut, we have to transfer our people away from doing the business of the city, the business of the municipality, what keeps things running every day, the things that you need to do as a policymaker. I have to shift those people away from that to defend the basic public safety issues of the city, meaning the police actions and the lawsuits. Because if I don't put people on the criminal side to deal with the people that are in jail,
so
I can't help you.
But, Mr. Carter, I hate to interrupt you. So if we are going to streamline our code language to have a more business-friendly environment, we can't change those codes because you're telling me we don't have the personnel to effectuate a level of service that allows us to generate more revenue for our general fund.
It grinds to a halt because there's no body there to write your ordinance.
So we're paralyzed at this moment.
Paralyzed.
Let me add, if I may, we've gone through an extremely difficult process for our office in terms of the loss that we've suffered, and I just mentioned a couple of names: Jerry Burge, Sharon Seedorf Cardenas, Susan Fan. These were people, Keith Pritzker, these were people who in the land use area and the real property area were our pillars within the office. We've lost them and many others who have tremendous amount of experience that we can't instantly replace. We're in the process of doing that. We have some excellent attorneys working on those matters, and we're hoping to bring more on. But after that process of having lost them and backfilled, we're now in the process of assessing what other talent we have in the office that we can bring back to those positions.
I'll push my button again, and I appreciate the response. What I was looking for is, let's assume things go in a way, the process unfolds in a way that does allow more resources for the department. How does that translate to change for us? And I'll push that button again because I think I'm way over.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
If I may,
yeah, go ahead if you'd like to respond, and then Mr. Rosendahl.
Councilman, I think for the last 2 years, this office has been on shifting sand. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to even function as an office. And thankfully, during this last budget cycle, the council adopted a budget that we can live with. I mean, it's going to be difficult with the 36 days of furlough, but at least we now know the bottom. We know where the bottom is. And so now we're going to, as Pete said, we're now going to have to, it's no longer a numbers issue. It's now going to be a skill set issue. So now we're going to start moving people around to fill the skill sets that you need in the municipal side. Because now I think we hit the bottom. We now know where that is. So now we can start to move people to put them in the positions that you need. And we certainly want to do that, and we'll be doing that. And that was the issue with our furlough plan, to make sure that we would have the people available to do that.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I'm just so sorry that there's a furlough plan and that there's 36 days. You would think the city attorney's office with attorneys would appreciate investing in your own health care and in your own pension. For God's sake, you can't expect the taxpayers to keep paying and paying for everything. And everybody else got the message, and the coalition of unions went along fine with it overall when you look at the reality and the history of it all. That's my problem with the city attorney's office. To give these lawyers 36 days off because they make more money than a lot of other city employees and they're smart in their own mind really is disgusting. And I hope you can get them back to the bargaining table and get them to appreciate that they're not only playing big shot, but they're hurting the city and they're hurting the mission of the city attorney's office. I find that very unseemly to me. It's just disgusting. But back to the issue you're dealing with here. Look, I have lots of needs for city attorneys in my district, with Venice Beach, with homeless issues, and with a lot of other things we're doing in CD11. And I'm torn. Mr. Smith and Mr. Parks I respect greatly. I sit on the committee with them and have for the last 5.5 years. And frankly, when I first joined the council, all I talked about was pension reform and health care reform. You know, these are big deal issues, and I just appreciate how the families come together on it. I'm supportive of where you guys are coming from, and I'm supportive from the position that I need the services provided by the city attorney's office, and I don't need that gap between the police and the city attorney's office, or the gap between planning issues and the needs in the community. But it's a tough moment for all of us here, especially with my respect for Mr. Smith and Mr. Parks. But I'm supporting you on this. But my hope is you can get your bargaining unit back to the table and talk to them from a position of the comments that I just made that really require them to step up like everybody else has been stepping up going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd just like to bring a couple of things in perspective. Number one, let me answer a couple of questions. When there's comments made about the $11 million LAPD, that was put in their budget because the council decided to have a 99-63 policy and maintain that level of deployment. The reason that the fire department received $6 million is because at the beginning of the fiscal year, the mayor's office directed the fire department not to implement their budget, to put them in the hole. We didn't think it was fair to then cause them to find the money within their budget when they were directed to do otherwise. When we talk about fairness and balance, the city attorney's office is the only one in this upcoming year that received a 10% increase in their budget. So if you're looking for fairness, 38 other departments didn't get that fairness. They ended up with cuts and a variety of other things. When we look at this discussion today, we're closing down the 10-11 year budget, and so that whatever we do today will impact next year's budget. And although we talk about all of the issues of savings and litigation, just remember this current year we have spent over $40 million on judgments and settlements as it relates to cases, and that's after a year or so ago having over a $60 million bond that we had to float in order to pay for prior litigation. So that's over $100 million in the last couple of years. And so as we move forward and look at this, I think the key is we have departments in this city that choose not to follow their budget. So if you don't want the leverage to ensure that they follow it, then just keep paying the end-of-year debt and let's not talk about it. The other side of it is when you ask the question, what's in next year's budget that didn't get funded or didn't occur, it's because departments chose not to follow their budget. We have to find money to then move it from things you think that you approved into filling the voids at their end-of-year budget. So when you look at things in your community and wonder why Recon Park is not doing something that you thought we funded, it's because those dollars are being moved to fill the voids of those that ignore what their budgets are, and then every year said just fill up that particular void. And when you talk to general managers who do the job right and they follow the directions that we ask them, they find the money, they reduce the cost, they reduce the allocations, they then get a double whammy because we come back and sweep their accounts even though they've complied. And they are constantly reminding us that if they follow the directions as given them, why are they being treated differently by getting their money swept to fulfill those who have not followed that direction? And so if you choose not to have leverage, then just eliminate all of this discussion, let these things flow, let the money at the end of the year go in deficit, we'll find money to fill it, and then you ask us later where and why didn't certain things occur. It's because we filled the voids of departments that chose not to follow their budget. It's one thing to say, and we all agree, that nobody's budget is at the amount that we'd like it to be. It's another thing just to ignore the amount and say, I didn't get enough and I'm just going to spend as to what I choose to. And that's where we run into of not having the leverage in this council to make sure that budgets are followed. And as a great orator said once, budgets are not advisory, they're a directive of the council. And in fact, if you follow the charter, by not following the budget that's approved, you're actually committing a criminal violation. But yet we consistently, year after year, fill the voids of those who mismanage and basically cause others that are managing well discomfort because we're taking their money and their program. So if we don't want the leverage, then we can just ignore 9A. If you want to have leverage in budgets and future budgets, then we need to put some teeth in making sure managers stay within their budget.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, this is we've been playing a dangerous game of chicken. Game is over. The crash has occurred, and we're suffering the consequences of reduced services. Ordinances are taking forever to be prepared. Prosecutions are being delayed. Civil cases, I'm sure that the attorneys, I don't even have to ask, I'm sure the attorneys are doing everything they can to push the calendars back so that they can have more time, and ultimately the next ramification is that we're going to run into statute of limitations on a lot of cases that are before the courts, and those cases are going to drop. Legitimate cases. But Mr. Rosendahl is right. The trigger was pulled by the mayor. He said we cannot sustain operations with the existing agreements. So I agree with Mr. Parks on the motion. I don't agree with the sentiment that this. I wasn't sure exactly if he was saying this, but it sounded like he was saying there was some mismanagement in the city's attorney's office. I don't agree. I don't associate with that comment. But I do agree that it would be wrong to just throw more money at the problem. Let's focus on what the problem is. The problem is that the city attorneys and their employees did not agree to the same cuts that the coalition did. And that's why they're bearing this burden. If we give them an out here, particularly those of you who voted for the budget, you voted for this. It's disingenuous for you to stand up and say, now we got to give it back. I mean, that sells out your colleagues, but more importantly, it sells out the needs of the city. I think it is appropriate, given the dire circumstances that Mr. Carter presented, Mr. Echeverria presented, that we do what we can to restore services, but that we provide it in the form of a loan. Mr. Parks, I would like to add an additional consideration as an amendment, if you'll accept it, that if there is a renegotiation, if the bargaining units who voted against the measures to save money on the pension, medical costs related to the pension, if they agree to do that, that will be part of the loan.
I think you'll find if that is an agreement, it's going to reflect throughout all the budgets. This particular loan is for ERIP. We did not cause any loans as it relates to coalition agreement. We absorbed those out of the budget for ending this year. These are ERIP payments that's taken over a 2-year period. But I think if you get that vote, it's going to revamp all of the budgets.
Okay, here's what I want to accomplish is I want to agree with you that we should, if we do provide money, it should be in the form of a loan. I'm just trying to add to the pressure to get the bargaining units that voted against.
I have no problem with that.
To vote. So I don't know how to do that exactly. Is if there's a way we can accomplish that. I think it's better than just saying paying it back out of fees and from your perspective, I would think it would be better.
We can ask the CAO on the language, but I'd have no problem in the sense if the election goes through and there's funds that are coming back, that we distribute them appropriately. But I don't think we can sit here and claim that we're managing the budget and departments just ignore us year after year, and you just go find money for them.
Just curious, when you say appropriately according to Mr. Parks or appropriately according to Mr. Alarcon?
Well,
just being
you can just say Richard Parks.
Mr. Labange.
Mr. CAO, today's the 1st of July. If you're working for a corporate, 1st of June, 1st of July, the budget ends. What kind of savings are we going to have the next 30 days as you manage this city as an administrator?
I think as we presented, we should close the year within budget with the recommendations that we provided.
Okay, but I mean, if you put it down real hard in the sense here, if you work, and the difference between government and business is government acts today, but not thinking about, let me transverse that. Business acts absolutely today to move forward as they see it, which is a different thing. We're in a business of helping people, which is a different business than the business of making money. Okay? But in this next 30 days, there's 30 days in June, how much do you anticipate as managers that you could tighten down the existing managers of the variety of departments to come with some savings? Because I know in all my years here, often there was a lot of money spent in June because there's no credit to a department that saves money. Is there any credit to a department that saves money? If some department turns back $2 million, you say, well, that's very good, Mr. Muckery. We're going to give you an extra $4 next year because you were such a good in the way you did it. So let me ask you now, is there anything that you could do right now on the 1st of June for the next 30 days to make a sizable difference?
You know, we pretty much have gone through the departments and scrubbed them. Some of the cutoff dates for actually transaction has been moved up because of the new FMS project. At this point on expenditure savings, I don't believe there would be much to be saved at all. And then on the revenue side, certainly, you know, things change, there's ups and downs. I have some concerns just about departmental receipts and our ability to achieve that number as it is.
Well, how do you know the revenue? And I've used this example. If there's a In-N-Out burger, they could tell you how many In-N-Outs they sold at the Lankershim store in North Hollywood between 11 and 3 yesterday. Right now, they could tell you that. How up to date are you on our revenues and all of this type of technology that now is allowing people to see real dollars?
We're up to date as of yesterday. Basically, we do downloads daily as far as what the actual receipts have been.
I just ask this, just not to, I like you a lot, Ray. I hope I don't throw a curveball. How much property tax have we received from the county that the city of Los Angeles has paid?
We're expecting in total, with all the categories, 1.424, I believe, for this year.
$2.4 billion.
Yeah, 1.424.
1.424. I do that.
I
Thank
wish
you
it was
very much.
2.4.
Members, I just think here, I'm not for loaning this. I'm for supporting it, as I said in my earlier statement. And also, you know, you could talk, this is the time that we have to make a decision. In our budget process here, I wanted sanitation to collect the trash cans. But others, you felt you should study it. What's there to study? Trash is trash. Pick it up. What's there to study about this? We're going to get hurt more if we don't have a prepared team of city attorneys to help defend the city's causes in a variety of ways. So I've made my statement.
Yes, you did. And there was a double-double, Mr. Labange. Because that In-N-Out Burger sounded good. Since it's 12 o'clock. Mr. Garcetti, did you wish to speak? You wish to speak? Okay. Well, that is our final speaker, other than me. And I was intending to make a motion. Okay, Mr. Garcetti, I want to make a motion.
As he often does in the morning time, I think Mr. Zine just recognized himself.
In the mirror, I can always do that. Thank you. Okay, I want to make a motion on this matter that we move that the Budget and Finance Committee report as submitted on today's council agenda, item 9, be approved as submitted without any changes that would characterize the city attorney 1.7 million appropriation as a loan, that money would be provided.
Second.
Thank you.
There's a second from Mr. Labange.
Point of
Mr. Rizzo.
Point of yes, the motion as stated says that we approve the Budget and Finance report as submitted, but then it goes on to qualify it by saying that we're not making any changes to city attorney. So are we accepting the Budget and Finance report as submitted, period, or is it only to the city attorney? Because there's other items on 9A that want to change the Budget and Finance report.
Well, the other item is for general services, as I recall.
Council members,
But
the committee
The
report.
9A is for the
Right.
the general service and for the city attorney. I haven't heard the plea from the general services. I have heard from the city attorney's office. So mine would, what this motion is for, is to support the city attorney with that recommendation, but not as a loan, but to have that money provided so they can run their operations.
Okay.
You got that, Ray?
Well, the committee report before you would...
Sorry, can you speak up a little?
Sure. If you adopt the committee report that's before you, that would not include a loan for either the city attorney or general services. The motion that's before you incorporates two items as loans, one for general services and one for the city attorney. So if you want to just exclude the city attorney from that loan, then it would be the committee report, but there would be one other amendment that would be required to keep the loan for general services.
Okay. Well, my motion is to support the city attorney in the 1.7, not as a loan. In other words, not to be paid back for the city attorney. But Ray, you look puzzled.
So I'm not puzzled. I just, our original recommendation, I think we would still put that on the table, basically adopting the committee report. I know there's a desire to sort of address the city attorney, but GSD is in the same situation. You know, any additional burden played them.
Are they here? I haven't heard from them. They're not here. They're not pleading their case. So if they haven't done that, I don't know how serious and how important it is. I'm only going by what we're hearing, what we're seeing at the table, and I'm sure they're aware this is on the table today.
Fair enough.
So if they're not here to present it, then maybe they're just going to forfeit. But the city attorney's office, I was here asking for that.
The other is GSD. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker on the queue, unless Mr. Zine wants to continue.
So we had that seconded. That
had a second, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
I didn't realize that initially that you wanted to remove GSD. I think they're in the same boat. I don't see any particular reason why we should have them start their budget year in the hole either. So I would prefer that we just support the CAO's report as originally presented.
The only reason I say that, Mr. Koretz, is that I haven't heard from them. They're not here to make any comment on it. That's why I haven't heard a word from them. I don't know if anyone else has either.
Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
If this does not become a loan, let's say it's assuming it's not a loan, does that mean that we'll have a different level of performance because you'll have more staff, or is it because of the reshifting of skill sets that you spoke of? So I'm trying to understand how this makes a difference, whether it's a loan or just a, for lack of a better word, a grant. But what I'm trying to get at is, where's the reciprocation? I mean, I'm hearing the chairperson of the committee saying that we have departments who are not responsive, who are spending money, not responding in the budget process, and this seems to be an effort to be holding entities, departments accountable. So I'm in a quandary because on the one hand, I see how hard, believe me, I see it in the eyes of the attorneys when I'm speaking to them about our issues and how tired they are and how they work through their furloughs. But on the other hand, we've got an interpretation of how we posture ourselves as a department and not being accountable or responsive to the directive of the council through the chairman of the committee. So I want to understand how you see this, because I don't think we're trying to hurt the city family. I think we're just trying to maintain accountability. So I want to understand this because...
Well, the Councilman, as I mentioned, 2009-10, our budget was $95 million. 2010-11, we were taken down to $84 million.
95 to 84.
To 84. That was an $11 million dive we took. While our other partners, fire and police, were either stable or going up. So while our partners in law enforcement and public safety were staying the same, we went down. So we have to keep up with our public safety partners. Okay. Lawsuits and criminals, we keep them in jail, not the police. We keep them in jail when we file the case. So we were struggling this fiscal year to deal with that $11 million hole we were in. So. And 2 weeks ago, you approved a budget that put us back up. It's not really an increase, it's a restoration to where we were. We went into this hole, we got pulled out of the hole. We are now at $95 million. If this is a loan, $1.7 million loan, then our budget for next year is not $95 million, which you thought was appropriate. Right. Now it's $92 million. So we now, or $93 million. We now have to figure out, where do I get that extra $1.7 million? Is it going to be an extra furlough day? Is it going to go from 36 to 42 furlough days? So if it's not a loan, then now we don't have to worry about trying to scrape up that extra $1.7 million.
So when we look at this notion of accountability, I understand now how there's a disconnect in the performance of our duties given the increase in public safety activity. That I get. But looking forward, if we requested a quarterly report on how the revenue side is changing and how your capacity building is increasing to stay up with the public safety side, the police and fire, is that something that you can share with us if that was the direction of the chair, or would that be something that could reinstate this sense of response, if you will?
It definitely helped us, because what we've done is, because of our budget crisis we've been in, we've allocated people to revenue generating activities, collections, or workers' comp to save money, or to subrogation. So we've shifted a lot of bodies there to meet our target needs to bring in money to the city, just to keep the lights on. Now that $95 million, that doesn't cover anything beyond just salaries and minor costs. Our budget is actually much higher than that. We're always in a hole. So if we have we don't have to worry about this $1.7 million loan, then I don't have to worry so much about the collection frenzy we're in. I can shift bodies over to ordinance, municipal law, and that's where we can do the the skill set readjustment. Maybe there are people in collections and subrogation and other areas that are going to be really good ordinance writers, and there are. We can move those people over to do the things that you need to get done here, because the gears of this city run on what our municipal lawyers do. So I can shift people away from more revenue collection issues that are so dire right now, shift them over, maybe do some skill set adjustment. And that's, if we start the year in a deficit already, then now I'm worrying about, do I have the right people in the right spot?
Lots of good stuff, Mr. LeBon. It's the people's business, always. And you're next on the queue, so.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As we discussed this here, I spoke earlier about the steel that the city attorney's office is in. As far as this building, it's a structure. And as we later discuss this issue here in somewhat of an equity, as we go forward, around the steel is the mortar. Who puts that mortar up is General Services. So I would just say, members, if we're going to, and I do support, if I have to choose, I want to choose those who defend us daily, okay? But at the same time, I did call over to General Services, and Tony Royster is on his way over here to give us the facts, as you would say all the time on your show. All the time on your show. So when the general manager of General Services comes, he can address that issue, which is real important as we discuss it. But without mortar around the steel rusts. The steel rusts, it gets weakened. If it gets weakened, it doesn't hold. So I'm watching the doors closely without trying to be informative at the same time so that you have an understanding here. But I want to ask, I see the President of the Board of Public Works is here, so we want to recognize the President of the Board of Public Works as she is here right now. But I'm going to ask Mr. Royster is here, Tony Royster. General Services is the arm that the city developed through the CAO's office many years ago to do a variety of services that are important. Mr. Royster came over here 1 minute 57 seconds, fastest from City Hall East. So, thank you. I support both the City Attorney and General Services. Mr. Royster, an additional motion that Mr. Koretz, do you want to make the motion, Mr. Koretz, since you spoke, and I'll second it?
I would move that we restore funding both to the City Attorney's Office and to the General Services Department.
I second it. Well, I second it because I gave it him to say, because you could third it. You could third it, Billy. Okay.
All right, we have Mr. Krikorian, and then Mr. Parks and Mr. Zine, each for a third time. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hate to break the flow of this discussion.
Please.
But I did just want to take a moment to recognize the fact that we're being joined today by the Student Council of Village Glen High School. We have 8 students here and their teacher, Ben Engebritsen, who are here to visit us in City Hall. I just wanted them, if they're still here, to stand up and wave and be recognized. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian, and thank you to everybody I know who's waiting on item number 12. We have 2 speakers left on the queue, and hopefully we'll be turning to that issue next, and we appreciate your patience. Mr. Parks is our next speaker, and then Mr. Zine. Yeah. Mr. Parks.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask that we withdraw this motion 9A, and I think we should go back to the Wild West where there are no rules, and that we spend $3 million that we don't have. And then when this department goes out of budget next year, and all of you figure out what you will cut in order to keep them whole. So let me withdraw 9A.
Okay. Mr. Parks withdraws 9A, which withdraws Mr. Zine's motion. To be clear to everybody, the effect of that is there is no recommendation before us out of committee because there was not a majority of the Budget and Finance Committee who voted for it. there is no action before us, so somebody would have to proactively move something one way or the other.
No, actually, there is a committee report before you that does not modify. That was adopted by the majority of the committee.
Correct, but I believe if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Clerk, can I see the report again? The committee report says that there was no recommendation forwarded in the second or third to last paragraph. If I can see that, Mr. City Clerk. Thank you. It says on the penultimate paragraph, the three BF committee members voted on whether to consider the transfers to the City Attorney and Department of General Services as reserve fund loans to be reimbursed by funds identified by the respective department. The committee chair and vice chair voted yes on identifying these transfers as reserve loans. Councilmember Kretz voted no on identifying these transfers as reserve fund loans. Thus, those recommendations are not included in this committee report.
Right. That only addressed the discussion with regard to those items. What's before you is the committee report that was approved by the majority of the committee. So items 1 through 14 were actually adopted by all three members who were present.
So, and within that then would lie that it would be given as grants to both GSD and City Attorney, or what happens with that?
If you adopt the committee report before you, it does not include loans to those two departments. It would just be it would.
So neither grants nor loans. It's just a shortfall that they're responsible for now.
It's a straight appropriation.
No, they're not responsible.
What's an appropriation?
It's a straight appropriation of funds.
Okay, so it is a grant essentially, an appropriation. It's not a loan. Okay.
It's not a loan.
Okay, so that was not clear to me before. What we have then, if we have had Mr. Parks' motion withdrawn, we do have language in the committee report that does recommend that appropriation be given for that gap in both of those departments. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker.
No, I'm not going to call the question. Somebody else can do that. What is the amount that, since 9A is withdrawn, and it appears that there was a motion made that we should restore funding to GSD, what is the amount to GSD? We've only been talking about an amount for the City Attorney's Office. So what are the totals between the two?
If you refer to Attachment 7, it has the original appropriations to GSD. So they have $2,380,000 appropriated to their salaries general account.
Mm-hmm. So the 9A motion had referred to $858,000 for general services, and the 1.692 for city attorney.
Okay,
and both of those are
just shy of $3 million. That's the $3 million that the budget chairman is talking about. Rather than handle it halfway, why don't we just get real with the public and their money, and why don't we just go ahead and handle our business and then do it right now, Mr. Parks. Let's figure out where we're going to find that other $3 million instead of kicking the can. And I'm not blaming it on you, Mr. Parks, but you brought up a perfect point. Okay, fine. So we're going to blow $3 million out of the budget right now. What's that?
It's going to come from the reserve fund. That's the only fund that's available.
Exactly. But we're going to blow $3 million out of the budget because the reserve fund is set at a certain amount, because through the budget process we determined that that would be the appropriate amount that we could afford to set aside in the reserve fund in case of things that require us to utilize the reserve fund. So if that's the case, why don't we go ahead and get Rec and Parks over here and relook at GSD, relook at the City Attorney's Office, relook at all 20-some departments within the city, and then say, okay, where are we going to get that $3 million? Or are we just changing our mind and saying we really didn't need that much money in our reserve fund? Why did we all go through that exercise? The thing that bothers me is that we have a department that chooses to go above and beyond the call of duty and then make their case once again, and that's your job. Your job is to defend your department and your department's budget. But our job as a city council, as the policy-making body of the city, is to go ahead and balance all departments and all funding, and then we come up with one whole budget. So I don't blame you for making your arguments, but at the same time, now what you're forcing me to do, City Attorney's Office, you're going to force me to look into all the things that I've heard from people who work for the City Attorney's Office, who have told me stories about how when we cut you from 95 million to 84 million, you did things within the City Attorney's Office to make yourselves even look worse in your performance than you actually really were. So that's what you're forcing me to do. You're forcing me to say, you know what, I respect the work that you do, I respect all the times that you come up here and you give us advice, but now what you're forcing me to say is, are you really that efficient? Are you really 100% efficient? Why is it that you can't figure out a way to absorb close to $2 million? That's what you're forcing me to do. We already did this. We already went through the budget as a whole. We already looked at your department individually, and this is what we came up with. Now you decided to come up one more time and say, don't do this, you can't do this, because these other things are going to happen. What you're saying is that you are 100% efficient. Is that what you're saying?
No one's 100% efficient.
I know that you're not 100% efficient. That's what we've all determined. I'm not, you're not, nobody is. But now what you're saying is with the 90 plus million dollar budget, you are saying we cannot absorb that $1.9 million. That's
Correct.
what you're saying today.
Correct. Last year, we were taking down $11 million in deficit.
Yes, you said that already.
And then you in your wisdom, decided we should really have a budget of $95 million.
Yes.
Correct. So you yourself recognize that $84 million is not enough to fund this office effectively.
And
so now we are only
Carter.
arguing about $1.7 million in an $84 million budget that you yourself knew was not sufficient.
Mr. Carter, $100 million isn't enough.
It could
you
be.
know that.
It could be. Look, you have to defend the city's treasury, but as the city attorney's office, we defend the entire city. We don't create liability. Everybody else in this room does.
That's fine. We know what you do. With all the respect, we have GSD here, and they do a lot of important things as well. They keep the city running, literally.
And we defend them,
right?
too.
Exactly. You defend everybody. You
That's
defend.
correct.
Yeah, exactly. We are your client.
That's correct. And so
we
are
are
the
your
people.
client.
So
but
are the
what the problem is, we are the ones who are responsible for the budget, not
Correct.
you. You're responsible for your budget within your department. One last point, Mr. President, if I may, and that's my point. We're responsible for the whole budget.
Correct.
You're responsible for your budget. And in my opinion, you are not being 100% responsible when you come to these chambers and then you do what you did today, and now you see what happens.
I'm not doing anything other than ask what the CAO recommended.
Mr. Smith is our next.
And you don't always agree with the CAO either.
Not always, but I do today.
Mr. Smith is our speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to call the question, but I'm not going to do that because I was emboldened by Mr. Cardenas' comments. You know, ladies and gentlemen, what you're doing today is not just saying to this one department, we're going to give you a buy, we're going to give you a pass, go ahead and keep spending above your budget, we're going to let you off the hook because, well, the city attorney is important. Well, you know what? I've heard the cries and whines in this council about what we've done to Rec and Parks, what we're doing to the planning department. Mr. City Attorney, no respect, and I have great respect for you, Bill, but the planning department's taken it a lot worse than you have ever dreamed of taking it. Our Rec and Parks department has been decimated. We're closing parks. We're talking about closing bathrooms in our parks. I am sorry you've been cut, but every department of the city has been cut. The problem here, folks, is today, if you want to listen to this argument and say, you know what, they're special, let's not cut them, you're giving fiscal irresponsibility a new reason to go forward in this city and grow. You're saying to every department of the city, if you cry and whine enough, the council's going to back down and not do its job because they haven't got the guts to stand up and fight for the people of L.A. and protect the budget. We have brought ourselves to the verge of bankruptcy a year ago because we didn't have the fiscal constraints to do our job. And we cried and we whined like a bunch of little babies around here. But the end of the day was we almost went broke. And a bunch of people had to change their votes because they realized they were pushing us to the precipice when our bond agencies in New York said, we're about ready to lower your credit rating, and 90% of the credit companies in this country won't lend you money if you do that. That's what it took. You are going down that same path of irresponsibility you did a year ago, and it's time to stop it. You have to say to general managers, as Mr. Parks likes to quote me many times, the budget is the budget. Like it or not, you live by it. And if you can't live by it, then quit and we'll get another general manager. But that's what general managers are supposed to do. There is not one general manager in this city would sit here today and say, I've got enough money, leave me alone. Every one of them is going to say, I need more, you're putting me out of business, because they have their responsibility. They're one of the 38 little departments that are left. They have a responsibility to fight for that department. And I respect you for that, Bill. But the point is, every department is suffering. These are tough, ugly times. We are doing things to our employees and our citizens not one of us ever ran for office to do. But we are forced to do it. Now, you can run away from it again like you did last year, and we'll start to go down that slippery slope to insolvency if that's what you want to do. Make up your mind.
Your speech has inspired some others on the queue. Mr. Rosendahl is next, then Mr. Zine, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Koretz. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I just want to pull back a comment I made earlier about furloughs in the city attorney's office. It's come to my attention that the civil litigation, police, and liability group, some 90, do not take furlough days. They take a cut in pay, and they're working around the clock. And I say to every city attorney that is not literally taking the furlough day but working around the clock, I apologize to you on that and want you to know that I appreciate your commitment to making the city work. So if I misspoke at any level, maybe, Bill, do you have any idea how many are actually taking the furlough days of the group of 3? How many lawyers are we looking at in that?
We have over 30 lawyers doing police litigation, employment, and again, anytime LAPD kills someone, hurts someone, we defend them. And I've heard a figure that there was $100 million paid out in judgments over the last few years. Without those lawyers working and missing their furloughs, that damage payout would have been $400 million.
Well, I just want to say to Gary Geis and all those folks in your department that are taking the hit in their budget but are frankly coming to work, hats off, and I appreciate your fine work.
Thank you. They do a great job. They don't take their furloughs because they work around the clock, both in state and federal courts, and the judges don't recognize furloughs. Either do criminals and either do juries. You have to be there.
So do you know how many are literally taking the furlough day?
I'd rather not comment because I don't want an unfair business, labor practice.
Okay, thank you.
But as I've said, people say their time is not furloughed, their money is, because they are working around the clock. When you have an appellate brief or a jury sitting in the box, you're there. You have to be there.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The general services, the reason that I wasn't supporting that is I hadn't heard what the general services $800,000 was for. There was never any comment other than they needed the money, and the document came through, it was a loan. What's it for? Do we need it for anything? Is there anything special? Could we do without it? So if you could explain what the dollars are for that is being requested from general services. Also, in response to Mr. Smith, who I respect, it's about core functions. And we have gotten far away from core functions in the city when it comes to this budget. And if we would go back to the core function, what the city is here for, maybe we'd have sufficient funds to fund every department of a core function when we look at the responsibility of municipal government. We're doing all kinds of programs, which are great programs, but it's not a core function of municipal government. And if we got back to basics, maybe we'd be able to have sufficient funds to do all the things we need to do with our nearly $7 billion budget that we have in the city of Los Angeles. So I think this is going to come out of the reserve fund. Am I correct, Ray? The dollars come out of the reserve fund?
The money is going to come out of the UB Reserve for Economic Uncertainties.
And how much is in there?
Right now, there's roughly about $75 million.
$75 million. And that's in addition to the reserve fund?
That is correct.
And how much is in the reserve fund?
We expect by year-end the reserve funds would have of approximately $193 million.
$193 million. Okay. So if you could please explain what general services can do with that money, what do they use it for?
Well, the $850 was being set aside for the early retirement that we were never budgeted for. So we didn't have the $850 to pay for that early retirement. That's what the $850,000 is for.
So it's for the ERIP, for
Yes,
the early
sir.
retirement?
Yes, sir.
Whereas the city attorney's office needs it for the prosecutors to do the job. So both important purposes, but one's for the retired, the other was for that. And I don't think it's going to break the bank if we're looking at this. And every time the city attorney wins a case versus lose a case, that's money that we're saving versus money we're spending. If it comes to an FLSA case, FLSA where we spent millions of dollars in liability, or retaliation we spent millions of dollars in liability, that all comes out of the city funds. What fund does that come out of, Ray, when we lose those cases?
It comes out of the liability claims fund. That we
And how much is in that fund?
There was $48 million budgeted for this year, and we have $48 for next year.
How much did we spend out of it this year?
I think we're probably slated to spend most of that, if not all.
Okay.
Just as a reminder, folks, a motion has been withdrawn as we continue to debate this. Mr. Weezer.
I'll pass.
Mr. Wesson. Oh, wait. How'd that pop up? All right. That was Mr. Zine, hoping he could speak again. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, it's been suggested that this action would be fiscally irresponsible, so I wanted to ask the CAO to address why we suggested making these two departments whole, and whether indeed that would be a fiscally irresponsible action.
We made this recommendation for both these departments because really when the budget was put together, there were funds set aside, as I mentioned earlier, for the early retirement payouts being the first year. Through the course of the year, because of the loss of revenue, we had to make reductions in departments. What you have remaining left are the pieces for the city attorney and GSD that they could not cover. They were able to cover some of those EREFs, but these are the remaining pieces. And we view that we were able to generate enough savings that we were able to set aside this year in order to cover all the recommendations, including these two, from the UB reserve for economic uncertainties.
Yeah, and does that UB reserve remain pretty healthy after that cut?
This particular account is actually, we don't budget funds in it. As we proceed through the fiscal year, because of changes either in revenue or expenditures, we use that account as sort of a holding account. And so we have set aside enough money in order to basically offset all of our liabilities, including these two, and end of the year balanced and have a healthy reserve of 193.
Thank you.
Mr. Tom Labange for the fourth time.
Call for the question.
You're the last one on the queue, so the motion is unnecessary.
On these items,
That requires an immediate vote, but if there's no objection, then that will ensure nobody pressing their button makes this go on any longer. Okay, the question has been called. Since Mr. Parks withdrew his motion, Mr. Zine has nothing to amend, so all we have before us is... Yes, Mr. Zine?
What's going to happen?
What is before us
Now
is
that we've
the-
debated back and forth.
What is now before us, as we clarified earlier, please listen carefully. What is before us is the committee report, which, as I clarified before, does have an appropriation to fill the deficit for both city attorney and GSD for this year. Period. That's all that's before us. Okay? Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
That is approved.
May I request that this go forthwith?
Yes.
Thank you.
This will go forthwith. All right.
everybody stand up and stretch.
And we have number 8 also. We took these up together. So item number 8 is before us now. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Number 8 is approved as well. All right. We have item 12, and thank you everybody for your patience on item 12 that is before us. That is our next item. We've got a big stack of cards. Mr. Smith and Mr. Reyes, I know, wanted to make some introductory comments. I believe Mr. Reyes had deferred to you. Mr. Smith is the maker of the motion or the writer of the ordinance, co-writer of it, to give some initial. We had about initially, I know there's been more cards added to this, 46 cards on the against side and about 16 on the for side and 1 or 2 that were on neither. There's probably been a few more added to that, so we're probably at about 50 and 17 or so.
Yeah, Mr. President, there's been a summary of 28 public hearings on this in its various stages, so I would just recommend a 30-minute public hearing then.
Okay. Would you like to
15 each.
Would you like to give any comment at the outset?
If you'd like, I'd introduce.
Sure, yeah. Mr. Smith, and I'll recognize Mr. Smith and the chair of the committee, Mr. Reyes, and then we'll move to public comment, and we'll do a 30-minute public hearing. And thank you for everybody who has their cards. We'll go through as many as we can in that time. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today before you is a ordinance that brings some sanity to our communities, to our residents. It is the result of community protests and concerns about the denigration of their community and neighborhoods from some group homes. Now, I will say out front very clearly that group homes are not bad things, they are good things. I have been asked to, in fact, be a member of a board of directors of one of those group homes, and I intend to do that after I retire. The point is that we write laws in this city to protect the citizens from not the majority, but rather a small minority. And in most cases, when we write laws, they're protecting the majority of the public from a very, very small decimal point of people who violate the law or community good standards. This is one of those cases. I will say 99.99% of the group homes in this city are run properly, well, and are not impacting community neighborhoods. But there is always a few. This law that is brought to you today is to address those concerns. First of all, in 1973, the state of California passed the Community Care Law, which put into place protections for community care facilities and established licensing and procedures for their operations. The City of LA has never, ever brought its ordinances into conformance with the 1973 law. In fact, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of cities in California that have done that. We are one of those that have not. And so we brought forward a proposal which has had, as I said, 28 hearings, 25 public hearings in the planning department over 3 years, 25 public hearings, 3 in the Plum department, in the Plum committee on this very issue. And so it has been a process that has been vetted. Many of the organizations who have written opposition letters at the request of Mr. Alarcon have really participated in those discussions, have brought forward their concerns in those hearings. But we have to look to the needs of the majority of the people and say, what can we do to make our law conform with the state law, first and foremost, and secondly, provide protection for our communities against those renegade organizations who choose not to be concerned about the welfare of the public at large. And so that's what this ordinance is today. I have numerous issues I wish to bring forward, and I will when I have the opportunity to speak after the public hearing. But I think it's appropriate we can hear what the Commission heard, what the Plum Committee heard, but to answer one other charge. And there was one statement made that the Planning Commission was conflicted on this, and they couldn't report to us an ordinance. The fact of the matter is not that. The fact of the matter is the Planning Commission was supportive. The fact of the matter is, after holding 25 hearings and establishing a subcommittee, the Planning Commission was ready to move forward. But they had 2 vacancies and 2 absences. 4 of the 9 commissioners were gone, leaving 5 the very minimum. 4 of the 5 supported it, 1 didn't. And so the commission was ready to move it forward, but didn't have the legal votes in there at the time. And of the couple that were not there, they were supportive of the ordinance and would have moved it forward, but they weren't there. So this would have come out of commission with support had it had that opportunity. It exceeded the time frame in which they had to act, which brought us to the point of bringing it to the council and taking the good work of the committee, and the commission, and all the 3 years of work by the planning department to bring this forward and then give it to the city attorney to draft. And we will. My time has run out. That's introductory. I will then discuss what the city attorney has done and the fact that we are one of the cities that haven't acted. But when we went to write this ordinance, we didn't just make some of this stuff up. And contrary to the comments by some organizations and other members, one member of this council, the City of LA City Attorney looked to other ordinances that had been adopted in other cities, cities such as Pasadena, Orange, Fontana, Murrieta, Napa, Lompoc, Pasadena again on another part of it, Newport Beach, Oxnard, Oakland, and Orange, and Hermosa Beach. This is not something that we just pulled out of nowhere. This is not an ordinance that we just made up. This is an ordinance that was very carefully crafted to meet the needs of the legitimate operators in our city who are providing great services to our homeless population, to our alcohol rehabilitation people, to people that need assistance in group homes, and say to them, we're going to establish a standard from which you know you must operate, and it is not going to put you out of business. In fact, it will strengthen your opportunities. But it is also one that is legally defensible, that has been operating in numerous cities across the state for many, many years. So this is an ordinance that we didn't dream up out of nowhere. It came out of a tremendous amount of work by a lot of people, particularly our neighborhood councils, of which 33 of our neighborhood councils have supported this. The LA Coalition of Neighborhood Councils support this, numerous homeowners associations, and again, as I said, more than a dozen or two cities in the state of California have the exact same ordinance. With that, I have now introduced it. I would ask for a 30-minute public hearing, 15 minutes on each side, and then we'll continue to debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Hold on, Ed. Mr. Reyes is going to be next. Yes, point of order.
My point is that these people have been waiting for hours.
Correct. We're going to the
There are
public hearing.
46 cards opposed, 12 for. I think we should extend the public hearing to at least an hour.
We've actually got 54 now on the against side. So, we'll consider that motion in a second. I'd like to recognize Mr. Reyes as our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this has not been an easy one. They usually are not that easy when you have so many meetings in commission. I want to thank Councilmember Smith for his stewardship and moving this forward. It has been, almost 3 years, a little bit more than 3. It's come to committee twice. In those committees, we heard extensive hearings on this matter. On the last committee, we had directed the staff, planning, housing, and city attorney to work together so that by the time we came to council, we could have language that addresses the concerns we heard through this process. Now, not that I want to bring back the previous discussion, but the fact is, last Thursday we got a letter from the ACLU. That letter came forward and raised a lot of issues that our land use side attorneys felt we were addressing. But the conversation, as much as it broke my heart, with the housing side of our city attorney's office, this was the first time they saw it. So yes, we are the policymakers. Yes, we should drive these issues in a manner that reflects a citywide perspective, which is always a challenge when we're so diverse. So what I'm sharing with you, colleagues, is that the Housing Authority, Housing Department attorneys have not been able to digest to the extent that I feel they're comfortable to give recommendations on this ordinance. And that was a conversation we had right before the previous discussion on the budget issues with the city attorney's office. It just played out that way. I'm sharing with you the facts of where I'm at as chair of this committee. So it is heartbreaking to know we worked so many years, so many commission meetings, 2 plum committee, to understand now that the housing department attorneys did not get to see how this ordinance could interpret and impact the services that the housing side of the city would want to promote in effectuating special populations, special housing groups. So there is concern there. I think it's a very important ordinance because we are impacting how people live, where they can live, accountability, which is very crucial. I open it up to you, colleagues, because that's the juncture we find ourselves in. So I would ask the department, if you will, and this is not meant in a mean-spirited, this is not shaking the finger at you. We just want to hear the facts as you see them right now for the benefit of the policymakers. Can I have the planning department at the table, please, come forward? And the city attorney's office. I believe we have the land use side and we have the housing attorney as well. And again, we're all working very hard. We're short-staffed. Planning department, 40% of it's gone. Land use attorneys, our housing attorneys are bearing a big load in casework. So I just want to be very clear to my colleagues where we're at with the situation. And again, the letter comes in from ACLU on Thursday. Friday's furlough day. Monday's a holiday. Today is Wednesday. So the discussion really does reflect those types of constraints, if you will. And again, a lot of years, a lot of work, a lot of discussion. Our committee lasted, and some of you I know kind of joke around that I'm too patient with listening, but the fact is we did go through a very thorough process in committee, but unfortunately we did not have the type of review that I think would give us a sense of balance and how this language might impact services. So with that, could you just give us a brief summary? Because I think the audience should hear this in the context of what our intent is. So please, Mr. Rothman, or whoever wants to go first.
Did you want me to do my little?
Yes.
Okay. Tom Rothman from the Planning Department.
I'm sorry, have the housing department staff here because they're the ones delivering the services in housing, and they're the ones that are essentially administering our federal and state funds and our county programs as well as they are impacted by these services. Please.
Okay, Tom Rothman, Planning Department. I'll just briefly go over what this ordinance we're discussing today includes, and we can, so everybody's on the same page. This ordinance, the Community Care Facilities Ordinance, addresses two main points. The first is to regulate and to codify state guidelines regarding community care facilities. State law preempts the city from regulating the smaller licensed facilities of 6 or fewer, but allows us some leeway for the larger ones, the ones with 7 and more. So
when you say preempts the city, can you say that in other words?
Sure, certainly. State law says we can't treat the licensed community care facilities any differently than we treat other single-family homes. So in single-family neighborhoods where most of the population of the city of LA lives, a community care facility, a small one, 6 or fewer, can open up without any restrictions, without any discretionary review, without anything more than we would require of anyone else building a single-family home and opening it up to their family. Okay. The larger ones, the licensed 7 and mores, we have a little more latitude to regulate. We are going to allow them as a public benefit in our R1, R2 zones, like state law requires us to, but we're going to be putting some performance standards on them. They have to meet certain regulations about neighborhood character, noise, parking, and density. If they meet all those requirements, they can go in also by right. So whereas before the zoning code did not allow for the larger community care facilities, the 7 and mores.
So that's a very crucial point.
We are now opening up our neighborhoods to these licensed facilities of 7 and more, where before they might have had to go through a variance.
So we are being more permissible, but
yes,
much more strict in how they behave.
Exactly.
Okay.
Very well put.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's one side of this ordinance. When we talk about the licensed community care facilities, a lot of the documentation we've received over the last couple of days has not so much centered on the licensed community care facilities, but has centered on what some people are calling the unlicensed facilities, a myriad of types of group homes that we have in the city that are not regulated by the state. Many of them are sober living homes, and that term has been used quite often, but these are not regulated by the state, and many of them are in single-family neighborhoods. And our current definition of family is so overly broad that virtually any group of people living in a house qualifies as a family and can locate in a single-family neighborhood. It is so broad. So this ordinance attempts to limit what a single family and a single housekeeping unit can be. And it makes a distinction between a family and a boarding house. Boarding houses are allowed in the R3 zones and have been for decades banned in our single-family and duplex neighborhoods. We are not changing that policy. We are simply making a clear definition between what is a boarding house and what is a family. And that distinction is the number of leases that we are recommending in this ordinance. If you have more than one lease in a single family, we are saying in this ordinance, you are not a family anymore. You are a boarding house. You are banned from the R1 and R2 zones. You must locate in the R3. That's essentially it. So with the licensed, the 6s and the 7s, and then we have the unlicensed that deals with the number of leases.
Thank you. Please.
Should I go ahead? Deputy City Attorney Amy Brothers, and some of this will dovetail with what Mr. Rothman just said. I want to emphasize that this ordinance is not meant to create a sea change in our zoning laws. It's meant to tighten up the definitions so that our existing zoning code can be enforced more efficiently. For almost 100 years, the city has prohibited commercial enterprises in the low-density residential zones. Boarding house uses, which are considered commercial use, are generally not authorized in R1 and R2 zones. That does not change with this proposed ordinance. The city has well-established legal authority to determine what uses belong in what zone. What the city does not have authority to do is to discriminate against people with disabilities or to treat them less favorably than those without disabilities. The proposed ordinance does not discriminate. A group residential use, including a sober living home that operates as a single housekeeping unit, regardless of the identity of the residents, is automatically allowed in the residential zones under this proposal. By continuing to prohibit non-residential uses from low-density residential zones, the city can focus its legitimate goals of preserving the residential, stable, non-transient character of low-density residential neighborhoods. And that is something that we have in our general plan. The proposed amendment to boarding house, or the definition of boarding house, does not regulate or control who is renting the rooms. Rather, it regulates the renting of rooms located in low-density residential neighborhoods across the board. As the council member Smith mentioned, the proposed definitions of boarding house and single housekeeping unit are consistent with those of other California cities, and he mentioned those. The most common definition of boarding house: 3 or more rooms rented to individuals under separate rental agreements or leases, is a very common one. Ours is very similar to that. Like our proposed definition of single housekeeping unit, other cities have also emphasized the non-transient, permanent, stable nature of families who choose to come together in a rental situation and leave a rental unit together. The city's proposed one lease requirement is an objective way to echo the same characteristics of a family who intends to live together on a permanent basis. Our proposed definition of single housekeeping unit and the one lease requirement is most similar to that of Newport Beach. That definition recently withstood constitutional challenges, which alleged that the definition was vague and a violation of privacy rights. The district court judge hearing the case upheld Newport Beach's definition. It's actually on appeal now. I have many other things to tell everyone.
Let's just over my time, but if I may, Council President, just to finish this up, and again, for the sake of clarity here, both Craig Takanaka and Claudia Monterosa on the housing side, housing services side, Mr. Takanaka got his first look at this today. And so I want to put that in context. And so when we look at the delivery of services, resources, how we move our funds, how how it lines up with our policies. Those are crucial questions we should have been raising way back, but we're here today. Can you just share your thoughts on this? So that way we have a certain context by which we are deliberating. And today, council colleagues, this is really to direct the city attorney to prepare the ordinance. So we're not, it's going to come back, in other words. It's going to come back. So this is not like the final desperate action. This is the beginning of defining that ordinance. So please, if you may, with what little exposure you have of this, can you share your thoughts?
Yes, good morning. My name is Claudia Monterrosa. I'm from the Housing Department. Okay. Can you hear me now? All right, Claudia Monterrosa from the Housing Department. We were recently involved in coming on board to discuss this ordinance and to review it as late as April, and we did have a meeting with council staff, planning, and the city attorneys on May 11th, and that was the first formal meeting that we had. And so we've had about 2 weeks to start reviewing the ordinance and also doing a series of research, looking into various programs that either the Housing Department manages or that may have other potential impact on other similar programs. The information so far has been inconclusive in terms of information from LAHSA or from DMH, because we have not been able to receive actual properties to see where these homes will be located. One of our major key findings that we have found is that the National Stabilization Program may be severely impacted by the proposed ordinances, in particular with the definition of single housekeeping unit, where it requires a single lease. Those are the two issues that we have, is the requirement for the single lease and the potential impact for the neighborhood stabilization program. As you may know, the city has been awarded over $150 million of NSP dollars, and those areas cover a large land area of the city for NSP 1, 2, and 3. We actually mapped the RD zones R1 and R2 to see where those overlaid and if there was any potential impact on those. We did find that there is a lot of area that is RD zone, which, as it was explained to us by our colleagues at the planning department, that is more, it is high density, medium, and low density, which includes single family, multifamily housing. We have been approached by various groups, in particular veterans housing, disabled housing providers, as well as senior housing providers, for the potential use of our properties that have been purchased with NSP funds. And so the potential exists there that we will not be able to offer these homes for these particular groups if we were to require a single lease for these single family homes only, because some of these will be using federal and or state funding. That we also provided the information in federal regulations and code regulations that require individual leases for group home settings or multifamily housing. So those are our main concerns, is the definition of single housekeeping unit, the requirement of one lease, and the potential impact for NSP programs and implementation of that.
Anything you'd like to add, sir? Because I know we're catching you in the last second here, but anything you'd like to add?
Well, I just want to say that, we just found out about this morning right now. And, I'm from the city attorney's office, the housing division. And the thing is we'd like to evaluate this to see the impact on federal funds, use of federal funds from the city. In addition to that, the fair housing laws, we have to look into how it affects the fair housing laws and maybe even ADA. So there's things that we'll work with the attorneys from the land use section to coordinate to see that everything's in compliance.
If there is being constructive, now we have the two different impacted areas legally that this ordinance could effectuate. So we're in a process now we can begin to intertwine the two areas of concern. Would I be accurate in saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's being positive. And we feel we can put that together given the directive, and the purpose of this action today is to direct the city attorney to prepare this ordinance. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We had one point of information from Mr. Alarcon, and then we're going to go to the take up the consideration of the hearing, and then go to the cards.
Yeah, my point of information is that Mr. Smith said that I invited folks to comment. The fact of the matter is, many organizations approached me and complained about this ordinance. I then asked the ACLU and Neighborhood Legal Aid to submit letters giving me their analysis. In terms of all the other organizations, I didn't ask for them to participate. They're doing it on their own because they're negatively impacted by this.
All right, we'll keep if we can keep Mr. Alarcon on the queue for afterwards. We have 75 cards on this. 54 on the against side, 20 on the for side, and 1 on neither. We had a move for a half hour, and then we had a move from Mr. Alarcon. How long did you say, Mr. Alarcon? For an hour. Is there any objection to an hour hearing, Mr. Labange?
Would be, because that would be helpful. If they need more time, that's important. But a 1-minute public comment, as they have at the MTA per card. And if they need more, then you try to get everybody to get their voice at the microphone. What
we'll do is we'll do 1 minute per speaker then, and we'll go 5 against, 5 for, 5 against, 5 for, back and forth until we've exhausted the for pile. We'll continue on the against pile and get through as many as we can. If we can set, if there's no objection, I guess that will be for a 1 hour hearing. Okay. Our first speaker is Javier Nunez. After Mr. Nunez will be Julia Robinson Shimizu. I know these hearings can, for those who are coming from the first time, these hearings can sometimes get very heated. I would ask folks, we always encourage if folks want to clap or say affirm things, we ask people to please be respectful though and not to boo or to shout out anything negative to folks. Again, we have up to a minute. You don't have to take the entire minute if you don't want to, but you certainly can. And Javier Nunez, we'll have a clock there, so don't worry about your time. After that will be Julie Robinson Shimizu, then Alejandro Leon, Carl Cruz, and Steve Martinez. Those will be the first 5. You can go ahead and line up, everybody. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable servants. My name is Javier Nunez. I'm here also on behalf of Sergio Rascon with Laborers Local 300, and I'm also part of Victory Outreach Ministries. Been with Victory Outreach for 23 years. You know, it was said earlier that there are some things that can work and there are some things that can't work. I heard you debate on things that could work and they can't work. I'm here to tell you today that this ordinance is not going to work. I'm here to tell you today that maybe what works in Newport Beach or what works in Oxnard will not work in LA. LA is unique. LA has a diversity of people. Take into consideration, councilmen, councilwomen, the districts that you represent, the people that you represent, the people that live in your neighborhoods. Local 300 is concerned for our membership. People are losing their homes. People are in devastation. People have to go back home. People have to go back to their parents. We're forgetting the reality of what's going on here today.
Thank you, sir.
I want to say one thing. Give me another minute.
I can't give, we have to keep it even or else everybody's going to ask for 2. But my apologies, Mr. Nunez. We really appreciate your understanding and your comments. Julia Robinson. Shimizu, and thank you, Mr. Nunez, for your understanding.
Thank you. I represent NAMI San Fernando Valley, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm very, very concerned that this can create homelessness for our loved ones living with serious mental illness. If these houses are closed down, what is the alternative? What is the alternative but homelessness? I am the parent of an adult living at home with serious mental illness. I depend on the availability of group home options. Please. allow us to be part of a stakeholder conversation to find a better alternative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Alejandro Leon. And then Carl Cruz.
My name is Alejandro Leon, and I'm here on behalf of Victory Outreach also. And I'm here also representing the 34 Victory Outreach locations and the city, within the city. The heart of our ministry worldwide is a recovery program. And our method is simply to expose our residents to a new way of life. And in Christianity, that's the way we break in cycles of substance abuse, gun violence, and break up our family. And we've been able to reach thousands of people through our recovery homes. And I was also a product of the home, a former addict myself, that I went through a recovery and given a second chance. I understand the complaints and that led you to consider the ordinance, but at the same time, you must realize there are others that are causing the problems, this ordinance. The work that we do is provided at no cost to the individual. In reality, we save millions of dollars to the states and the county.
Thank you. Thank you. Carl Cruz is our next speaker. After that is Steve Martinez. Good morning, or good afternoon, excuse me.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that as being part of Victory Outreach, you have to realize that you have a gift in the city. When I'm talking about a gift, I'm talking about savings. You've been talking about saving millions of dollars. Victory Outreach provides recovery homes that make that happen. We don't charge a penny to the state, a penny to the city. Everything that we do it for free. Just on the savings of having one parolee in one of our recovery homes is saving you over $100,000. That's something you have to consider. You have a gift in your hands. Last night I spoke to parolees and probationers at a cease meeting that we had, and we had a breakthrough. Don't deny the individuals who are looking for help the possibility to be able to have or to live in a place they can call home, in a place that they can develop to become productive citizens. Just in a few days, we're going to have 30,000 Victory Outreach members here in the city of Los Angeles. So you can see that.
Thank you. Steve Martinez.
I catch my breath first. All right. How's it going, everybody? My name is Steve. I know many of you. Thank you, Richard, for reaching out. He understands the need in our community. We're a faith-based group. Victory Outreach is like a familia. We are family. And I'm telling you, this ordinance, the way it's written right now, we can't accept that. And many of you know me. Many of those people that know what. I never received the call to put our input in that. And that is where the problem is. You need to reach out to all the community, especially some of us of color, and reach out and bring us to the table to speak our side, And I'll tell you, the way this is written right now, we can't support that. We can't support it. You need to hear our side and the work, because I know we're not a nuisance, and there's some in there, and yes, those nuisance places need to be shut down, but for us who do it for free, for us who give our hearts to it, we don't need to be shut down.
Thank you. Sharon Pierce, followed by Pauline Rogers.
In our peaceful R1 neighborhood, there is a property where about 70 men are housed who have recently been paroled from prison. Offenses range from broken beer bottles in driveways, laundry flapping in the breeze over our communal fence, panhandling, and if a woman is approached, it's with aggression and intimidation. On to horrendous fights, recently including a stabbing. These occur any time of the day or night, and the police arrive with drawn riot guns. This is a vastly profitable illegal business. As of today, this illegal business is untouchable, and you know that as well as I do. You have a responsibility to the people in your districts to help us keep our neighborhoods safe and to provide laws that will enable these illegal businesses to be shut down. They are a blight that is spreading decay all over our city. I urge you, I beg you, please vote yes to pass this ordinance.
Pauline Rogers, thank you. Michelle Colley after Pauline Rogers.
Good afternoon. I am here to speak on the experiences that I've had with the halfway house in our neighborhood. I've had 3 encounterments myself. I've had gentlemen sitting in my front yard on the curbside drinking beverages out of brown paper bags, picking fruit off our neighbor's tree where I felt like I couldn't leave our home. I also came into contact with the gentleman as I was driving into our track. He proceeded to stand in the middle of the street and would not let me pass. Therefore, I had to back up my car with my 2 children so nothing would happen. The last being a recent encounterment on a morning walk with a gentleman who verbally attacked me. When my walking partner went to go get help, I spoke with the guy that oversees them, and he said, we have problems with him as well. All I can say is I want to live in a safe neighborhood, and I need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle Colley. Followed by Valerie Wolf.
Hello, my name is Michelle, and I'm a neighborhood watch captain for Texoma Angelico. My fear for myself and my family started in '06 when a known sex offender moved into the sober living house. On Texoma, we have a licensed child care and a public school within a mile away. I have 2 teenage girls whom I'm constantly concerned about when they are taking the trash out or walking their friends to a car. I forbid them to walk on our block. I have them avoid driving by the location at night because these tenants are out past the curfew that we were told they had. I'm consumed with knowing that my gate is locked only to feel somewhat safer. After being verbally accosted and frightened where I had to get a neighbor's help, I watched the same man follow a lady within 2 feet, not passing her for more than 2 minutes, and then stopping at a vacant house to yell obscenities at it. The fact that 911 service at this location is being used on a weekly or biweekly occurrence troubles me. There has been 2 police raids in the past 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie Wolf. Followed by Sharon, looks like Cummins.
I live directly next door to one of the largest group homes that houses 70-plus parolees in a single-family dwelling. We deal with threats of killing our dogs, trash being thrown in the yard, numerous uncontrollable fights where there was even a stabbing, 30-plus people smoking in the yard at the same time, gang signs even being thrown at us when we make eye contact. Every other week there are parole checks, which consist of over 30 men at a time handcuffed in front of our house at gunpoint, during which we are not allowed to come or go from our property. We are prisoners in our own home. We cannot even go in the backyard with our children because the foul language and smoke and fear is horrible. At times it's so bad the inside of our house smells like cigarette smoke, causing our baby, who has spent several weeks in ICU with a respiratory infection, to cough. The only thing that separates my family from a neighborhood prison is a 6-foot-tall wooden fence. I'm sure if one of these houses was in your neighborhoods, we wouldn't be here today and this ordinance would be passed. And I have photographs of these men standing in front of my house, handcuffed, as well as lit candles being thrown in my yard and cigarettes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sharon Cummins. I'm first vice chair of Mar Vista Community Council, and I also have the privilege of serving as co-chair of our Planning and Land Use Committee. The Mar Vista Community Council does support this ordinance. We feel it is an important step forward. We would like you to forward it to the city attorney for drafting. I also want to talk real briefly about 3769 Grandview Boulevard in Mar Vista. This particular house first came to our attention in Planning and Land Use in the spring of 2007 when we began to receive complaints from stakeholders that the contractor was going door to door with a petition asking people to sign in support of a proposed group home and threatening them when they did not sign. It so happened that he showed up at our planning and land use meeting that same spring and basically told us he could put 50 people in that house and there was nothing we could do about it. When I ran the provenance on this house right before a meeting regarding this ordinance, I found 6 different listings with different phone numbers, a group home that cannot make up its mind what it wants to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go back to the other side. Kim Savage. Kim Savage. Followed by Jeff Christensen.
Thank you. Kim Savage, Law Office of Kim Savage. No one would support the kind of problem homes that we've just heard about. But the difficulty with this proposed ordinance is that it has a false resolution. How can a single lease agreement regulate conduct? It can't. And what falls in between a family definition and a boarding house? Housing for people with mental disabilities, housing for veterans who are in recovery, people with developmental disabilities who are residents of small groups homes and attending regional centers. The list goes on and on. The ordinance has significant unintended consequences, and the council should reject it, go back to the drawing board, and consider the resources it currently has and how to address the complaints that the neighbors are suffering against. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Christensen, followed by David Sheridan. Jeff Christensen and David Sheridan.
Thank you, council members. My name is Jeff Christensen. I'm the project director of the Sober Living Network. There are hundreds of quality sober living homes located in R1, R2, and RD zones in the city of Los Angeles, with thousands of recovering alcoholics and addicts. They provide safe and supportive recovery environments to our friends, our spouses, and our children in a time of great need. We are gravely concerned about any law which make it more difficult for these homes and their residents to live peacefully and safely in our neighborhoods. Sometimes it is easy to forget that alcoholism and addiction affect all of our neighborhoods. They are products of our neighborhoods. Popular culture is rife with messages which reinforce addictive and other harmful behavior. Our neighborhood sober living homes provide places for our families and members to be safe when they need help. Residents of these homes teach by example that change is possible. We applaud that change. We are as angry as anyone about noise, crime, and other nuisances which detract from the character of our neighborhoods, but feel the city has the obligation to address these on an individual basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Sheridan, followed by Deborah Parker.
Thank you. My name is Dave Sheridan, and I'm a board member of the Sober Living Network. I serve in an unpaid capacity. I'm here on my own time. Wanted to talk a little bit about what sober living is. First of all, it's not treatment, as was described. Most of the law handled that's about conformity with state law has to do with licensed treatment. We're opposing the piece that has to do with boarding houses. And I'm here to say that sober livings are not boarding houses under any common sense definition of the term. They live together as families. They share activities. They support each other in recovery. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was standards. Several of us were in Atlanta last week. A nascent national effort to create standards for recovery residences in general. And they're going to be based on our organization's standards. So the idea that, that these homes that can't be managed with standards is absolutely false. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Parker. And Sally Hoover will be our final speakers on that side, then we'll go back to the other side. Deborah Parker.
Hi, I'm Deborah Parker, and I oppose this ordinance. I just want to point out that federal fair housing cases with involving potentially discriminatory ordinances review the findings by local governments that support those ordinances under review. And findings means objective data measured and evaluated across the entire jurisdiction, demonstrating that the restrictions on the type of housing that the ordinance impacts is justified, that they are such a threat to health and safety that they need to be restricted. The City of LA has provided no findings whatsoever other than cherry-picked data that demonstrates that housing with more than one lease is such a threat to community health and safety that it has to be banned from low-density residential areas.
Thank you. Sally Hoover.
Yes, hi. I'm Sally Hoover, the Executive Director of the LA Coalition to End Hunger and Homelessness, and we oppose this ordinance as it's currently worded. And I have two questions for the council members. And my first question is, who will really be hurt by this ordinance as it's currently worded? Some of our most vulnerable, perhaps people with challenges, both mental and physical, perhaps our returning vets. we have to consider who is going to be hurt by this, and these are people that we really need to support. My second question is, and we are really concerned about this, it's been mentioned before, we're concerned that this will jeopardize the many federal funding projects to the City of Los Angeles if this ordinance goes forward as it is currently worded. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to the other side, Heather Shields, followed by Trina Pate.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Heather Shields, and I'm here to voice my support for this ordinance. Currently, I live in a neighborhood where there's one occupied sober living home and another directly next door that has just finished construction. Each can board up to 12 recovering addicts, and the houses are situated within 100 meters of our local neighborhood elementary school. I have personal experience with sober living homes. While I know addicts who have benefited from those that are well run and monitored, my brother struggled with alcoholism for many years, and during the struggle, he lived in 2 different sober living homes. And in both instances, he confided in me that he feared for his sobriety and safety living in these houses because he didn't feel they were well monitored. He said that residents were actively engaging in their addictions and still allowed to live in the house. During his last stay in a sober living home, he, like residents he had been living with, began drinking. On May 22, 2010, parked out of his sober living home, he died of a ruptured esophagus. Partially filled bottles of alcohol were found in his car, and his blood alcohol at the time of death was 0.39. Bank statements show that he was buying alcohol for at least 3 months leading up to his death. The House manager.
Thank you. Trina Pate, followed by Lucio D'Amico. Mr. Labange.
The last speaker said 2 words and then you stopped her. If they could finish their sentences. That's all.
Mr. Labange, everyone has the timer in front of them. We're trying to move this along.
Just the sentence.
I understand, Mr. Labange. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Trina Pate, and I live in a home whose backyard touches part of a sober living home. I'd like to state that I'm not against sober living homes, but I am for this ordinance to impose some form of regulation on them. I'm going to speak to just one issue, and that's cigarette smoke. The level of cigarette smoke that comes from this home into our backyard would make a Las Vegas casino look like a health spa. Last summer, not only were we not able to use our own backyard due to the smoke, we could not open any windows at all in the back of our house. I have severe environmental allergies, and I have a home that is equipped with full house filtration. Unfortunately, the intake valve for this is close to the sober living home, so I'm going to have to pay a lot of money to get that moved. So I urge you to vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lucio D'Amico, followed by Rob Cornett.
Good afternoon. I do not live next door to a sober living home. I live across the street. But I have watched and noticed several and important changes to our community. Our neighbors are young couples starting and raising a family. We hope to be in a safe and friendly atmosphere. My complaints, my personal complaints, are very, very minor next to what I've heard here today. However, they may seem minor, but when we pay our taxes, we expect garbage to be collected, fire and police protection and recognition, and enforcement of the existing R1 and zone housing zones. Our cohesive communities are being diluted by an influx of transient residents with no ties to the neighborhood. I certainly hope that you appreciate the importance of a cohesive neighborhood, especially now with all the natural disasters that have occurred, where neighbors must be and have been there for each other.
Thank you. Rob Cornett, followed by Nina Royale. Is there Rob Cornett? No Rob Cornett. Nina Royale?
Good afternoon. I'm Nina Royal, Safety Chairman of the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council, here to speak on behalf of my community. Our community has at least 3 community living facilities. They are licensed. They have a CUP, and they are not in a Zone 1 or 2. They are in an area where they do not conflict with the residents. They are not next to liquor stores. They are not next to schools. I believe that we need this ordinance to protect the people that you're trying to get the homes for, as well as protect the neighborhoods. My brother lived in such a unit in North Hollywood when he came out of the service, and he was not all together. And there was like about 25 people living there. The place was roached and infested. He had a couch inside of a closet, and there was absolutely no training, no rehabilitation, no nothing to get these people back into the neighborhood. We are not against sober living and helping these people, but we need to protect our communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Lobel. Rebecca Lobel. And then we will go to the next side.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of LA Coalition for Neighborhoods, which represents residents in low-density neighborhoods throughout the city from every district. The ordinance reliance on a single lease requirement provides reliable means of determining that the residents are a single housekeeping unit, committed to living with one another, and more likely to be non-transient. To ensure that the ordinance does not violate the federal and state Fair Housing Acts, as well as the Americans with Disabilities Act, it is critical that the ordinance not single out any group for special treatment. Thus, the ordinance's broad protection against all types of group living which caters to lodgers who are not committed to one another is necessary in our low-density neighborhoods. We urge you to support the ordinance and refer it to the city attorney for final drafting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next set of cards will be Fred Nakamura. Is Fred Nakamura still here? Fred Nakamura, are you still here? All right, then Sri Panchilam. Sri Panchilam. Kantran. Is Kantran here? If you're here, would you please come to the mic? Is Kantran here? Come on up. Come on up. I'm going to get everybody to line up. Sean Gabriel and Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia, are you still here? Okay, Daniel Garcia is no longer here. It seems that Fred Nakamura does not seem to be here. Are you Sri?
Yes,
all right,
I am.
Sri. Okay, go ahead, please.
Sri Panchalam, I'm a staff attorney at Disability Rights Legal Center. DRLC respectfully requests that you reject this ordinance, as the single lease requirement will disproportionately burden people with disabilities by significantly narrowing their housing options and denying them access to Los Angeles neighborhoods in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act and related state and federal laws. I'd like to just point out that even if unintentional, a disproportionate burden on people with disabilities still violates these laws. For example, just to illustrate this burden, many clients of regional centers are people with severe disabilities that require lifelong case management and care coordination. One of the significant alternatives for institutional care is supported living, and regional centers organize people together to live in these arrangements with supportive services on single leases. This ordinance will remove that option and put these people at risk of institutionalization. And so we ask that you please reject this ordinance.
Thank you. Con Tran. And following Mr. Tran will be Sean Gabriel.
My name is Con Tran. I am a law clerk at the Disability Rights Legal Center. The proposed ordinance runs counter to the ADA's integration mandate as interpreted by Olmstead, in that it limits community housing options for people with disabilities whose needs could be met in the community, and instead places them at risk of institutionalization. The proposed ordinance renders impossible the creation of shared living arrangements necessary to integrate many people with disabilities into the community, such as supportive living situations coordinated by regional centers and shared permanent supportive housing. Such limits on community housing options in an already limited pool of disability-appropriate housing in the city of Los Angeles will cause many people with disabilities to run the risk of institutionalization because adequate alternatives that could effectively meet their needs will be unavailable. With respect, I ask you to reject the ordinance. Thank you.
Sean Gabriel.
Thank you. My name is Sean Gabriel, and I am a law clerk at the Disability Rights Legal Center. A significant number of people with disabilities have a disability-related need for a shared living situation. Many of these individuals are able to avoid institutionalization and homelessness, as well as manage the symptoms of their disability by living in shared living homes. For example, one woman who has bipolar disorder and autism was able to leave the restrictive environment of a board and care institution by entering a shared home where she has lived in the community for 20 years. Another woman was homeless for 8 years before moving into one of these shared living situations where she has lived in a stable situation for 8 years. Both of these women live in an R1 zone. The proposed ordinance would negatively impact these women and people with disabilities just like them. Please reject this ordinance that will violate the ADA and related federal and state laws. Thank you.
All right, the next set of speakers will be Janet Turner, and then Sharon H. Is Sharon H. present? And then Marion Lovelace. Is Marion Lovelace here? Come on up. And David Reed. So that'll be Janet Turner, Shannon H., Marion Lovelace, and David Reed. Ms. Turner.
I am Chair of Pacific Palisades Community Council, and I'm here today as a board member of the Western Regional Alliance of Councils, 13 neighborhood and community councils on the west side of Los Angeles. We have voted to support this ordinance. We feel it is intelligent, well-balanced, and we commend the city attorney and the planning department for their fine work. It will allow for the continuation of group homes where people live together as a family. There are over 40 in our area where we live with them in peace. But what it will also do is it will protect our low-density neighborhoods from illegal boarding houses that have come in and turned our neighborhoods upside down. We ask you to please forward this to the city attorney today. Thank you.
Shannon H.
Hello, everybody. My name's Shannon, and I'm an addict. I have about 16 years clean in Narcotics Anonymous. And the purpose of me being here today is that I'd like to tell you that I have 2 children, a 10-year-old little girl and a 13-year-old little boy, big boy. And as a gift from Narcotics Anonymous and being clean, my children have never had to see me stick a needle in my arm. I don't like being referred to as disabled. I'm a hardworking member of society, and I have a very well-respected career. I bought a house 9 years ago so that my children could have a nice little backyard to play in. And shortly thereafter, someone bought this house on the corner, which is 4 doors away. It had a humongous fire and burned down. The guy got the insurance money, turned around and bought a 7-bedroom house. Now we have 13 men living on the corner. Turned around and bought another house. We have 25 men living across the street from an elementary school.
Thank you, ma'am. Marion Lovelace.
Until recently, we had 2 sober living homes in our neighborhood, side by side on Riaza Place. This is just 1 block from Taft High School and right next door to a Jewish preschool. We were told by the police that there were as many as 13 parolees living there at one time. My girlfriend's fiance has a daughter with a drinking and drug problem and went there to be rehabilitated. That was when it was confirmed. They were not only continuing their drinking and drug habits, but housing a 13-year-old child molester in the same home where they were housing other small children, including her 8-year-old daughter. When they moved, all the furnishings were put out in the cul-de-sac to be trashed because they were infested with bed bugs. The people who lived there were a general nuisance to the neighborhood. They walked to Ralph's and came back with their beer and booze in brown bags, and they were drinking all the way home. I saw one lean against Taft. Well, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. David Reed is our next speaker.
I'm a member of Councilman Zine's posse and had to remove all of their carts that they left on the...
Thank you, ma'am. David Reed.
Thank you. I live, and my partner, adjacent to a sober living facility in Hollywood. It's an industry out of control, and unless you've firsthand had one in your neighborhood, you don't understand. There needs to be regulation. There needs to be sober facilities too, but this is out of control. And these attorneys waved the American Disabilities Act as the flag that, hey, you've got to take care of us. Well, then these homes should comply with the ADA Act. They should be accessible to people that are handicapped, but they don't. They say, yes, we need it on this side, but no on the other. I can't tell you the times we've called LAPD. I can't tell you the times in the front yard that they've had people OD or go off the wagon or whatever it is. We have heard drug deals go down immediately next door. We're in Hollywood. It's close. You can't help but hear what goes on in your neighborhoods. The house next to us has 10 people in it. It was a single-family resident. We documented this week there are 8 cars associated with this house in a place that you know the nightmare that parking is throughout the city. Please pass this ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Next set of speakers, Lou Ann White. Is Lou Ann White present? Come on up. Lou Ann White. Anne Lenore Marquette. Rabia Sen. Is Rabia Sen here? And then Autumn Elliott. Autumn Elliott. Come on up. And then Barbara Schultz. Okay. Is it Lou Ann?
I'm Lou Ann White from the Corporation for Supportive Housing, a national nonprofit with the mission of preventing and ending homelessness. Supportive housing tenants are permanent residents who live independently with help from voluntary supportive services. Some of these tenants share homes, but each have their own bedrooms. Tenants of supportive housing are not boarders, transient, sober living home residents, and supportive housing is not operated by commercial establishments. Yet, while sober living facilities now operating outside the law will continue to do so, the proposed ordinance will eliminate shared supportive housing in the city. The ordinance would make shared supportive housing illegal in low-density zones and will label these homes boarding homes in all other zones, making future shared housing supportive housing impossible to cite. By law, the California Housing Bond, Mental Health Services Act housing, and federal funding programs will require every tenant living in shared supportive housing to have his or her own lease. LAHD has plans to create more shared housing through the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. This housing will also require every tenant to have his or her own lease.
Thank you. Anne Lenore Marquette.
This is Annie Marquette with Public Counsel. Like LAHD and CSH, we are concerned that the definition of single housekeeping unit may have the unintended consequence of creating barriers to the development of permanent supportive housing, or PSH. In light of the city's severe homelessness crisis, the city should be removing rather than imposing barriers to creating permanent supportive housing, which is a highly effective method of ending chronic homelessness. Moreover, the city is required under state housing element law to treat supportive housing as a residential use of property and may not subject supportive housing to any restrictions that do not apply to other residential dwellings of the same type. Because the ordinance effectively classifies all supportive housing as a boarding house, which is not a residential use, the ordinance violates the state housing element law. Last, the ACLU of Southern California, who cannot attend this morning, has explicitly stated that they agree with our concerns. Thank you.
Rabia Sen.
Hi, I'm Rabia Sen with the Prototypes Domestic Violence Programs. We have a shelter called Star House that is a domestic violence shelter where we serve a very specialized population of survivors. These are survivors who have faced such severe abuse and intensity of entrapment with their abusers that they found their only means of escape was to turn to substance abuse because that is what numbed their pain. Now they come to Star House where they have a safe place. They're no longer being abused, and they feel safe enough to develop more healthy coping skills for themselves and for their children. With this ordinance, it would severely cripple our ability to serve survivors and their children. Over the last year, we've served and helped over 30 women and children achieve safety, achieve recovery, and find more permanent, safe, stable housing. With this ordinance, that would cripple us as well as our federal funding, our city and county funding. Thank you.
Autumn Elliott.
Good afternoon. I'm Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. You should have before you our letter outlining the ways in which the proposed ordinance violates a number of state and federal laws. You've also received a number of other very good legal opinions from places like Disability Rights Legal Center and Western Center on Law and Poverty. Housing Department has also raised serious legal concerns. We understand that the City Attorney's Office might feel differently. There is a way to resolve these differences through the legal system, but we can't understand why the city would want to be a test case in this matter, not just because of the financial costs, but also because of the human costs. This weekend, we visited 3 people with disabilities who live in a situation that would be made illegal by this ordinance. They shared with us that the home helps treat their disability, gives them a sense of pride and belonging to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Barbara Schultz.
Good afternoon. Barbara Schultz, Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. And I want to talk about the consequences to low-income tenants in general. The fact is we don't have enough housing in Los Angeles for low-income folks. According to our latest housing element, there's a 40,000 unit shortfall. At least 20%, according to the Economic Roundtable, of households are overcrowded, more and more with unrelated persons. This is not the time to make housing more difficult for the poorest Angelenos. And aside from the consequences to the legitimate group homes that you're hearing other speakers talk about, this isn't going to solve the problem with illegitimate group homes or boarding houses, because landlords will simply force everyone into a single master lease, which will put tenants in an even worse position. If one tenant does something that makes them face eviction, all tenants will be legally responsible and be evicted. Those on general relief will have their benefits cut, and such situations would be considered shared housing rather than individual tenancies. Thank you.
Maria Fisk, Leslie Broku, Dave Bouveau, or I think it's Bouveau, Arnold Sachs, and Rosanna Ehrlich. So our first speaker is Maria Fisk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Maria Fisk from Old Granada Hills Residents Group to represent our community. This is not about discrimination against those who are disabled. This is a fair, balanced ordinance that not only supports those with disabilities, but also the neighborhood. We have been subjected with 4 group homes, 2 of them sober living homes, over 90 calls to LAFD, 24 calls to LADBS, over 25 calls to the LAPD. Now tell me, how does that save the city money or protect the residents in any way? We are subjected to be the enforcement arm. I am strongly urging every single one of you to consider not only the neighborhood, but the people who live in these residences who are not supported in any way, shape, or form. Tell me what kind of rehabilitation goes on in a home with 40 people.
Thank you, ma'am. Leslie Broku?
Excuse me, can I pass these out?
Okay, yes, Mr. Koretz?
I could just announce for the 2 o'clock meeting of the Personnel Committee, for anyone planning on attending that, that'll meet 10 minutes after the conclusion of today's council meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Broku?
Yes, I'm asking you to vote yes to support this ordinance. This is not about sober living. This is about zoning. It's not discriminatory. It's about applying the zoning laws equally. We have dealt with 3 group homes in Granada Hills for over 2 years. We've worked with our senior lead officer. We've worked with the city attorney's office. We've worked with our city councilman's office. There have been numerous hearings. There have been numerous re-inspections of these homes. Only one was closed, and it wasn't because of nuisance abatement. It was because of a foreclosure. The other 2 are still going through re-inspections, still being investigated, still have numerous calls to LAPD and fire department. We need an ordinance that makes it easier to enforce these laws. Thank you.
Dave Bouveau.
Good morning. It's Dave Beauvais. I'm president of Granada Hills South Neighborhood Council, and we are one of the 33 neighborhood councils that support this ordinance. I have one of these homes 2 doors away. It's not a sober living home, even though they want to call themselves that, or at least at one time they did. It's a boarding house. It's an illegal boarding house. We've had people passed out in front lawns. We've had people walking down the street with open containers. We've had people arrested. We've had a death at this house. We've had a bomb scare at this house. We have 2 small children, my neighbor's children, preschoolers, living right next to this house, which has anywhere from 10 to 15 people living there at any time. These are not sober living homes, ladies and gentlemen and council members. They're illegal boarding homes. Anyone can rent to 10, 20, 30 people and simply call themselves a sober living home and ask for protection under the law. Please vote for this ordinance.
Our next speaker will be Arnold Sachs. Is Arnold Sachs still present? Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs. Okay, I don't see Mr. Sachs here in the chamber. Our next speaker after that will be Rosina Guzman Ehrlich. Is she still here? Rosina? Rosina Guzman Ehrlich. All right, then I'll call the next set of cards. Yvonne Johnson, are you present? Yvonne Johnson. Come on up. Paul Dumont. Paul Dumont. All right, come on up. And then Jessica Dumont. She's passing? Okay. Crystal Kendall. Crystal Kendall. Okay. And then Sarah Case. And then finally, Beverly Kenworthy. Okay, Yvonne Johnson.
Good afternoon. I've been listening to both sides of the stories, and I'm here to say I'm sorry for some of the people's bad lucks, but I'm a member of a sober living, and which has saved my life. Today I'm a member, a productive citizen, and not only has sober living saved my life, but it's also saved lives of others that's not into sober living places, because once the ordinance is passed, I'm afraid to say that it's going to probably be a real tragedy. Thank you.
Paul Dumont.
Hi, Paul Dumont. I'm a recovering alcoholic and neighborhood council volunteer and a sober housing provider. My first sober living home was for women with their children in recovery in Council District 12 in North Hills. I've attended, along with Mr. Rothman, I believe he and I are the only ones that have attended every public meeting on this issue. I've read every document, and I've emailed each of you council members, and I'll do it again, and offered to meet with you and offer you my expertise from the other side of the issue. There are a lot of problem group homes out here, and there are some solutions that are legal and available. Without having to include all these mental health homes and everything else. Somebody said it earlier, we lost focus. The 2007 motion that Mr. Smith introduced was to regulate sober living homes, and somehow we're involving student housing and all this crazy stuff. You wouldn't have public counsel up here if you came up with a certification program for sober living homes and said this is a sober living home, this is not. If you got a nuisance property, use nuisance abatement. I'll be sending you an email, and I'd love to meet with you personally.
Crystal Kendall is our next speaker. And I believe Fred Nakamura stepped out for a minute. He's back in. So, Mr. Nakamura, if you'd get in line to come and speak at the end of this group. Okay, Crystal Kendall.
Crystal Kendall, I do live in a sober living home, and I just want to say I was once one of those people that pointed my finger and said, I'll never be like those people. I don't want them in my neighborhood. And unfortunately, like so many do, it too happened to me, and I was involved in a very abusive physically and mentally relationship and was introduced to drugs and the streets and living in homes where neighbors didn't complain because we were locked up. We were smoking inside the homes, not outside. And I was introduced to sober living, and I can say it has saved my life. It has brought me back. It has showed me that I am better than that, and it has helped me to help so many others. It's an awesome thing. There are bad homes out there, but to just push them out of your neighborhoods and say out of sight, out of mind isn't going to take the problem away. It's out there, and it's a big thing. Thank you.
Sarah Case.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Case, and I am a NAMI mommy, and my daughter has suffered with schizophrenia for 10 years, starting in 2001. If it weren't for the help of the Sober Livings and all the community help that I've had from the Department of Mental Health, my daughter would be lost right now. I've had so much support from the Sober Livings. Some of the owners of the Sober Livings are here right now today, and they're concerned about their Sober Livings. And if it weren't for these places, my daughter would be on the street, homeless, lost, And I just beg you to please, reconsider this. Thank you.
Beverly Kenworthy.
Beverly Kenworthy with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce and representing United Way of Greater Los Angeles and our strategic plan, Home for Good, to end chronic homelessness in Los Angeles, which 9 council members sitting around here today signed on to. We want to be clear that we believe that this ordinance will negatively impact Home for Good's ability to find housing for our chronically homeless and our homeless veterans. VASH vouchers for our veterans, Section 8 vouchers for all our other that provide funding for housing require a lease. We believe that it is extremely unfortunate that we have pitted 2 very problematic things that are going on in neighborhoods versus people who are extremely vulnerable in our society. We should be working together to end this and not having this be one against the other. Thank you.
Fred Nakamura.
Good afternoon. I'm Fred Nakamura with Neighborhood Legal Services. We're the legal aid program that provides free legal services to the San Fernando Valley area as well as other parts of the county. I do primarily landlord-tenant, and my concern about this ordinance is that you're going to make unlawful fairly code-compliant homes, and by doing that, you're going to create a situation where tenants who reside in these homes are going to refuse to cooperate with code inspections. They won't complain about serious code violations and abusive landlords. By creating these homes, I think these homes are going to continue to exist regardless of what you do with this ordinance. And what you're doing is just basically stripping away tenants' rights of the folks who reside in these homes. I have written comments, and I just wanted to address this concern of mine. Thank you.
All right, the next set of cards. Thank you very much. William Blinky Rodriguez. Is Mr. Rodriguez still here? Mr. Rodriguez still here? Okay, great. And then Scott Ward, Larry Luttrell. Is Scott Ward here? Yep. Scott, come on up. Larry Luttrell, are you still here? Larry. Mike Watanabe. Mike here? Okay, great. And then Dean Nakanishi.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, I would ask the City Council to reject this ordinance and the way that it's written. And we've heard a lot of pros and cons here today, and even the cons have said that they're not against sober living, recovery, or any of these kind of homes. I think the nature of what's going on with some of those that are not being responsible is really causing a wave of this heat. It's without a doubt in my mind that Victory Outreach and many of the others here have helped change many lives. I've seen it over the course of the last 30 years, and there's many here that could get up and testify to that and share the way that their lives have been totally transformed and become productive citizens here in the great city of Los Angeles, especially at a time that we're seeing the foreclosures being what they are. You know, there's many families that are having to come home, children that had grown already, and have come back and said, Dad, Mom, we need some help. So we're just asking you to reconsider the way it's written in its entirety. Thank you.
Scott Ward.
Hi, everybody. My name is Scott Ward. Thank you for your time today. I personally have been on the front lines of addiction for many years, and what this will do to the city is enormous. I don't think this city wants to be in the front lines of this. I invite anybody to come down and see somebody detoxing off heroin, off alcohol, and what we do to restore these families and what we do to actually save people's lives. If this passes, it will be a severe strain on the city, and I don't think anybody wants that. I've run high-end treatment centers, and if anybody in here has been in a high-end treatment center, the average cost of that can be between $25,000 and $35,000, and if you or a loved one or a sister or a brother or somebody needed help, the amount of time that it takes in order to gain sobriety is between 6 months to a year, and in case you have $150,000 to $200,000, these people are hopeless, so do not pass this.
Larry Luttrell.
Hi, Larry Luttrell. I got sober in a sober living home myself over 22 years ago, and I've been working in recovery for 21 years. And The techniques that are being described here in this ordinance for the conditional use permits and special zoning and changing the definition of family around and all that, the American Planning Commission determined that those were excellent techniques to discriminate against houses being opened in this residential neighborhood for people with disabilities. And as someone that's worked in this field a long time, no law is going to make me talk to my neighbors, you know what I mean? And I have an open door policy at my house that I run, and if there's a concern, the neighbors come to me, I address it, we have meetings, we talk. And it's very effective, and it's helped me to, understand what their needs are and what their fears are mainly, and address those by having good neighbor policies in my house. Thank you.
Mike Watanabe.
Thank you. I'm Mike Watanabe. I'm the CEO of Asian American Drug Abuse Program in Los Angeles. I have 2 sober living centers and 2 state licensed facilities. I'm opposed to this ordinance because this ordinance will hamper my ability to run good programs. I'm part of the 99% that Councilman Smith acknowledged are running good, sound homes. One of the things that this ordinance will do, it'll take away my control over the residents of my sober living homes. I'll no longer be able to evict and admit those people that I can control. The portions of the ordinance that would affect the state license facilities would make me go through certain criteria that are vague and very difficult to
Thank you, Mike.
administer. Thank you.
Dean Nakanishi.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Nakanishi. On behalf of ADAP and the clients we serve, we are opposed to the Community Care Facility Ordinance. For over 15 years, I've been managing facilities on behalf of ADAP. For 39 years, ADAP has been living peacefully with our neighbors, nor have we ever been reported as a nuisance. ADAP's success was due to our trust in the community. We do an excellent job in serving our community. Let us do what we do best. In every neighborhood, you have the house who is a nuisance, too many cars, overgrown yards, abandoned vehicles, too many loud parties. But multiple families is not the core issue. In my opinion, homes that are a nuisance are people that are simply irresponsible. I'm asking that you don't attack the people who are serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Lee. Is John Lee still here? Christopher Lomel. Is Christopher Lomel here? Or Christopher Lovell? All right, they're not here. Kenji Miyamoto. Is Kenji Miyamoto here? Okay. Brian Avernus. Okay, Brian Zermano. Okay, those folks are not here in the chamber, so we'll go to the next set of cards. Michael Arnold, come on up. Andrea Lugueta. Is Andrea Lugueta there? Luis Saenz. Is Luis Saenz still here? Luis Saenz. Is Mr. Saenz here? Great. Chancela Al-Mansour, come on up. And then John Whitaker, Jr. Okay, Mike Arnold, you're our first speaker.
Thank you, council members. Mike Arnold, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. We've certainly heard, I think, a lot of our articulate comments regarding the unintended consequences of this ordinance, and I think it cannot be overemphasized the importance of shared living as a solution to homelessness, particularly around the provision of permanent supportive housing, but as well in terms of just creating affordable opportunities for individuals households with children as well as our youth. We're extremely concerned that the very broad definition of 2 leases as a boarding house is going to have an impact by limiting access to affordable housing, limiting options to these individuals, families, and youth, and has the potential of significantly increasing the number of homeless here in Los Angeles. We have over 100,000 who are doubled up or tripled up, precariously housed, and this will potentially make many of them homeless.
Andrea Lagueta.
Andrea Luqueta for Western Center on Law and Poverty. The single lease requirement in this ordinance does put $119 million in federal funds that Los Angeles receives every year at risk. It's a very real risk. HUD and the courts are enforcing the federal duty to affirmatively further fair housing. Los Angeles, by adopting this ordinance, will in fact be violating its own 2005 analysis of impediments that identifies many known impediments, including restrictive, selective enforcement of the single lease, increased segregation. All of these issues are here already documented in the 2005 analysis of impediments. Adopting this ordinance not only is not built on sufficient findings, it is in violation of the city's already existing affirmatively furthering fair housing study, and it will be subject to HUD investigation and legal things.
Luis Saenz.
Good afternoon, board members. First of all, I just want to say that the original motion introduced was to deal with places that were a nuisance. And also, not only that, but it was to deal with over-concentration of sober living in certain communities. So we're in agreement with that. Many of us, pros and cons. We've heard the people that are for it and against it. They're like, hey, let's get this in order. Let's get rid of the places that are messing it up for everybody. But reality is that if you close these places, the communities are not going to get better. Where are these people going to go? What are they going to do? You're talking about hundreds of people going into our communities, and God knows what they're going to do. And I have another idea. In our place, Victory Outreach, we house over 400 men. Each guy in the LA County is 30,000. Let's do the math. 400 by 30,000. I believe the district attorney needs $3 million. We just saved you about $15 million. And we need to look at that, how this is going to affect our community. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm a product of rehab. I've been sober 18 years, and if it wasn't for a home that could be a home, not a facility, I didn't need a jail or a facility. I needed a house. I needed somebody to tell me, listen, we love you. God can change your life. There's a better hope for you. And I'm a positive aspect of this community now. So you guys, the members...
You have to give somebody else a chance to speak so we can have as many. Chancellor Al-Mansour.
Good afternoon. I'm Chancellor Al-Mansour. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Rights Center. We thankfully received CDBG funds to affirmatively further fair housing for the city and the county of Los Angeles. I want to note that while I wasn't contacted by any of the city agencies to get our views of what the fair housing ramifications could be to the people of Los Angeles, the Housing Rights Center is concerned that there could be severe fair housing ramifications for people in Los Angeles, especially because this could have a disparate impact upon persons with disabilities, and it could also have a disparate impact upon other people as well, people of color, immigrants, and even veterans who aren't per se covered by the Fair Housing Act. But there is language to show that all of these groups could be negatively impacted by this ordinance. Our concern is that also all licensed facilities will be swept under this ordinance, and there will be a chilling effect upon all licensed facilities as well. And in addition, I agree with the person from the Western Center. The city's own 2005 analysis for impediment study identified this ordinance as being a possible violation. Thank you.
John Whitaker, Jr.
Good afternoon, Council. John O. Whitaker, Jr., certified addiction treatment counselor, of which none of you or none of the people who have written this document know anything about treatment or recovery. These proceedings will be proven to be prejudicial against the recovering community. Please remember that. Acceptance as presently constituted will make residential treatment for the poor and low-income fiscally impossible. Section 19 of this requires 2 patients per bedroom. That's great if you get $50,000 a month. If you get GARC funds, county funds. That is impossible to put two people in a bedroom and make your money back, or make any money to be able to continue treatment. We cannot survive with that. The parking with 7 people, Tarzana Treatment Center would have to put 44 parking spaces for people who don't need parking, because they are they don't have money, they are indigent, they don't have a car. But we would have to put 44 parking spaces. Ridiculous.
Thank you. That marks the end of our public comment period, and I will now read the names of the remainder of cards that were entered into the record, and then we will go back to the council members who've gotten onto the queue. Josh Smith, who is here against the proposal. Lisa Jacobson, Harvest House, didn't mark the card, but Lauren Myers. Sharon Hollander, against the proposal. Greg Shilos, against proposal. Sean Soltanpour, no indication. Jeff Sylvanus, against proposal. Dean Lucas. Michael Levine, against the proposal. Elizabeth Schrag, against the proposal. Cindy Soto, against the proposal. Terrence Hansen, against proposal. Jim Coddington, LA County Sober Living Coalition, against proposal. Saul Wilson, against the proposal. Sandy Patton, against proposal. Bill Foster, against the proposal. Barbara Broidy, for the proposal. That is the end of our public comment cards, and all the cards and the names of the individuals who submitted them have now been read into the public record. And our first speaker in the queue will be Mr. Alarcon.
Madam President, before a point of personal privilege, I just want to announce that the scheduled 2 o'clock Public Works Committee will commence 10 minutes after the conclusion of the regularly scheduled City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, obviously, this is a contentious issue that started with a good idea to fix nuisance houses in our neighborhoods. Nobody has any qualms with that. We ought to fix them. How somebody could live next to a house with 70 people in it? We screwed up somewhere. I don't know where, but that should not happen in the city of Los Angeles or anywhere else for that matter. But that is not what this action is about. This action reaches far further. Far further or just further. In any case, I know this council. I have been here long enough, and in 2 generations as a councilman, I have seen this council create an environment of hope for people who had none. For people who were left homeless and in the streets. We created programs. We partnered with nonprofit agencies and others to build a system that tried to keep the finger in the dam because we were falling apart. At a time when the city is experiencing 30% poverty rates, 40% unemployment in key sectors, where are these people going to go? Where are they going to go? I know that in your hearts that you do not mean to hurt one homeless person, that you do not mean to criticize or judge a person who has an addiction. But this ordinance will have extremely negative impact on exactly those populations of people. I do not countenance or have any patience for the kinds of living environments that were described by some of the people who are supporting this. I have fought against those homes in my district, and I would fight with you if I were in your district. But this ordinance is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We have created policies to say that Victory Outreach is our partner, that United Homeless Healthcare is our partner, that Homeless for Life Foundation is our partner, that LASA is our partner, that Claire Foundation is our partner, Hillview Mental Health Center, they are our partners. We've given them money, grants. We've told them, do what you do because you do it so well. We support you. Why are we sticking our finger deep into their eye sockets? Why are we doing that? But that's what this ordinance is doing. Unintentionally or intentionally, it doesn't matter. I'll let the legal beagles fight it out in court. The ACLU and the Public Counsel and Legal Aid Foundation, Western Center on Law and Poverty, you know, they said that there will be legal issues proceeding if this, if we take this action. But I'm talking to you about policy. It is inconsistent for us to support homeless services on one hand and then slam them on the other. We can't do that. We cannot do that. So I've introduced a motion. If you'll just give me a little bit of time, and I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I've introduced a motion that would ask us to establish a task force with the various people in the room, as well as the various experts that we employ, to truly get to the issue of the nuisances in our community, but also to provide better opportunities for the good service providers to do what they do well. To not do that is to turn a blind eye to a reality that exists in our society. We can't turn that blind eye right now. I'm not sure how they were able to do it in Newport Beach, but frankly, if I were in Newport Beach, I might have voted for it too. That's a different community. We have a very diverse and impoverished city. We cannot afford this. We can't afford to shut out so many people who've already been shut out.
Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange. All right, let's go to Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't particularly relish having to pass strong regulations on sober living homes and mental health facilities. I'm as supportive as could be, and I have been for many years in the state legislature. But these aren't just isolated incidents. We're having a lot of problems with a lot of facilities. I'll give you a typical one in my district. Young family lives next door to a sober living facility. Someone hops into their backyard where their small children are playing and does some very inappropriate things. I walked their block and knocked on people's doors, and they told me they were moving out. They didn't come to me to complain. I knocked on their door, and they told me why they were moving. I knocked on several other people's doors. They were all moving out of the neighborhood because of an out-of-control sober living facility. If it was just an isolated incident, I would say, okay, let's focus on that. But there are a lot of incidents. The process doesn't work well because we don't really have good regulations. And so sometimes we kick the problem up to the state, they kick it back to the city. Ultimately, usually the problem isn't resolved, and we have to find some way to resolve it. Now, if it's a choice for me between people that are in need in these homes and children and families in their homes that are forced out of their neighborhoods, I have to side with the residents of the neighborhoods. I'm not a lawyer. Maybe I'm an amateur lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer. And I wasn't in on these dozens of hearings, so I can't say for sure that this is absolutely the best result. I hope as we draft this, we continue to look at what the questions are in terms of being able to implement this in a way that causes as little harm as possible to the facilities, but really protects our neighborhoods. At the same time, my only legal question is, I don't completely understand how we're doing this with leases. And I'm just thinking of garden variety situations. Two senior citizens on low incomes split a place because they can't afford to live apart. And they also couldn't afford, if one didn't pay their rent or whatever, to have the full responsibility. Or three struggling students room together. One of them flakes out and doesn't pay. The others can't necessarily afford to cover the lease for the others, so separate leases make sense. How would this impact that? If we looked at at whether we're causing harm to just regular people in regular real-world situations. So that's at least one question I would
Is that
ask.
a legal question?
That is a legal question. Are we causing harm to people in regular garden variety situations that we haven't really taken into account?
Actually, I would say is probably not a legal question, but I want to caution the council that we want to be very sure that we have sort of a one-size-fits-all. And when we start exempting, for example, students from the one lease rule or other groups from the one lease rule, we have just walked into the exact situation that the folks who are against this are concerned about, and that is discriminatory and disparate treatment of disabled people. So I just want to have that on the record. Now, as a policy matter with regard to how the one lease rule would affect the community, I'd like to turn that over to my colleague at Planning.
Tom Rothman, the Planning Department. I guess to answer your question quickly, if you are living in a single-family house and there are multiple leases, that could no longer exist if this ordinance gets passed. We are making a clear distinction between what is a boarding house and what is not. And after our professional conferences and discussions, we came up with the opinion that once you have a second lease in your single-family house, you are now running a business. And that is not what our single-family neighborhoods were anticipated to house. The infrastructure, the parking, all of the amenities that go in our single-family neighborhoods were geared towards a single family. Boarding houses have consistently been banned from single-family neighborhoods. We need to make that distinction more clear. And if people are on multiple leases in single-family neighborhoods, they would need to consolidate and get on one lease. And that is a short version of the answer to your question.
Just for clarification, so if someone lived in a triplex and they had two senior citizens living in one of the units, that wouldn't apply. This only applies to single-family homes.
This only applies to R1 and R2 zones. A triplex does not.
Is not allowed in
either one of those zones. So if there is a triplex that's in an R3 zone, and under our current code and under the proposed ordinance, a triplex is absolutely fine. A boarding house is absolutely fine in an R3 zone and above.
So a triplex in an R1 zone?
Mr. Koretz, if you could, you're way over, if you can press your button one more time so I can let other people get into the queue, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Labange?
There's a city. In the city, there's a variety of zones. Planning Department's job is to define the zone's uses, correct?
Correct.
And in this definition here, which I have a list here, it talks about to create a new definition for single housekeeping unit in order to avoid the triggering, etc. Boarding and rooming house to add to parameters separate dwellings. Adding definitions for a variety of uses. If this passes, what do you think changes the most? And how soon does it change? Because there's been other ordinances that have passed that are somewhat restricted on a variety of issues, but it takes months, if not years, to implement. Because all these people here today, every one of you have a heart, and a good heart. Everybody has a good heart, which is so important. But what we have to try to do is make establishments that life could exist as defined without us being there. Just that the code is there. That's what the city attorney is giving us guidance for. The planning department is giving it guidance for. And everybody has struggles. And some struggles are bigger than other struggles. But in trying to define the city, I think it's extremely important as you define it from the neighborhoods. The neighborhood is the standpoint of what it is. But in reality, what consequence do people face who may see this as something that would impact their ability to exist? What options are there? Because there's always options in government.
Sure. Well, I'm not exactly sure of all. I know there was a lot of testimony here today about group homes and sober living homes, and I'm not sure of where these are located and what their models are. This is not opposed. This ordinance will not stop shared housing. You could live in a shared situation in a single-family house if everybody is under one lease. And that's really all we're saying here, is that we want to make sure there is some essence of stability in our single-family neighborhood so that everybody's on one lease, that is a family, and that's all we're saying.
All right, now if there's 800,000 units in the city, whether it's multiple units or single-family, right? Is that the right number? There's, I think, 800,000 billing locations in the sense of
I've heard
water
like
meters.
that.
I'm going off of that. I'm not sure of that. So there's 800,000, and let's say there's 500 homes that may not be to the new criteria that's passed. How soon would they have to reform? And is there an ability to reform their processes?
If they could, I mean, so we're supposing that there are single-family houses that are operating as boarding houses today, and that if this ordinance gets adopted, they would need to conform to the policies of this ordinance.
But how soon is that? We give people time, don't we?
Unless there was a complaint, I don't know how long it would be, but usually that would be the zoning law of the land, and it should be upon the signature
But you
of
have
the
to
mayor.
notify the property owners or something. How does that work? Because here's this, and I heard all the council members speak before, and I wish every neighborhood was as good as every neighborhood, whatever good is. But I think the value in the neighborhood is that they have consistency next door, whatever it is. And talking to Mr. Parks, he talked about from manufacturing to retail to housing to single family, all in one block. That is not good city planning, correct? So I'm trying to get that consistency in there. If you could give me a little on that.
But we don't have any way of tracking. The sober living homes and other group homes are single-family houses. They are not operating under any license agreement. We don't keep track of them.
Doesn't the fire department know where this is?
No, there is no way of tracking.
What happens if there's a fire? See, this is what always amazes me about Los Angeles. I know my time's up and I'll push it. Is when there's a challenge. And I know it, and I think the housing department was created because of a tragic fire in the first council district on Burlingame, I think it was, or Bonnie Bray, which was a mid-afternoon horrible fire. Certain things have the Pone Square fire, which had open hallways, created a change in the code. I would think if we put people at risk, if someone says there's 77 people living in one house at one location and the fire department does not know about it, I will push my button again.
Thank you very much, Mr. LeBon.
And if there are 77 people living in a single-family house, they could most likely meet our current definition of what a family is. That's what we're trying to change here.
Zine.
That'd be a big family, 77 people.
Very big.
What do you think, Paul? Thank you, Rich. The debate obviously isn't done, and the city attorney's office has to follow the guidelines, has to follow the rules, the regulations. I heard some of the folks speak about why don't you do this, why don't you do that. And this needs to be structured so it's fair to everyone, and if not, then there's discriminatory practices. I'm sure somehow someone's going to file a lawsuit, because no matter what we do, there's lawsuits that are filed, representatives from different agencies that are here. I've received a lot of complaints in the West Valley about these facilities. Residents are fed up with them, not because of the good ones, but because of the bad ones. Like anything, the bad get the publicity, and that's where I come from, is to say, how do we sort those out? We can't sort those out unless we have an umbrella policy that covers them all. And there's no way to separate anything out. Hearing the pleas from the folks, the sober living, getting them back on their feet, Victory Outreach, and I'm very familiar with that, Blinky Rodriguez, familiar with the good work that he does. But is there any kind of tweaking that you folks, after listening to the testimony, can recommend? Or is what we have the best we can do with what we've got? The legal standard and principle that will stand up under scrutiny of the court.
Deputy City Attorney Amy Brothers, I mean, at this stage, this is almost 4 years in the works. We've been through a few different drafts, and as far as legal scrutiny, as long as this is applied fairly to all groups, regardless of who they are, and there's nothing in this ordinance as it stands now that says we should be treating groups separately, as long as that happens, I think we're in good legal standing. Of course, now housing department's attorneys are going to come in and also look at this to give it their once-over. But I've been looking at these the American disabilities issues and the discrimination issues. I've looked at various law opinions that have been provided from all sides of the issue here, and at this stage, I think it looks defensible. I think it looks like something that is a policy that we can apply fairly, but with keeping with our police powers to enact and enforce our zoning code, which I stated at the beginning. You know, we've had the definition of boarding house and the notion that it belongs in an R3 and above zone, that has been with our code for decades. So with that, I think we accomplish a fairness, but I think we can accomplish our purpose as well.
Have you been with this through the 4 years?
I have.
So it hasn't switched hands. You've been consistently with it.
I have.
This reminds me of the medicinal marijuana, the ordinance we tried to establish, and I think it's 5 years, and we're still trying to get that right. Hopefully,
it's not easy.
Well, no, I'm just trying to say, we want to do something that's going to benefit the community. It's going to take care of the people, and hopefully not belabor it, because we've had debate after debate after debate on the medical marijuana. And I hope this doesn't end up in that same arena, that we can finally bring some peace and tranquility to the neighborhoods, at the same time take care of the people that need to have those sober living and have it work. So I'm confident from what you said, since you've been with it from the get-go, that there's not much else we can do that follows the letter of the law, which we need to enforce. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. A couple of concerns I have. First of all, I put in an amending motion after discussions with community groups that the Building and Safety, the city attorneys, and planning report to the council with proposed enforcement guidelines for review before enacting. The devil is obviously in the details, okay? Hearing the testimony from all sides in the room here, it's true that the vouchers have to be understood and what that means. I'm a veteran, and darn it, we got too many homeless veterans out there, and we got to be able to find them homes and get them in it. That's our obligation as a society. So I want better clarity on vouchers. Also on Section 8 vouchers. I'm in the middle of a project in Venice on Section 8 vouchers for people in their vehicles who want help. I want to help them. I need an understanding of that. I also want to understand the ADA issues and how they're being addressed. I obviously don't want to see this in any way jeopardize federal funding issues that also need to be talked about. We obviously have to deal with students in the boarding house sense. We obviously have to deal with seniors in that same kind of capacity as well. And the fact that the housing department's city attorney, for God's sake, hasn't known about it until this morning is over the top. And that is just unacceptable. Unacceptable. I mean, I'm just frustrated that the right hand and the left hand, of course, that's something I've learned since I've been in government, is that I got to be patient and that we have to get everybody in the room together on the same sensibilities early on. So I want to move forward with this because I do have issues in all parts of my district, but I want to be sensitive to all of these issues, and so that when you report back, because we can't approve anything today, especially after we heard the city attorney from the housing department take a first look at it, for God's sake. So this is a work in progress. And so I want to move forward, but I want those understandings to come back. I want to understand the enforcement policies as we come back before we have a final ordinance in place. I really appreciate Amy Brothers and your leadership and staying with this, but I don't appreciate the fact that we have not had enough of a consensus development in this room here to give my folks, and my folks are on all sides of this issue here, but we don't want to destroy R1 neighborhoods by clever games either. So all of this is on the table. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Alarcon, I always appreciate, Richard and I go at it. It's kind of a show around here, Richard and I show. We go at each other a few times. But I always appreciate your speech because it's heartfelt, it's visceral, and it's an important discussion. I do want to correct one thing you said, is that you didn't invite these people. But on page 2 of your letter you sent out, you invited all those people to participate. So, yeah, you did. Folks, one gentleman got up and said, we would like to see you go back to what you originally did in your original motion. And that's nice, except a good number of the people sitting here were the ones that fought against the original motion because it was discriminating against them. And so the city attorney did the right thing and said, let's be broad, let's make it one that really enforces across the board and cannot be criticized for discriminating. So now we're getting criticized for discriminating when we went out of our way to not discriminate. It's kind of unfortunate, but the city attorney did their job, and I appreciate that. Also, it's really odd. I've been here 8 years. I don't think there's ever been a time when 33 neighborhood councils passed positions in support of anything before this council. So thank you. And that's an expression of the angst that is felt in the neighborhoods, and that's why this is here today. Madam City Attorney, I ask a couple questions, and Tom also from the Planning Department. I have never, ever wanted to go after homeless housing. I've been very supportive of everything Ms. Perry has done and Mr. Rosendahl. Anytime an issue came up on funding for homeless programs, I was 100% there, and I would never, ever want to do anything to harm that. Does this in any way restrict homeless housing programs?
When Housing Department began attending the meetings and getting on the emails, they were asked to provide statistics to the working group on this with regard to potential effects on city-funded housing opportunities for the homeless and other folks needful. And I'd like to expound a little because, of course, the woman, Claudia Monterosa, was actually here from Housing. She didn't get into detail. She analyzed 7 programs that the city operates. And for 6 of them, she said that this ordinance would not affect the city-funded programs for the homeless. One of them, though, which does not exist at this time but is ramping up, is the NSP program, and that's coming into being, and there is an anticipation that it may use RD, R1, R2 zones. We also, during this process, sought statistics from the County of LA with regard to how many of their funded programs would be affected by this proposed ordinance, and we were given a list of 180 homes they had in the city of Los Angeles, not 180 homes, excuse me, 180 residents, 30 homes. And approximately 100 of those residents were in R1 and R2 zones, which would be affected by this. So the takeaway at this time on statistics that we have is 100 people in the city and county funded programs that would be affected by this ordinance.
Okay.
If I may interject, Claudia Monterosa from the Housing Department. Yes, our data, as Amy stated, so far has demonstrated a limited number, but that is inconclusive data because we have only been looking at this for 2 weeks. So I think we need more
Now, why have you only been looking at 2 weeks? This has been going on for 3 years. You were invited to previous hearings. You didn't show up. Now you come in at the last minute and cause everybody around here a lot of angst. Why?
I cannot answer that question. All I know is that I, as for our unit in the Housing Department, this is when we began to be involved in late April of this year.
My observation of 8 years on this council is, and Mr. Parks, as chairman of the Budget Committee, will tell you, every year when we try and bring a housing department in here in LASA, we almost have to send a cop over to pick them up and bring them in because they don't even want to talk to us. It's time for you people, if you want to have a place at the table, to participate and quit showing up at the very last minute with objections to an ordinance that's been 3 years in the works and getting everybody all upset around here because you weren't part of the solution. Well, darn it, do your job and start showing up. All right?
Well, that's why we are here, to work with our colleagues in the planning department and city attorney, so we're here to work.
And I'm going to go along with Mr. Reyes' motion that when this comes back, that if we instruct today, which I hope we do, that when it comes back, that you review it and sign off so that we have a sign off in advance. But again, start participating in the city government you're part of, because housing does a miserable job of participating with the rest of the city government agencies. That's enough said on that. Question was brought up by grandfathering. Tom, if they're a current licensed facility, they're grandfathered in, they have no fears.
Current licensed facilities, they would be grandfathered in.
So they have no issues.
No issues.
Unlicensed, and that's where we get to the real distinction here in this ordinance. Unlicensed are the people that are not under any jurisdiction, state or city, that are using houses as boarding houses, and that's what you've tried to correct in this ordinance, correct?
Correct.
So if you got 40 people in there, whatever good the agency is doing, they are technically running a business out of there, and that's what you've tried to correct here.
Yes.
Okay. So when someone says you're going to get sued about this, dozens of other cities are already doing this. One person said Manhattan Beach. Well, you know what? Maybe we're not Manhattan Beach. We were awful lot like Oakland. Oakland's been doing this for how many years? Our ordinance has been around for a long time. And we're very similar to Oakland in many respects. So I think we've stood the test of time. The legal challenges have been on our side in these, and you've chosen the best practices around the state in this ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. Gentlemen talk about parking. I don't know where he gets the calculation. They need 40 parking places. We have 40 people in a facility that's in a residential district. If they were to come back and get a conditional use to do that, they'd have to have 2 parking places for the home and 0.2 for everyone above 7,
right,
which is 6 more people. So they'd have to have 8 parking places, not 40.
I think you're right. I'm not doing the math that
I'm pretty good
fast.
at actually, it's 8.6.
It's only 0.2.
Yeah, okay.
Above the 7.
Right.
Excuse me, Councilman Charlie Roush, Planning Department staff. Remember, those are guidelines that are public benefit cases. If you can't meet the guidelines, you still have the option of going through a zoning administrator and getting relief from those things. So there is always an outlet for them.
And that's the normal process. They now have the option to go through, which they previously didn't.
If they can't meet the guidelines.
But one final thing, and I know my time's run out, one final thing gets to the issue of leases and distinctions between these kind of units and boarding house units. When we say our current law allows them in C and R3 zones already, pretty big city, we got a lot of R3 and C zone.
Yes.
What percentage of the city do you think is in those zones already? Applicable zones.
If we could call up our colleague, Naima Guth.
Sure. The question is...
We could do that research and get back to you with a very accurate. We have a... Charlie, would you...
If you've got a quick answer, if not, I would presume R3 and C zones make up at least a quarter to 30.
Well, you've got all of the R3 zones, R4 zones, and all C zones, and each commercial strip along every major boulevard in the city.
So there are
If they're not C zones, they're R3.
But the point is, for those that run these great programs, there's plenty of options out there. This is not restricting. It's not putting them out of business. It's giving them options. But the option is not to put 40 or 60 people on a neighborhood block for a home that was built to house 8 or 10 at the most. That's the bottom line. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huizar. Mr. Huizar's next.
Thank you. One question for the planning department. Clarification on if we get a single lease for a number of individuals who are living at a home, what impact would that address, or what is the benefit of getting that single lease, just to clarify?
What is the intent of why we're limiting single families and families to one lease? Well, I can briefly, Amy can chime in. It's really to address the issue that we hear so often of the transiency. We want the single families to behave as a unit and to interact. There's really very few other, we can't identify what types of people, what types of relationships go on in a family, but we can limit it to a very broad way of looking at one lease. And we believe that the single lease prevents this very constant problem we're seeing in multiple group homes of in and out of different people on 1 month, 6 months, 2 weeks. So it's sort of they have to act and behave as if they were a traditional family.
Okay. So you're trying to prevent the transitory effects of people coming and going. They get their own lease. That way, if there's only one lease, you feel it would comply more with an R1, R2 zone, which is the intent, which is you work as a unit, not as people coming and going.
Exactly.
Okay. And these services, these providers that you see out here, do you think that will impact them negatively with that single lease because they don't work in units, right?
I'm not sure of all of the different groups that have spoken today. It may impact some of them. I know that there are some, especially the sober living communities, they do issue, most of them, I'm not familiar with every one of them, but they do have individual leases for their individual residents.
Yeah, I think
and that either they would have to get all on one lease or relocate to an R3 zone if this ordinance passes.
I have a feeling that it will impact most of them. And so what's going to happen after this passes? Most of these programs, providers, will be impacted. You mentioned that some will be grandfathered in. All of them grandfathered in? Some?
That was a response to Councilman Smith's question. That was speaking specifically to the licensed community care facilities. The people I think that we're talking about right now are the unlicensed sober living homes, and other group homes are not licensed. There is no oversight committee. There are no regulations. So that's why we are sort of defining everything, all these group homes, as boarding houses, because that is, in an objective way, what they are.
So the licensed facilities will be allowed to be grandfathered in because you believe that they have some oversight, regulations to follow. Those that are not licensed will have to move.
If they're in an R1 zone and all of their residents are on separate leases, they would probably have to make a decision.
Where will they move to? And you said R3, commercial, there's a lot of other property available, but the fact remains that they still will be unlicensed, right?
They would still be unlicensed, but we're not looking at them as a facility. We are defining them as a boarding house, and they would be a legal boarding house in an R3 zone, or they would be a family if all of the residents were on one lease.
And if I could chime in, there is a use that building and safety can give. If people come in and apply for a change of use to a boarding house for a particular property, they can get that. What we're finding is a lot of bootleg boarding houses. And so there is a use, and there is something that folks can apply for and have a legal boarding house use.
Got it. And what I'm trying to get at is simply what the impact of this will be, because I believe these facilities, these providers are going to exist. Some of them may move from R1, R2 zones, but they're going to be somewhere in our city. The issues I hear of, mostly in my district, are when we don't enforce the individuals or the regulations with individuals who come out freely. Some of them may have mental issues that need more attention. Others are on rehab that may perhaps go back and go to the local liquor store or something. There are different issues associated with these nuisance areas. What I'm finding through this ordinance, and I voted for it in Plum because I was frustrated with us not doing anything about this, is that we're not really directly hitting head on what our problems are. I think this is a beginning, but we're not really addressing the real issues that we hear a lot of communities complain about. A few years ago, I also put in a motion because our facilities that provide 6 beds or less, we don't regulate those as a city. We have been preempted by the state. And the problem I was having in my district is that we were getting over concentration of these homes where, when you have at one block 3 or 4 of these, it was creating some impacts on the local community.
Were these licensed facilities?
We don't know. Some of them were licensed, some of them were not licensed. But we were told as a city that we cannot do anything about them because we are preempted by the state about doing anything about them.
There's a reversal here. And the reversal is that licensed facilities 6 and under can be in any zone in the city, but unlicensed facilities, group homes, boarding houses, we're suggesting we tighten the definition of boarding house.
I got it. My point being that those impacts are still going to be in our neighborhoods. And those impacts, we're not doing a good job as a city in enforcing and getting control of those situations. We're told, you go to building and safety, go back to those homes and check to see if in fact there's 6 beds or less, or if they've done some other modifications to allow those 6 people to live there that are not in compliance with our rules and regulations. The only thing at our disposal right now is building and safety. That's what we're told as elected officials when we're trying to respond to our constituents. My point being is that the reason I seconded Councilmember Alarcon's motion, which is to create a task force and look at this more comprehensively, is that we're just taking a small piece of this, redefining and perhaps making a small dent on a larger issue. And secondly, when I see so many providers here say that and bring up all these issues, it's being one-sided. We're looking for a balance, and I don't think we have that balance yet. We really have to look at this a lot more comprehensively. There's a lot of issues involved, and when you have some people here that, like Mr. Alarcon said, we support, we honor, we say you're doing a good job, but they're all here telling us, hey, give us a voice. You guys don't understand exactly what this means. I don't feel like their voice was heard in moving forward. So, and I'm not saying that we may, even if they were, I might say, hey, this is a great ordinance, but that due process hasn't taken place. So I just feel we need a larger approach to this issue, and we're just looking at it, a narrow piece of it, and we need to involve more people in a solution. And that's why I seconded Mr. Alarcon's motion to create a task force of a number of folks who could look at this and not have the issues of the housing department coming up here and saying, hey, we're just looking at this for the first time, or city attorney from the housing department saying, hey, I got to look at this for compliance with federal rules and state rules and see where we are. It makes me a bit uneasy that we're at this point right now and we're thinking there's going to be the solution to a major problem out there, and it's not. It's just a small piece of it. We need to look at this more comprehensively, and we need to hear from more people who are actually doing the work each day out there. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, this is not ready for prime time. This has serious problems. The seniors that Mr. Koretz described, they would have to get on a joint lease. What happens if they get into a dispute and one of them leaves the other one holding the bag? Would that person get evicted through no choice of their own? The owner just kicks them out because one of the person violated the lease. They had nothing to do with the problem. Maybe those 3 students, one of them's a jerk and they cause a nuisance, but the other 2 are good kids. The owner says, I've had it, you're all out of here. How is that fair for those 2 students that were doing good? How is that good for their educational process, by the way? And let's talk about those 70 people that live in that house, which I can't even fathom, but let's say all they have to do to comply with this law is sign a lease. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
They would be defined as a family. You have not solved the problem. You have been sold a bill of goods that will not work, because the people that are messing up our neighborhoods with nuisance activities have figured this law out and said, we can do this too. All we have to do is sign a lease, one lease, and still act up, still throw beer cans, still piss on the lawns. They can do all those things and be defined as a family. How does that make your neighborhood better? This does not do what you've been told it's going to do. Not to mention, it's going to mess up all these people's lives. Because now they want to do it right. And that means they need to have control over the people that are in that residence. If they do a single lease, they will lose control because those residents would then gain control of the facility by virtue of saying who stays and who leaves, and who is welcome in and who isn't. That's not the correct solution. This is not ready for prime time. We are damaging our communities more than solving it. You have a nuisance problem? Let's do a nuisance abatement on that house with 70 people. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you, Greg. We'll do it together. You know what? When we had 13 sexual offenders in the motel in Sylmar, we picketed until they left. And they left. You know, so I understand this is a problem, but this ordinance doesn't solve it. Because all they have to do is sign a single lease together, and then they're defined by the city as a family. If that is not ludicrous, I don't know what is it. I mean, this is crazy. So you're trying to solve a problem which you're not really solving. I guarantee you those 70 people will still be there. Those 50 people will still be there when this thing passes. They will still be a nuisance in your community. Plus, all the people that are eliminated from housing, good housing that is supervised, orchestrated, and disciplined, will be thrust into other neighborhoods, including yours. This is the wrong way to act. And this was not the intention of this. This was not the original intention of the activities. That, notwithstanding the fact there's been 3 years of activity, just because it's 3 years of activity doesn't mean it's right. After 3 years of activity, I can imagine you get frustrated. You want to get a product out. We got to get something. Councilman, you're retiring. We got to get you something before you leave. No, that isn't the case. We have to do what is right, whether it takes 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. We have to do what is right. This ordinance is not right. Let's not do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Cardenas.
Wow, Richard, you just took that Alarcon-Smith diatribe to another level. Anyway, but that's not what it's about. This item that's before us, can you explain to me which properties of zoning it actually affects?
I'll do it. Again, this is the ordinance does two things. One part of it deals with licensed community care facilities,
correct,
and the other part of it deals with the distinction between a family and a boarding house. The licensed community care facilities, those with 6 and fewer and 7 and more, will all be allowed by right, essentially, in all zones that allow single-family houses.
Okay.
So the licensed facilities are going to be allowed by state law. We're codifying in this ordinance to allow them anywhere they want. The larger ones will have to meet 7 performance standards, but it's still a by right. They will not be a public hearing. There will not be any discretion. So those can also, larger ones, 7 and more, 7 to infinity, can go in a single-family neighborhood. And that's one part of it. The other part of the ordinance is the distinction between a family and a boarding house. Currently, boarding houses, and for decades, have been banned from our R1 and R2 zones. In 2006, there were some rewrites to our zoning code, and our definition of family became so overly broad that a group of people living in a house is now defined as a family, and that can go in an R1 zone. So many of these homes that were the object of a lot of testimony today, which could be construed as being boarding houses or sober living homes, they are saying they're a family and they are allowed to be in the R1 zone. We are saying that once a second lease is established in a family, in a household, that no longer constitutes a family and constitutes a business and is a boarding house and is precluded from the R1 and R2 zones. So that's really what it is. So again, we're not picking a number for the amount of people that can live in a house. They just all have to be on one lease. The licensed facilities are fine. We've codified state law. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. But And if this were to pass eventually, because whatever we vote on today isn't final, we're basically instructing the city attorney's office and the various departments to come back and tell us all the flaws, as was pointed out by Councilmember Alarcón and some of the speakers, etc. So the bottom line is this: nobody claimed that nobody who, Mr. Smith, for example, didn't claim that this document is final. No,
this is going.
Exactly. It's still a working document that's actually going to be changing in language and scope to a certain degree.
Well, unlike most of the ordinances that come out of the planning department, the city attorney's office and the planning department have been very closely working together on this project. It's usually at this point where it gets referred to the city attorney, and it would be the first time that Amy might have looked at it. But in the case of this very emotional issue and very, very complicated issue, we have worked very closely together. So Amy has worked on this for 3 years, and that might be the reason why maybe the housing attorney hasn't seen it. Right now, it usually goes to the city attorney. It's really just a planning function up until now officially.
Thank you for clarifying that. But also, colleagues, the reason why I'm going to vote for this is because it does not get rid of existing facilities. So those of you who came here who thought that by watching this council vote and advance this forward so that they could continue writing it, understand that you came under false premise. It does not make you have to pack up your shop on your licensed current facility. You will continue to be grandfathered. You will continue to exist. You'll continue to operate. Yeah. So those of you who came under the idea that you were going to get eliminated, you were lied to. And then in addition to that, I think it's really important that we understand, as you very artfully and honestly articulated, the state legislature, the state of California, has superseded local authority to a certain degree. And all we're trying to do here is make sure that we recapture legally enough of our local authorities so that we can restore some, not all, but some order within our communities throughout the city of Los Angeles. So I just want to take the time to thank those people who've worked on it so far, and I want to thank ahead of time those people like the city attorney who said this morning, this is the first time I see this. Well, it's not the last time you're going to see it. And I hope you do really a lot of good work on this when it comes back to this council so that we can actually have a document that is actually looked at, vetted, worked on very accurately and professionally so we can have something that is actually improving the situation. Nobody ever said that this was going to solve all of the issues that people have complained about today. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Garcetti and then Mr. Krikorian.
I just want to announce that our Rules and Elections Committee, which starts at 3 o'clock, will begin 10 minutes after the end of this meeting. That's an announcement. I also moved the previous question.
All right, Mr. Clerk, let's open the roll. On Mr. Garcetti's call the previous question. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
All right, matters before us.
A point of order. I was going to accept amendments B and C as friendly amendments.
All right.
So we'll just be voting on A and then the full motion with Mr. Reyes's, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Rosenthal's amendments.
All right. So, Mr. Clerk, what we have before us is Mr. Smith's motion as amended by Parks, Reyes, and Rosendahl. Can we vote on that as amended first, and then Mr. Alarcon also has a motion?
Madam President, I believe we would actually be taking Mr. Alarcon's
motion first,
the substitute motion first, and then going to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee report as amended by 12B and 12C, which is before the members.
Now, there were 3 motions. There was Parks, Reyes, and Rosendahl. Am I missing one? A, B, and
Correct.
C. A, B, and
12A is Mr. Alarcon's motion, 12B is Mr. Park's motion, and 12C is Mr. Rosenthal's motion.
Very good. Okay, but first we vote.
So
the first thing we vote on is Mr. Alarcon's motion,
which is a substitute motion.
All right, so let's open the roll on Mr. Alarcon's motion first. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
2 ayes, 11 noes.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. You're welcome. All right, now, let's...
Madam President, now before you would be the Planning and Land Use Management Committee report as agendized and as amended by items 12B and 12C.
All right, let's open the roll. Let's open the roll as amended. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you very much. That's the end of that matter? Thank you. Next item.
I believe that takes us back to item number 7.
Item 7 is before us now. There is one card in here from Judy Swanson. If she still is here or wants to speak, this is the opportunity to come and speak now. Otherwise, we can go to the vote. Mr. Alarcon, are you in the queue for 7? Mr. Alarcon, are you in the queue for 7? 7. Are you up for 7 or are you just on the board? Did you want to speak on 7? Okay. All right, well, why don't we open the roll? Oh, Judy's here. Okay. Judy?
Yeah, well, I didn't get everybody, but it goes like this. Oh, well, I miscounted. I just... Okay. Where did he go with this?
Hold on one moment. We'll make sure it's cleared for you. Hold on one second. If I could ask folks to move their conversations respectfully out of the chambers. Mr. Zine, if you don't mind, if we can move to the side just for our public comments on item number 7. Mr. Smith, if you don't mind moving that conversation outside. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Judy. My apologies. I've recognized.
Point of information on
Yes.
public comment. Was
Yes.
public comment closed at the last hearing? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, we met public. We had a public hearing in the last.
And are we opening it up again or no?
Ms. Perry just recognized the card that is here.
But I mean, is there a requirement? I just want to check.
There is not. I believe we have just that one comment card, yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Ms. Swanson, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Council members. I am here representing MacArthur Park. My name is Judy Swanson, and I'm an instructor. I made it 3 years through the big hazard in Boyle Heights, and I came out of it with a little place called Ramona Gardens that I developed a program for children. And I'm here today to show you different ways to promote the beauty of LA and involve the community in participating. Your little thing just came off. And I'll just start here. I've got a little show here. Millions of people are here to see.
We can't quite hear you. If you will make sure you're close to the microphone. Thank you.
Millions of people are here to see. And this is the Los Angeles 2020 Summer Olympics. In preparation for that, we start with our Neighborhood Environmental Heroes program. Mr. Muckery has already given the okay to set the model in MacArthur Park. And we go from there. The activities begin with the informed kids in charge of the Big Lab Experiment 2020. Oh, well, it has to do with advertising and promoting the city. Oh, thank you. And this is to keep Los Angeles beautiful and get the message out that Los Angeles, a river runs through it. And that begins with the lab volunteer take pride assignments in clean up, fix up, and paint up, bringing us to our 2020 vision to keep Los Angeles beautiful. And making it happen is you and I keep Los Angeles beautiful. And our tagline on this is Los Angeles Companies Coming. And I gave you all a handout on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. I know that Mr. Labange has worked on Keep America Beautiful and may be the best contact for you to see some of those ideas through. All right. Anybody wishing to speak on item 7? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll. This is a second reading, second consideration of the ordinance from last week. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes. And
that has passed. Thank you very much to LA Inc. and everybody else. So it's nice to have the microphone, Mr. Labange, but it has to be turned on. So we will send that forthwith. Thank you. And that was the proper, don't worry, that was the proper setting for that microphone. Thank you to our sound man. All right, we'll go to our next item called special, please.
Item 16 called special for Councilmember Perry.
All right, Ms. Perry? Item 16?
That was for my colleague.
Oh, it was for Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Parks, item 16 is before us.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. I'd like to have the 4 people that have been had the stamina to wait and have them come up and make their comments, and I think they will basically really give us clear understanding why this item has come before us. And so we can ask the 4 members of the public that we have the cards.
Sure. Marcelo Vavala is our first speaker, then Daniel Paul, Laura Myers, and Marcos Valayos. Thank you for your patience on a very long day.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Marcello Vavala with the Los Angeles Conservancy. The LA Conservancy and its Modern Committee is the applicant for this Golden State Mutual Insurance Company building nomination. We submitted this nomination earlier this year. We found this building to be very significant both culturally and architecturally, and we wanted to make sure that it would remain protected, especially since Golden State Mutual failed several months ago. It has since been purchased by a group that supports the nomination, and we find that the building meets all 4 of the city's landmark designation criteria. We wanted to also mention that we continue to be concerned about the fate of the 2 murals in the lobby of the building. There's a threat that they might be sold off, so we have called those out as significant in the nomination as well. As you all know, this building was designed by Paul R. Williams, very significant African-American architect, and has strong ties to the African-American community in Los Angeles. We hope that you will vote to declare this wonderfully significant building LA's newest landmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcello. Daniel Paul is our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Daniel Paul. I'm an architectural historian by trade with a company called ICF International, but I've also been a member of the Los Angeles Conservancy's Modern Committee for 16 years. I have written a variety of historic cultural monuments for the city already, including Capitol Records in Griffith Park. I did this as a volunteer project for ModCom, our organization. And of all the nominations I'm familiar with and that I've been around, I can't think of any one of them that has a historic significance that is so integral to its community, that is so special to its community, and that has contributed so much to its community. So I'm very delighted to have been given the opportunity to author this. I hope for your support in this wonderfully historic resource, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Myers.
Hello, I'm Laura Myers. I'm with West Adams Heritage Association. We strongly support the landmarking status of the building and the murals. Golden State Mutual Life Insurance is an iconic company as well as a building in our community. It employed many people who have lived in the historic West Adams district. This would be one of the few historic cultural monuments in Los Angeles associated with essentially non-white history. This country in the year 2035 is likely to be majority minority. Most historic preservation has not recognized the contributions of many minorities throughout the country, and so we are thrilled that this nomination has come forward. The murals are an integral part of the building. They depict the history of African American people in California for 200 years. I'd like to invite you and anybody else who's listening this Saturday, June 4, we're actually working with the owners of the building and opening the doors so everyone can see the murals from noon to 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next and last speaker is Marcos Velayos.
Good afternoon, Council President Garcetti and honorable council members. Marcos Velayos with Park and Velayos on behalf of Community Impact Development 2, the property owner. I will be brief, and I would just like to thank Councilman Parks, the Los Angeles Conservancy, and the West Adams Heritage Association for their efforts with regard to this historic cultural monument application, and we do support this application. This is an important Paul Williams building that was a home and the headquarters to Golden State Mutual Insurance Company, and in addition there are two magnificent Charles Alston and Hale Woodruff murals in the building that depict the African American experience in Los Angeles and California. These murals and this building are part of the historic fiber of the community and a significant part of Los Angeles' history, and we respectfully request that you approve the nomination before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Marcello and Daniel from the LA Conservancy, and also Marcos from FAME and the South Los Angeles Regional Center, and Laura from the West Adams Heritage Association. We certainly are pleased that they've come together to bring this to our attention. You cannot live in Los Angeles and specifically South LA and not be aware of the Golden State Insurance Building. It has been a fixture at the corner of Adams and Western for decades. It also housed the first black insurance company west of the Mississippi. It also has created what is viewed in the 30s and 40s as a basically black royalty in the city with the Hudson family, the Williams family, and also the folks that basically were involved in this business. And to be able to capture a Paul Williams building and maintain it in our community is something that I think everyone would be supportive of. It is particularly important at this time because there is expected development on the north lot, and with that north lot, that's something in which we want to make sure that this building is maintained, and also the murals. The fact that for the first time it's been declared that the murals are part of the building. We had, as that company went under financially, there were those that thought they should sell the murals as a means of gathering revenue for the collapse of the business itself. And so we'll ask you for an aye vote in moving this forward. It's something that I think the community will treasure for a very long time that we took this action.
Thank you. Any other speakers wishing to speak? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on the designation. Go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work on making this a historic cultural monument, our newest in the city of Los Angeles, as soon as the mayor puts a signature on it. So let's go ahead and go to the next item called special.
Item 22 called special for cards.
All right, item 22. We've got some good cards here. Dr. Clyde Williams. Dr. Williams, I think, has departed. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 22 and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Number 24, if we can take that. I know that's closed session, but I think we can do that in open session. It's just a lien, and we have one card from Arnold Sachs, who it looks like has departed as well. So we'll close the public hearing on 24 and take a vote. We can prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's go to 31. And Mr. Sachs also had a card, so I think we'll go ahead and close that public hearing. Let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. We have item 34, which I'm going to continue. Item 34 today, colleagues, was a resolution for the president of our Board of Public Works, Cynthia Ruiz. Because of the timing, we weren't able to do that, but we'll move that to another date certain. I know they had a number of tributes and testimony about her service now that she's going to work at the port in the Public Works room, but we look forward to having her back, and so we'll continue that until the 24th of June. Next item, please.
Mr. President, I believe that brings us back to the closed session items.
Okay. We do have public comment cards on item 35 before we go into closed session, so why don't we take that public comment. Thank you again for your patience on a very long day. Dr. Clyde Williams, I believe, had departed. Daniel Hirsch here. Hello, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good.
My name is Dan Hirsch. I am president of the Committee to Bridge the Gap, which is a plaintiff along with the City of Los Angeles and the Natural Resources Defense Council in the lawsuit against the Department of Energy regarding the cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab. I have a letter here from the Natural Resource Defense Council, Sierra Club, Committee to Bridge the Gap, Southern California Federation of Scientists, Physicians for Social Responsibility, and Rocketdyne Cleanup Coalition. I'd like to just summarize that for a moment, if I may, and then distribute it. This council and this city played a very important role in trying to get an agreement to clean up a nuclear meltdown site about 30 miles from here. Many of you may not realize it, but in 1959, a reactor in the hills above the western San Fernando Valley had a partial meltdown. And for half a century, we've been trying to get that site cleaned up. In 2004, the city and my group and NRDC filed suit against the Department of Energy, which had wanted to walk away from most of that contamination and leave behind 99% of the contaminated soil. We, meaning the city, NRDC, and Bridge the Gap, won that lawsuit, and that prodded the Department of Energy in December of last year to enter into an agreement with the state of California to clean up the site to background. There is a condition, and that's an amazing contribution. It's the best cleanup that can occur in the country. There's a condition in that agreement, which is that we work the plaintiffs with DOE to get some relief from the decision in the Judge Conte case. And I just urge you, and the other groups do as well, to work cooperatively with the other plaintiffs and DOE to provide that relief so that cleanup of this highly contaminated facility can get going. I want to thank you for having accomplished this remarkable development and urge you to help bring it into fruition now. Thank you.
Thank you. We couldn't have done it without you, so thank you for your good work as well. Dr. Shellen Plotkin is our next speaker. Okay. Don Kowalski here. After that is Jean Lunde. Hello.
What a beautiful building you have. I haven't been here before.
Thank you. Yeah, just move down a little bit so we can hear you. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be here. I just wanted to reiterate what Dan said, that this has been a very long journey for us, 22 years, of many, many meetings to get to the point of the DOE now saying they'll clean up to background, which is wonderful. And thank you for any help that you have given and the help you have given and will give to making this move along. And just let's take the roadblocks away and get them going, because after 22 years we need to get this cleaned up for our generations, for our children who live below, and for all of us who have worried and live directly below the facility and still worry when there are winds, when there are rains, with the contamination that still remains up there that needs to be removed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jean Lunde, and then Holly Huff. Hello.
I want to thank you all for the wonderful work that you've have done. I have been involved in this for almost 25 years, working to get this site cleaned up, and so we really appreciate everything you've done and urge you to continue to do the good work.
Thank you, and thank you for your continuing activism. Holly Huff, and then
Hi,
Marie
good
Mason.
afternoon. I won't take your time. I just want to thank you for your support. I live on the Simi Valley side below the facility, and for 22 years we have been working to have it cleaned up. We've got more than we ever thought we would get from the DOE and NASA, and they need to keep moving. And so if you can give them some relief so they can keep moving, kind of on a, we've got a deadline by 2017, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Marie Mason, and then Dory Raskin.
I also just want to thank you. I live in Simi Valley and the community right below it, and I think that without the city joining this lawsuit, it might not have come out the way it came out. So we are eternally grateful, those of us that live so close to this facility, and we hope you can help us get them some relief so we can move forward and be done with the cleanup.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience as well. Dory Raskin, and then Bonnie Clay.
Hi, I just want to thank you for your help. This is really important. We really need to get the Santa Susana Field Lab site cleaned up completely to background. It's been a long, long time, and thank you.
Thank you. We next have Bonnie Clay, and then we have Louise Rishoff.
Bonnie Klee, I'm a member of the West Hills Neighborhood Council, and also I'm one of thousands of workers who have been sickened from working at the site. And I'd just like to thank everyone from the City Council, the City of LA, for supporting the cleanup. We're counting on you to move it forward and move it forward fast, and we don't want any more holdups, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Louise Rishoff will be our last speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and Council. I have a letter from 4 state legislators. It was emailed and faxed to your offices on Friday separately, and you've had a long afternoon, and so I'm not going to read the entire letter. You know the background on this. But last fall, after very lengthy negotiations, the state was able to enter into these agreements on compromise with Department of Energy and also with NASA, but it's the DOE that's in front of you today. State was very pleased. It's an extraordinary high level of cleanup, and over 99% of the public comments were in strong support of these agreements. And so on behalf of the signatories of this letter, elected officials who are committed to seeing this highly contaminated site cleaned up as soon as possible, they support the city in seeking whatever relief, if any, is necessary from Judge Conte to this order that still is pending over the cleanup, and to express the great gratitude to the city for being such an extraordinary partner, for hanging in and being so protective of your residents over this many years. And letter is signed by Julia Brownlee, Assembly Member, Mike Fewer, Assembly Member, Bob Blumenfield, Assembly Member, and State Senator Fran Pavley. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. I think all the items we have left, though we do need to reconsider 40 in open session, because I think we are going to get briefed on that. Please, we'll close the public hearing on 35, and we'll be taking that up in closed session momentarily. If we can please open the roll on reconsidering 40, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. We'll now take, in accordance with California state law, we'll be going into executive session to discuss in closed session items 35, 37, 39, and 40. And we will take any votes in open session as required and make any announcements as to our votes. Thank you for all your patience in the audience and your good work for this as well. And before we clear the council chambers, Mr. Parks.
Yes, just like to ask that we have 23 through 29 forthwith.
Okay, without objection, we'll send those forthwith. Thank you. If we could clear the council chambers, thank you. And Mr. Labange will help escort you out.
investigating a series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Annika Bauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
Say veteran Wall, we begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just unexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
Hi, I'm Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. And I want to tell you to shop LA, because for each $10 in sales tax that you pay, the city gets $1, and we can really use those dollars.
To support our libraries.
To staff our animal shelters.
To hire more firefighters and police officers.
To take care of us seniors and our parks.
And to support all the animals in our zoo.
Make sure you shop LA and buy it in LA. That way you can put those sales tax dollars to work to benefit all of us in Los Angeles.
Keep the bus at home. Los Angeles.
Hay escasez de agua en Los Ángeles. Cada gota es preciosa. Todos podemos hacer nuestra parte. Use una escoba en vez de manguera. Lave autos con válvula de cierre automático. Repare fugas. Use rociadores los días que le corresponden a su domicilio. Domicilios impares los lunes, miércoles y viernes. Domicilios pares los martes, jueves y domingos. Antes de las 9 de la mañana o después de las 4 de la tarde. El futuro está en nuestras manos y eso es algo bueno.
shiny and whimsical. Mylar balloons can really perk up a party. They look innocent, but can be dangerous. The law requires that helium-filled metallic balloons be sold with weights. This silvery coating is a conductor. The balloons can float into power lines where they can arc, shorting transformers, knocking lines down, causing power outages, or spark a power surge that can destroy home electronics. Last year in the state, Mylar balloons caused more than 600 blackouts. The TV you save could be your own.
You think it can't happen to someone like you? Are you crazy? It could happen to anyone.
Knowing can save your life, or the life of someone you love.
Hey, it's free. It's painless and easy.
Don't be scared. Just get tested.
Know for sure. Get an HIV test now.
What's up about the where you from? Hey, what's up down here? What's up? Man, don't be a good dog. Come on. Hey, I'm your friend, right? I'm your friend, right? Come on. Come on, man. Forget it. I'm going to school. You have a choice to make. Make sure it's the right one.
I'm glad these kids made the right choice.
Welcome back to the longest meeting of June 2011. Although it is a young month and we do have ambitions, we are back in open session. And it is now 4:20. We had a number of items that we took up into consideration in closed session. A number of those will require open session votes as well. If we could run through those, Mr. Clerk or Mr. City Attorney.
Mr. President, I believe items 37 and 39 would be appropriate to consider now in open session. For item 37, there is a recommendation for payment of judgment in the amount of $467,199.56 plus interest on that sum running at 7% per year in the case entitled Tisha Taylor Ewing versus City of Los Angeles.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
As approved. Next item.
And item 39, there is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $175,000 in the case entitled Sandra Perez versus City of Los Angeles.
All righty. Let's go ahead and open the roll on that settlement. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved as well. Next item.
Mr. President, that takes Council back to items. Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned earlier, we need to ask item 17 be reconsidered for a technical correction real quick.
Yes, if we can go ahead and reconsider 17, please. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is before us. The corrections, Mr. Smith?
We need to delete recommendation number 3 because the funds had already been swept from the budget, so we need to delete recommendation number 3.
Okay, without objection, we'll delete that per the CLA's recommendation. And Mr. Smith's motion, please open the roll as amended. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
As approved, we had a request to move 8 forthwith and 11 forthwith, if I didn't say that as well. With that, it is now time for 37. We'll move forth. We'll send forthwith as well. 37. No, but we can do 8 too. 7, 8, 37, 11.
Well, if there's nobody, I can wait till Friday.
No, but you... All right, Mr. Clerk, next order of business.
Mr. President, there are excuses on the desk.
Aren't there always? What are they this time?
Mr. Cardenas requests to be excused on June 24th for city business. A motion is required.
All right, I'll move, and Mr. Zion seconds. Mr. Cardenas will be excused.
And Mr. Koretz requests to be excused on August 3 for personal business. That meets council policy.
All right, he's excused.
And the desk is clear.
Any announcements, colleagues?
For excusal for July.
Yes,
all of July.
Mr. Smith is permanently excused from July 1st on. Very consistent with council policy and the charter. We have a couple committee meetings. I'm still going to do rules committee right after this. We'll meet upstairs 10 minutes from now. Any other committees? Mr. Huizar?
Yes. Public Works has been canceled. Public Works staff had to leave to another meeting, so Public Works Committee has been canceled for today.
Okay. Any other announcements? If not, if I could ask everybody to rise for adjourning motions. And I'd like to ask that the council join me in adjourning for Iris Reyes, who was born on May 28, 1956 in Peru. She arrived in Los Angeles with her family when she was 9 years old. Grew up in Hollywood, attended Belmont High School, and Iris loved and talked for hours about her family, but mostly her beloved grandchildren. The other love of Iris's life was working at the Children's Hospital Los Angeles in the respiratory care unit, where she worked for over 22 years caring for others. Unfortunately, she passed away on Thursday, May 26th, after a long battle with cancer. After giving so much to so many, she succumbed, but she is survived by her mother, Maria Reyes, her brother, Samuel Harold, her brothers, Samuel, Harold, and John, her sister Gladys and Mary Lou, sons Raymond and Michael, and her 6 grandchildren. Thank you, Iris, for everything you gave our community, and may you rest in peace. Other adjourning motions, Mr. Labange.
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Joanna Gabrielson, who was born in England, lived there through the horrors of World War II, worked for the American Embassy in London, and then later went to the United States and went to Kent State University, migrated to California, lived in Silver Lake. She was one of the most important of all activists in the John Marshall area after the 1971 earthquake to fight along with 3 other women and lead the charge to save John Marshall High. She was much loved, a beautiful woman. She's survived by her daughter and several sisters and nephews. Joanna Gabrielson, a great John Marshall High School supporter, and one of the real special people who assisted me when I first got involved in community activism to save the high school from being torn down, and one of the first restored high schools, Joanne Gabrielson.
Thank you. We also note the passing of our former state treasurer, Matt Fong, who passed away at the young age of 57. We'll do a more formal adjourning motion, but we just heard the news. Our former state treasurer, Matt Fong, passed. Mr. Zine.
I have two. Thank you, Mr. President. Andrew Garton passed away May 27th. Motorcycle officer working to control traffic at a police funeral that was killed following a collision with another officer on a motorcycle. Hawthorne police officer Andrew Garton, 44, was helping escort the funeral procession for a fellow law enforcement officer who had died of cancer. The crash happened when Garton got into a collision with Sergeant Rex Fowler of the El Segundo Police Department. Not immediately clear what caused the crash, although one witness said the riders were traveling at a great rate of speed. Officer was thrown into oncoming traffic, struck a sedan head-on. Officer Garton worked for the Hawthorne Police Department, but lived in Los Alamitos, Rossmore area with his wife Tracy and 2 sons, Garrett, age 12, and Grant, age 7. Those who knew him remembered his quick wit and his eagerness to help. Hawthorne Mayor Pro Tem Alex Vargas told the Los Angeles Times that Garton was a jovial and popular father who enjoyed riding bikes and playing baseball with his sons. He loved his kids, the Mayor Pro Tem said. He was the finest officer any police department could have. He was the first Hawthorne police officer to be killed in line of duty in the 89-year history of Hawthorne. Public memorial service will be at 12:30 on Friday at Seacoast Grace Church, 5100 Cerritos Avenue in Cypress. Organizers encourage those planning to attend to arrive early. Be buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Cypress immediately after the memorial service. Public viewing is also scheduled from 4 to 9 Thursday at Seacoast Grace Church. Hawthorne Police have established a fund to help the officer's family. Donations should be made to the Hawthorne Police Officers Association, care of Officer Andrew Garton's family. They can send to Western Federal Credit Union in Hawthorne or the Hawthorne Police Department in Hawthorne. May he rest in peace, Andrew Garton. My other attorney motion is for a legendary lady in the San Fernando Valley, passed away, Miriam Lederer, Eleanor Irving Lederer, native of Canoga Park in Palm Springs, passed away due to stroke and congestive heart failure. She was 91 years of age. Born February 10th, 1920, to Oliver Bateman Irving and Eva J. Irving of Ontario, Canada. Attended University of Toronto and UCLA. Married actor-director Francis Lederer in Los Angeles in 1941. Together they served as ambassadors for UNICEF, represented the U.S. Department of State in Czechoslovakia, and founded the Canoga Park, California, Tasco, Mexico Sister City Program. After founding the Sister City Program, she served on its board of directors and was instrumental in its many years of success. This outstanding program of community and cultural affection was received national and international awards, received the first Errol Newton Memorial Award for the cause of international understanding, the City of Los Angeles Human Relations Award for Understanding Volunteer Service, and the Board of Trustees of the Motion Picture and Television Fund Award for Dedicated Service. Commissioner for the Cultural Affairs of the City of Los Angeles from 1980 to 1985, founding member of the American National Theater and the Academy, and a member of the Executive Board of Women's Auxiliary of the Motion Picture and Television Fund and Screen Smart Set. Also an associate of the Braille Institute and Desert Center. She's survived by a number of relatives. May she rest in peace, Miriam Lederer.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. LaBonge will second. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll. We will next be in session on Friday, that's June 3rd,